What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Hello, Brave Souls. I'm not sure who recommended this story, but it's a babysitter surviving the first little bit of the zombie apocalypse. So here we go. Zombie Sitter, Part 1. The first night. Emma, don't forget to brush his teeth before bed. And Max gets one story, not 3 like last time. Emergency numbers on the fridge. We'll be back around midnight. Emma Newman nodded and smiled as Mr. and Mrs. Chen rattled off their usual instructions while backing toward their Tesla. Date night for them meant freedom. Money for her. Enough to cover next semester's textbooks if she was lucky. We've got this, don't we, Max? Emma said, looking down at the gap-toothed 7-year-old who was already clutching his favorite dinosaur pajamas. Max grinned up at her. Can we build a fort? After dinner, Emma promised, waving at the Chens as they pulled out of the driveway. Emma was washing dishes when the emergency alert blared from her phone. She dried her hands and picked it up, expecting another flash flood warning. Instead, the screen displayed, Emergency alert. Shelter in place. Immediately. Do not attempt to evacuate. Violent civil disturbance in progress. Lock all doors and windows. Additional instructions to follow. What's that noise? Max asked, looking up from his Lego creation sprawled across the living room floor. Just a weather thing, Emma lied, her pulse quickening. She switched on the television, keeping the volume low. The local news had cut to a frantic reporter standing in front of Mercy Hospital downtown. Behind him, people were running, screaming. Something was on fire in the background. Reports of multiple assailants exhibiting extreme violence and unusual resistance to... Oh, God! The camera jerked wildly as someone crashed into the reporter. A blood-covered woman with milky eyes and jerky movements. She sank her teeth into his shoulder before the feed cut back to the stunned anchors. Emma quickly changed the channel before Max could see, but every station showed variations of the same chaos. She shut off the TV. Is something wrong? Max asked, picking up her tension. Emma forced a smile. Everything's fine. But I just had a super fun idea. Want to play a new game? Max's eyes lit up. What kind of game? It's called Fortress. Emma improvised. We pretend bad guys are trying to get into the house, and we have to stop them. Like Home Alone? With the traps and stuff? Max jumped up, instantly excited. Exactly like that, Emma said, pulling out her phone to text her mom. No signal. She tried calling. Nothing. First, we need to check all the doors and windows, she said, trying to keep her voice steady as another emergency alert buzzed. This one read, Emergency alert. Confirm biological hazard. Avoid all contact with the infected individuals. Infected exhibit aggressive behavior, biting, vacant staring. Do not attempt to help. Infected persons remain indoors until further notice. Emma's hands trembled as she pocketed her phone. Max, I need you to help me make our fortress super strong, okay? Okay. Max ran to the front door, standing on tiptoes to check the deadbolt. This one's locked! Emma followed behind him, double-checking each lock before moving to the windows. The Chen's 2-story suburban home had 8 ground-floor windows, all of which needed to be secured. As she locked the last window in the kitchen, she noticed movement on the street. A man in a bathrobe was stumbling down the middle of the road, walking with an unnatural gait. Behind him, 2 more figures appeared, moving with the same awkward lurching motion. Max, I need you to go upstairs and get all the blankets and pillows you can find, Emma said, drawing the curtains closed. We're going to build the biggest fort in the living room, ever. Yes! Max pumped his fist and thundered up the stairs. Emma moved quickly once he was gone, dragging the heavy oak dining table across the tile floor to barricade the front door. She wedged chairs under doorknobs, pulled down the attic ladder, and gathered anything that might be useful. Flashlights, batteries, the first aid kit, bottled water, and non-perishable food from the pantry. When Max returned, arms piled high with bedding, Emma had transformed the living room into a defensible space. She'd pushed the couch against the wall, creating a protective corner where they could hide if necessary. "Wow, this is awesome!" Max exclaimed, dropping his bundle of blankets. "But where are the traps? Kevin had really cool traps." Emma surveyed the house, mind racing. If what she'd seen on TV was real, if this was really happening, they needed more than locked doors. "You're right. We need traps. Good ones," Emma agreed, trying to channel Kevin McAllister's ingenuity. "What kind of traps do you think would work best?" Max scrunched up his face and thought, "Slippery stuff on the floor, and things that fall on their heads." "Perfect," Emma nodded. "Let's see what we can find." For the next hour, they worked together creating makeshift booby traps. They scattered marbles in front of the back door, balanced pots and pans on partially opened doors, and rigged noisemakers with string across hallways. Emma found some garden tools in the garage and positioned them strategically. "What about this?" Max asked, holding up his bottle of maple syrup. "That's perfect," Emma said, helping him squeeze it across the kitchen tile and the front of the sliding glass door. As they worked, Emma kept checking her phone. Still no service. The power was still on, but for how long? She filled every container she could find with water, just in case. It was nearing Max's bedtime when they heard the first crash. Somewhere down the street. Glass breaking, followed by a car alarm. Then another. And another. Max froze, a roll of duct tape in his small hands. "Emma? Is that part of the game?" Emma knelt down to his level. "Max, I need to tell you something important. Remember the emergency alerts on my phone? There are some sick people outside. They might try to get in, but we're not going to let them do that. We're going to stay safe in our fortress until the help comes." "Like zombies?" Max whispered, eyes wide. Emma hesitated. "Sort of like that. But we're safe as long as we stay inside. And your mom and dad will be fine too," she added, seeing the worry in his eyes. "They're smart. They'll find somewhere safe." She hoped she wasn't lying. A thump against the front door made them both jump. "Is that them?" Max whispered. "Let's go check," Emma said, taking his hand. They crept to the front window, and Emma carefully parted the curtains. 3 people, or things that had once been people, were on the front lawn. One was pawing at the door, its movements uncoordinated. In the streetlight, Emma could see that half its face was missing, yet somehow it was still moving. "Those are definitely zombies," Max breathed, peering around her leg. Another figure joined the first of the door, this one wearing what was once a postal worker's uniform. Its arm was bent at an impossible angle. "We need to be very quiet," Emma whispered. "They're attracted to noise." As if to confirm her theory, a car alarm suddenly blared 3 houses down. All the shambling figures immediately turned toward the sound and began lurching in that direction. "See? They're leaving," Emma said, relieved. "For now," Max said solemnly. "But they'll be back. That's how zombies work." Emma looked down at the serious little boy beside her and felt a surge of determination. They might be alone, but they had shelter, supplies, and now traps. They would survive this, whatever this was. "Then we'll be ready," she promised. "Come on, let's finish our preparations." By nightfall, they had transformed the Chen's tasteful suburban home into a funhouse of deadly obstacles. Every entrance was barricaded and booby-trapped. They had a safe zone in the living room fort, stocked with food, water, flashlights, and Max's favorite stuffed dinosaur. Emma found an old baseball bat in the garage and kept it close as she tucked Max into their blanket fort. "What if they get in?" Max asked sleepily as Emma read him a bedtime story. One about friendly dragons, not zombies. "They won't," Emma assured him. "And even if one did, it would have to get through all our traps first. Remember how we practiced running to the attic? That's our backup plan. Max nodded, clutching his dinosaur. And we have weapons too. Emma smiled, ruffling his hair. That's right. Now get some sleep. I'll keep watch. Promise you won't leave? Max asked, his eyes already drifting closed. I promise. I'm not going anywhere. Once Max was asleep, Emma sat by the window, baseball bat across her lap, and watched the street. More infected people, or zombies. She might as well call them what they were, wandered by as the night progressed. Twice, small groups gathered at the front door, pawing and moaning until some other noise drew them away. The power flickered once, twice, and then stabilized. Emma checked her phone again. Still no signal. She wondered where the Chens were, if they were safe, if her own family was okay. Around 3 a.m., a loud crash from the kitchen jolted her awake. She hadn't meant to doze off. Max stirred but didn't wake. Heart pounding, Emma gripped the baseball bat and crept toward the kitchen. She could hear shuffling, followed by a clatter, as one of their pot lid noise traps was triggered. Something had gotten in. Peering around the corner, she saw it, what had once been a teenage boy, now a vacant-eyed thing with a gaping wound at his neck. It had broken through the glass of the back door and was now stumbling forward, feet sliding on the maple syrup trap. As it struggled to maintain balance, its foot hit the line of marbles they'd scattered. It went down hard, landing on the tile with a wet thud. Emma hesitated. Could she do this? The thing looked up at her with milky eyes and let out a guttural moan. It began crawling toward her, fingers clawing at the tile. She thought of Max, sleeping just rooms away, of what would happen if these things reached him. Emma raised a bat. Later, as she dragged a bookcase in front of the broken back door, she tried not to look at the dark stain on the kitchen floor. She cleaned up as best she could and thrown a rug over the worst of it. Max didn't need to see that. The eastern sky was just beginning to lighten when she finally returned to the fort. Max was still asleep, one arm flung over his dinosaur. Emma slid down beside him, exhausted but vigilant. Their traps had worked. They'd survived the first night. But as sirens wailed in the distance and smoke rose from somewhere downtown, Emma knew this was just the beginning. The real test would come with daylight, and they would be ready. Part 2. Daylight Decisions. Emma woke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the blanket ceiling of their fort. Sunlight filtered through the living room curtains, casting the room in a warm glow that felt jarring at odds with their situation. You fell asleep, Max said matter-of-factly. He sat cross-legged beside her, already dressed and carefully organizing a pile of Lego bricks by color. Emma checked her watch. 7:23 a.m. She'd been asleep for almost 3 hours. Why didn't you wake me? She asked, rubbing her eyes. Max shrugged. You look tired. And I was being a good lookout. He pointed to the baseball bat he placed across his lap. Nothing tried to get in. I checked the traps like you showed me. Emma felt a rush of affection for this remarkably composed 7-year-old. Thanks, buddy. You're right. I needed that sleep. She crawled out of the fort and stretched. Let's check outside and see what's happening. Together they approached the front window. Emma cautiously pulled back the curtain, and they peered out at the suburban street. The scene was eerily quiet. A car sat abandoned in the middle of the road. Driver's door hanging open. Papers and debris littered the normally pristine lawns. But most disturbing was the absence of any movement. No people, no cars, not even neighborhood pets. Where did the zombies go? Max whispered. I don't know, Emma replied honestly. Maybe A movement caught her eye. A figure shambling between houses across the street. Then another emerged from behind a parked SUV. They were still there, just scattered. We need to take stock of our supplies, Emma said, letting the curtain fall back, and fix that back door before more of them find a way in. After a quick breakfast of cereal, no milk, as the power had gone out sometime during the night, they began a systematic inventory of the house. The Chen family was well prepared for emergencies in some ways. They had a decent first aid kit, several flashlights with spare batteries, and bottled water. The pantry contained enough non-perishable foods to last maybe a week if they were careful. But Emma knew they would eventually need more supplies, especially water. "Emma, look!" Max called from Mr. Chen's home office. "A radio!" Sure enough, Max had found an emergency hand crank radio. Emma turned the crank vigorously and tuned through static until she found a broadcast. Repeating emergency instructions. Infected individuals are extremely dangerous. Do not approach them under any circumstances. Military checkpoints have been established at the following locations. Emma grabbed the pen and paper, jotting down the locations as the broadcaster listed them. The closest was at Westfield Mall, about 5 miles away. The virus spreads through bodily fluids, primarily through bites or open wounds exposed to infected blood. Symptoms develop rapidly, usually within 1 to 3 hours of exposure. If you or someone in your group shows signs of infection, disorientation, fever, aggression, isolate them immediately. "That's like Zombie Smashers 3, Max commented. "My friend Jake has that game. You turn if you bite you." Emma nodded grimly. At least they know how this spread. The broadcast continued. "Remain in secure shelter if possible. If you must relocate to a checkpoint, travel during daylight hours only. Infected individuals appear less active in direct sunlight. Checkpoints will provide food, water, and medical attention. This message will repeat every hour." The broadcast cycled back to the beginning, and Emma switched it off to conserve the power. "So we need to go to the mall?" Max asked. Emma considered their options. "Not yet. We're safe here for now. We have food, water, and all our traps. Those checkpoints will be chaotic with everyone trying to get there at once." She didn't mention her other concern, that the Chens might return to an empty house if she and Max left. What if they were still alive and trying to get back to their son? "Let's secure the house better. Then we can decide what to do next," she suggested. Their first priority was the broken back door. Emma carefully cleaned up the remaining glass while Max stood lookout with the baseball bat. Together, they dragged a bookcase in front of the shattered door. They used duct tape and cardboard to cover the opening. "It's not perfect, but it'll keep them from seeing inside," Emma said, standing back to examine their work. "Now they'll only get in if they hear us or randomly push against it." Next, they replenished their traps. The maple syrup was gone, but they found cooking oil in the pantry as a replacement. They reset the noise traps and added a few new ones, including an ingenious alarm Max designed using string and the pots and pans from the kitchen. "If they touch the string, all of these will fall down the stairs," he explained proudly. "It'll make a super loud noise so we'll know they're coming, and maybe it'll bonk them on the head too." "That's brilliant," Emma said with genuine admiration. "You'd give Kevin McAllister a run for his money." As they worked, Emma kept glancing out the windows. The number of infected on the street seemed to be increasing. Twice she counted over a dozen wandering aimlessly through the neighborhood. Any thought of making a run for the checkpoint was looking increasingly risky. Around noon, they heard the distant thumping of helicopter blades. Emma and Max rushed to the bedroom window on the second floor, which offered the best view. "Military helicopters," Emma said, spotting the olive-drab aircraft moving in formation over the downtown area. "That's good. It means they're responding." "Are they going to help us?" Max asked. "Yes," Emma assured him, though she wondered how long that would take. "But we need to be patient and stay safe until they reach our neighborhood." They spent the afternoon reinforcing their defenses and playing quiet games to pass the time. Emma found the same walkie-talkies in Max's room, and they tested them throughout the house, establishing a way to communicate if they got separated. "Red leader to base camp. Do you copy?" Max whispered into his walkie-talkie from his hiding spot in the upstairs closet. "Base camp here. I copy, Red leader," Emma replied from the living room fort. "What's your status?" "All clear on the second floor," Max reported seriously. "No zombies detected." Emma smiled despite everything. Kids were remarkably adaptable. Max had accepted their bizarre situation with resilience that amazed her. As evening approached, Emma faced a difficult decision. Their barricaded fortress had kept them safe for one night, but for how long? The checkpoint offered security, supplies, and possibly information about the Chens, but reaching it meant navigating through infected-filled streets with a 7-year-old. She was still weighing options when a new sound caught her attention. Car engines, several of them, growing louder. "Max, come here," Emma called softly. They peered out the front window together. 3 vehicles, a pickup truck, an SUV, and a minivan, drove slowly down the street in convoy formation. The lead truck had what looked like homemade armor welded to its front bumper, and a man stood in the truck bed, scanning the area with binoculars. "Survivors," Emma breathed. "They're like us." She considered running out to flag them down, but hesitated. What did she really know about these people? The convoy stopped 2 houses down. A woman emerged from the SUV, baseball bat in hand, and quickly entered the Wilsons' house while others kept watch. Minutes later, she returned carrying bags of supplies. "They're taking stuff," Max observed. "They're scavenging," Emma corrected. "Getting supplies to survive. Just like we might need to do." The woman was heading back to the SUV when she glanced toward the Chen's house. She froze, then raised her hand, pointing. Emma followed her gaze and felt blood turn cold. A group of at least 15 infected were approaching from the cross street, drawn by the vehicle noise. "Incoming!" the woman shouted. The scavengers scrambled back to their vehicles. The man in the truck bed opened fire with what looked like a hunting rifle, dropping the closest infected, but the shots only attracted more from other directions. "Get down," Emma whispered, pulling Max away from the window as gunfire erupted outside. The next few minutes were chaos. Engines revving, shouting, gunshots, and the horrible moaning of the infected. When it finally quieted, Emma risked another look. The convoy is gone, having escaped down the street, but they'd left something behind. A path of dead infected, and more concerning, a large group of very animated ones now milling around directly in front of the Chen's house. "Are they gone?" Max whispered. "The people are. The zombies aren't," Emma replied grimly. "And there are a lot more now." They retreated to their fort, where Emma tried to think through their next steps. Their barricaded house had gone from refuge to potential trap. With so many infected gathered outside, any attempt to leave would be suicidal. But they couldn't stay forever. "I'm hungry," Max said quietly, interrupting her thoughts. Emma managed to smile. "Dinner time it is." They ate a simple meal of canned beans and crackers, listening to the occasional thump against the house as the infected randomly collided with the walls. The noise was unsettling, but so far, none had made a concentrated effort to get inside. As darkness fell, Emma cranked the radio again, hoping for updated information. Through bursts of static, they caught fragments. Situation deteriorating in western sectors. Checkpoint at Westfield Mall now at capacity. New checkpoint established at Lincoln High School. Lincoln High School? Emma knew that location. It was closer than the mall, maybe 3 miles away. They could reach it. A crash from upstairs made them both jump. "What was that?" Max whispered, eyes wide. "Stay here," Emma ordered, grabbing the baseball bat, "and get ready to use the walkie-talkie if I call you." She crept up the stairs, bat raised, listening intently. Another crash came from the master bedroom. Heart pounding, Emma approached the door. Through the gap, she could see the window was broken. Jagged shards of glass glittered in the moonlight. A figure was halfway through the opening, struggling to climb in. Emma braced herself to attack, and then froze. The person wasn't moving like the infected. Their movements were deliberate, cautious. "Hello?" she called tentatively, keeping the bat ready. "Who's there?" The figure stiffened, then slowly turned toward her voice. "Emma?" A familiar voice responded. "Emma, is that you?" Emma lowered the bat slightly. "Mr. Chen?" She pushed the door open wider, and there, climbing through his own bedroom window, was Max's father, exhausted, dirty, and with a makeshift bandage around his arm, but very much alive and uninfected. Thank God, he breathed, stumbling into the room. Is Max? He's fine, Emma assured him quickly. He's downstairs. We've been hiding. Relief washed over Mr. Chen's face, followed immediately by concern. My wife. Have you seen her? We got separated when everything went crazy downtown. Emma shook her head. I'm sorry, no. Mr. Chen nodded grimly, then winced as he adjusted the bandage on his arm. You're hurt, Emma said. It's not a bite, he clarified quickly, seeing her expression. Cut it breaking into a pharmacy for supplies. He gestured to a backpack Emma hadn't noticed. Got antibiotics, painkillers, some other essentials. Dad! Max's voice came from downstairs, followed by the sound of running feet. Max, wait! Emma called, but he was already bounding up the stairs. Father and son collided in a fierce hug in the hallway. Emma watched the mix of joy and caution. Their reunion was heartwarming, but... There are a lot of them outside now, she warned Mr. Chen. The noise from the window. As if on cue, a chorus of moans rose from below, followed by the sound of bodies thumping against the side of the house. We need to leave, Mr. Chen said firmly, still holding Max. I passed the checkpoint at Lincoln High on my way here. It's secure. They have food, medical care. But Mom, Max protested. We can't leave without Mom. Mr. Chen knelt down to Max's level. Your mom is smart. If she's okay, that's where she'll be too. It's our best chance of finding her. Emma could see the logic, but the streets were more dangerous than ever. How do we get there? There are too many of them out front now. Mr. Chen thought for a moment. The Petersons next door have a fence that connects to the back of this property. If we can make it to their garage, they keep a spare key to their car under the front mat. I borrowed it before. It was risky, but with Mr. Chen's knowledge and Emma's quick thinking, they might have a chance. And Max needed more security than their dwindling supplies could provide. We'd need a distraction, Emma said, mind racing. Something to draw them away from the house, long enough for us to slip out the back. Mr. Chen nodded. I've got road flares in my emergency kit, if we can get them far enough away. I've got a better idea, Max interrupted. He looked at Emma with determination. Remember the science fair last month? My volcano? Emma's eyes widened as she understood. Max had created an impressive baking soda and vinegar volcano for a science fair. One that had erupted with far more force than expected, creating a memorable mess. That could work, she said slowly. If we make it big enough, the noise of movement might draw them away. And I know just where to put it, Mr. Chen added, a spark of hope in his tired eyes. As night deepened around the besieged house, the three... Alright, hold on. As night deepened around the besieged house, the three survivors gathered supplies and finalized their plan. Tomorrow would bring their greatest challenge yet. A desperate dash through the zombie-infested streets toward the promise of safety. Emma checked their makeshift weapons one last time before joining Max and his father in reinforcing the bedroom window. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. And thanks to a 7-year-old science project and a resourceful babysitter's home defense system, they just might have a fighting chance. Part 3. The Final Run. Dawn broke with an eerie silence that seemed more unsettling than the moans of the infected. Emma peered through a gap in the bedroom curtains, as the creature still milling around the front yard. She counted at least 20, far too many to fight through. Are we really going through with this? She whispered, turning to where Mr. Chen was checking Max's backpack. Mr. Chen nodded grimly. We have maybe 2 days of food left, and the water is getting low. Lincoln High is our best chance. He'd spent the night explaining what he knew about the outbreak. It had started at Mercy Hospital 3 days ago. Patient zero was still unknown, and spread exponentially through the city. The military had established perimeters around uninfected zones, but much of the suburb, where the Chens lived, had been overrun before the barricades could be erected. The checkpoint at the high school is holding, he explained, tightening the straps on Max's small pack. They've got National Guard, medical personnel, and they're evacuating people to a secure facility upstate. What about Mom? Max asked, for perhaps the 10th time since waking. Mr. Chen's expression softened. If she made it out of downtown, that's where she'll go. The emergency broadcaster directing all survivors there. Emma didn't mention the obvious, that Mrs. Chen might not have made it at all. Mr. Chen's eyes told her he was well aware of that possibility. Let's go over the plan once more, Emma suggested. Max sat up straighter, eager to explain his role. I put the baking soda in the plastic container and sealed it except for the tube. When we're ready, we pour in the vinegar and dish soap mix, seal it up super fast, then throw it as far as we can away from the house. And then? Emma prompted. Then we count to 20 while the zombies go to check out the noise and bubbles, and we sneak out the back door, through the hole in the fence, and into the Petersons' garage. Perfect, Mr. Chen confirmed. The car key should be under the mat by the front door. Once we're in the car, we take Oak Street to Riverside Drive, then straight to Lincoln High. It was 3 miles of suburban streets, normally a 10-minute drive, but now an obstacle course of abandoned vehicles and wandering infected. Everyone know what they're carrying? Emma asked. They divided their supplies carefully. Mr. Chen had the backpack with medical supplies, a crowbar, and a kitchen knife. Emma carried food, water, and the baseball bat. Max had a small backpack with the science project materials, plus his walkie-talkie and the hand crank radio. I think we're ready, Mr. Chen said, checking his watch. It's 6:43, the broadcast said. The broadcast said infected are less active in daylight, so the earlier we leave, the better. Emma took a deep breath and nodded. Part of her couldn't believe this was happening. 3 days ago, her biggest worry had been her upcoming midterms. Now she was preparing to fight through the zombies with a makeshift weapon. They moved quietly downstairs, careful to avoid triggering any of their own traps. At the back door, Mr. Chen carefully removed the bookcase barricade while Emma and Max prepared the diversion. Max mixed the baking soda slurry, while Emma combined vinegar, dish soap, and red food coloring in a separate container. The red makes it look like blood, Max whispered. Zombies like blood. Emma wasn't sure this was scientifically accurate, but she appreciated his commitment to the plan. Mr. Chen rejoined them, crowbar in hand. Ready? Max sealed his container except for a small tube protruding from the lid, then nodded. Okay, Mr. Chen said, taking a deep breath. Emma, you'll throw it. Max and I will watch for the infected to move toward it. Once they do, we run. Stay together and stay quiet. If we get separated, keep moving toward the high school. Emma took the baking soda container from Max and positioned herself from the front window. On 3, Mr. Chen whispered. 1, 2, 3. Emma quickly poured the vinegar mixture into the tube, sealed it with her thumb, shook it vigorously, then cracked the window just enough to throw the container. It sailed through the air in a high arc, landing with a splash on the sidewalk across the street. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the reaction began. A fountain of red foam erupted from the container, bubbling and hissing loudly as it expanded across the pavement. The effect on the infected was immediate. Their vacant eyes turned toward the movement and noise, and as one, they began lurching toward the crimson foam. Now, Mr. Chen whispered. They slipped out the back door and into the yard. Emma's heart pounded as they crossed the open space of the fence. A section of boards had been removed, creating a gap just wide enough to squeeze through. Mr. Chen went first, then helped Max through. Emma followed, casting one last glance at the house that had been their fortress. The Petersons' yard was clear, but as they approached the garage, a lone infected, once the mail carrier, judging by the tattered uniform, emerged from behind a garden shed. Mr. Chen pushed Max behind him and raised the crowbar. Stay back, he whispered to Emma. I'll handle this. He approached the infected slowly, waiting for it to lunge, then drove the crowbar into its temple with a sickening crunch. The creature dropped without a sound. Emma felt her stomach turn, but kept moving. This was their reality now. The garage door was locked, but a side door stood ajar. Mr. Chen peered inside, then motioned them forward. Clear. Inside, a silver SUV sat like a beacon of hope. Mr. Chen handed the crowbar to Emma. Watch the door. I'll get the key. He disappeared around the side of the house while Emma and Max waited in tense silence. Through the garage windows, Emma could see more infected beginning to wander back from their distraction, which was no longer foaming. They're coming back, Max whispered, clutching Emma's hand. Your dad will be back any second, Emma assured him, though her own confidence was waning. A minute passed, then another. Emma was just about to suggest they look for Mr. Chen when the side door burst open. Got it, he gasped, holding up a key. Had to search the whole porch. The mat was gone. He unlocked the SUV with a chirp that seemed definitely loud in the quiet morning. Get in, quickly! Max scrambled in the back seat, while Emma took the passenger side. Mr. Chen slid behind the wheel and inserted the key with shaking hands. The engine started with a roar that made them all wince. Seatbelts, Mr. Chen reminded them automatically, as if they were just taking a normal family drive. He hit the button for the garage door, which began its agonizingly slow ascent. Outside, heads turned to the noise. Come on, Emma murmured, watching the door inch upwards. The gap was barely high enough when Mr. Chen gunned the engine. Hold on! The SUV shot forward, scraping its roof against the still-rising door. They burst into the driveway, just as the infected began to converge from both sides. Mr. Chen swerved onto the street, clipping one that stumbled into their path. The impact jolted them, but didn't slow the vehicle. We made it! Max cheered from the back seat. Not yet, Mr. Chen cautioned, navigating around an abandoned delivery truck. Still a long way to go. The residential streets were a maze of obstacles, stalled cars, debris, and wandering infected. Mr. Chen drove with intense concentration, sometimes having to reverse and find alternate routes when the path was blocked. Emma kept her eyes on the road ahead, calling out hazards. Left side, 3 of them by the blue car. Mr. Chen swerved right, narrowly missing a cluster of infected that grasped at the vehicle as it passed. They were making good progress until they turned onto Riverside Drive. The 4-lane road should have offered a clear shot to the high school, but instead presented a new challenge. A massive pileup of vehicles stretched across all lanes. No, Mr. Chen muttered, slowing the SUV to a crawl. Can we go around? Emma asked, searching for an opening. Mr. Chen shook his head. Too tight on either side. We'll have to back up and find another route. As he shifted into reverse, a sharp crack split the air, followed by the unmistakable hiss of an air escaping. What was that? Max asked, alarmed. Mr. Chen swore under his breath. I know, or something sharp. Tires blown. The SUV listed to one side, the front driver's side tire rapidly deflating. Can we keep driving? Emma asked, eyeing the growing number of infected drawn by the noise. Not far and not fast, Mr. Chen replied grimly. We need a plan. He pointed through the windshield to where the high school's roof was visible above the trees. We're less than a mile away. We might have to go on foot. Emma looked back at the approaching infected, then down at Max's frightened face. We need a diversion. Something bigger than the volcano. Her eyes fell on the fuel gauge. How much gas is in this thing? Mr. Chen followed her gaze. 3/4 tank, why? If we can create a really big distraction, big enough to draw every infected in the area. Understanding dawned on Mr. Chen's face. The car. Emma nodded. We get out, push it toward the pileup if we can, and make it go boom, Max finished, a gleam of excitement breaking through his fear. Mr. Chen considered for a moment, then nodded decisively. It could work. We'd need something to ignite the gas tank, and enough time to get clear. Emma reached into her pack and pulled out a box of matches she'd grabbed from the Chen's kitchen. Will this work? Not directly, Mr. Chen said, but I've got a road flare in the emergency kit. If we can open the gas tank, stuff a rag in, soaked with gas, and light it with a flare. Like a giant Molotov cocktail, Emma finished. They worked quickly, gathering what they needed. Mr. Chen found a t-shirt in the back of the SUV to use as a wick, while Emma located the emergency flares in the glove compartment. We'll need to be quick and quiet, Mr. Chen instructed. I'll prepare the car. Emma, You take Max and hide behind that brick wall over there. When I give the signal, run toward the high school. Don't stop and don't look back." Emma nodded, but Max protested. "I want to stay with you, Dad." Mr. Chen knelt to his son's level. "I'll be right behind you, buddy. But someone needs to protect Emma, right? She kept you safe for 2 days. Now it's your turn to help her." Max considered this, then nodded solemnly. "Okay. That's my boy." Mr. Chen hugged him tightly, then looked at Emma. "Thank you for keeping him safe. I didn't know how to ever repay you. Let's just survive this," Emma replied. "That'll be enough payment." With one last hug for Max, Mr. Chen prepared their diversion while Emma led Max to the shelter of a low brick wall about 50 yards away. "Will the car really explode?" Max whispered as they crunched behind it. "Not like in the movies," Emma explained. "But it'll make a lot of noise and fire, which should attract them." They watched as Mr. Chen worked, unscrewing the gas cap and carefully preparing the makeshift fuse. Infected were drawing closer, but he worked methodically, refusing to rush and making a mistake. Finally, he jogged over to their position, slightly out of breath. "It's ready. Once I light it, we'll have maybe 2 minutes before it catches properly." "Then what?" Emma asked. "Then we run like hell." He glanced at Max. "Sorry, run really fast through the gap." He pointed to a narrow opening between buildings that led toward the high school. "Stay together, stay quiet, and don't stop for anything." Emma gripped her baseball bat tighter and nodded. Max tucked himself against her side, eyes wide but determined. Mr. Chen took a deep breath, lit the flare, and sprinted back to the SUV. They watched as he touched the flare to the gas-soaked rag hanging from the fuel tank, then ran back toward them as infected began to close in. "Now!" he gasped as he reached for them. "Go!" They broke from cover and ran toward the gap between buildings. Behind them, the SUV sat with a small flame now visible at its fuel tank. The alleyway was narrow and littered with trash, but blessedly empty of infected. They ran in single file, Mr. Chen in front, Max in the middle, Emma bringing up the rear with her bat ready. They were halfway through when the SUV erupted with a whoomp that shook the ground. The sound was followed immediately by the wail of car alarms triggered by the blast. "Keep moving!" Mr. Chen urged as they emerged from the alley onto a residential street. The high school was visible now, just 3 blocks away. More importantly, Emma could see the military checkpoint, concrete barriers, camouflage tents, and armed personnel. They sprinted down the middle of the street, their footsteps drowned out by the chaos behind them. The distraction was working. Infected were streaming toward the burning vehicle from all directions. 2 blocks to go. Emma's lungs burned, but she kept pace, watching Max's small legs pumping furiously to keep up with his father. 1 block. They could see figures in military uniforms at the barricade now, some pointing in their direction. "Help!" Mr. Chen shouted, waving his arms. "Survivors here!" Soldiers moved into position, weapons raised. Not at them, but covering their approach. Beyond the barricade, Emma caught glimpses of tents, supplies, and most encouragingly, other survivors. They were 50 yards from safety when a side street erupted with infected. A group that had been sheltered in a nearby building, drawn out by their shouts. "Run!" Emma screamed, pushing Max forward. Mr. Chen scooped his son into his arms and broke into a final desperate sprint. Emma swung her bat at the nearest infected, connecting with enough force to knock it back into others, creating a momentary gap. Gunfire cracked from the barricade, precise shots that dropped the closest infected. A gate in the concrete barrier swung open, and uniformed figures rushed out to cover their final approach. "Hurry!" a soldier shouted, waving them forward. With the last of her strength, Emma ran through the gap, collapsing to her knees on the other side of the barricade closed behind them. "We made it," she gasped, looking up to see Max and his father surrounded by medical personnel. "We actually made it." A soldier helped her to her feet. "Good job getting here. Not many civilians making it through on foot." Emma nodded numbly, the adrenaline fading to leave her shaky and exhausted. She joined Max and Mr. Chen, who were being guided toward a medical tent. "You'll all need to be screened," a harried-looking doctor explained. "Standard procedure. Then we'll get you registered and assigned to a shelter area. We're looking for my wife, Mr. Chen explained. Helen Chen. She would have come in here last 2 days. The doctor nodded sympathetically. We can check the registry after your screening. Many families have been reunited here. As they entered the medical tent, Max suddenly broke free and ran forward with a shout of joy. Mom! A woman in a volunteer's vest turned, her exhausted face transforming with disbelief and hope. Max? David? Mrs. Chen dropped the clipboard she was holding and rushed forward, gathering her son in a fierce embrace as their husband joined them. Emma stood back, watching through tears as the family reunited with desperate hugs and half-finished sentences of relief and explanation. After a moment, Mrs. Chen looked up and saw her. Emma, you kept him safe? Emma nodded suddenly to speak past the lump in her throat. Mrs. Chen pulled her into the family embrace. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for bringing my family back to me. Hours later, after screenings and registrations, they sat together in a classroom that had been converted to temporary housing. The family had been given permission to stay together, along with Emma, whose own family had not yet been located but were on lists being checked at other evacuation centers. What happens now? Max asked, his head resting against his mother's shoulder. We wait, Mr. Chen answered honestly. The military is establishing a safe zone upstate. Once they've secured transport, they'll move us there. And then? Emma asked. Mrs. Chen reached over to squeeze her hand. Then we rebuild together. Max yawned sleepily. Can Emma come with us? She knows the best traps. His parents exchanged a look over his head. Of course, Mrs. Chen said softly. She's family now. As darkness fell over the makeshift refugee camp, Emma felt a strange sense of peace despite the uncertainty ahead. The world had changed irrevocably, but some things remained constant. The bonds formed in crisis, the strength found in protecting others, the family you chose as much as the one you were born to. Outside, the infected still roamed, and the future was far from certain. But within these walls, surrounded by people who had fought alongside her, Emma knew they would face whatever came next with the same resourcefulness and courage that had brought them this far. And if the zombies ever made it past the barricades, well, she and Max had gotten pretty good at setting traps. The monsters wouldn't know what hit them. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and I hope you enjoyed seeing one of my sons randomly sitting in my lap as I was reading at one point. I wanted to do like a Home Alone style story for this one, but I thought it was a little bit funnier that the traps kind of didn't work half the time, even though they made it seem like they were great. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. Come back next time for some more zombie stories, and as always, remember to face your fears.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Hello, brave souls. Tonight we're doing a story about a guy who thinks he knows he's ready for the zombie apocalypse, but probably is not. So here we go with The Zombie Expert, Part 1, The Delusion. Mike Callahan had spent the last decade of his life preparing for the zombie apocalypse. His basement walls were lined with katanas, machetes, and custom-made zombie dispatching tools he'd ordered from questionable websites. He'd watched every zombie movie and TV show ever made, twice. He moderated 3 different zombie survival forums, and even self-published an ebook titled When They Rise, a Survivor's Guide. On weekends, he practiced his moves in the backyard of his suburban home, swinging at garden gnomes positioned strategically around the lawn. His neighbors had long since stopped looking over the fence with concern. Just training, he'd call out cheerfully whenever someone would move in and inevitably call the police. You'll thank me when it happens, was a standard response to the eye rolls of friends and family. His ex-wife had cited his unhealthy obsession with fictional monsters in the divorce papers. Mike considered it her loss that she wouldn't be protected when civilization inevitably collapsed. It was a Tuesday when the first reports came in. Mike was at his desk job, scrolling through zombie forums instead of completing the quarterly reports he was supposed to be working on. A notification pinged on his phone from a news app he rarely opened. Unknown disease causing violent behavior reported in multiple cities. Mike's heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened more news sites to cross-reference. Similar headlines everywhere. This was it. This was finally it. He leapt from his desk, startling his coworkers. "It's happening, people! I've been telling you all for years!" His supervisor, Janet, looked up with the familiar expression of strained patience. "Mike, please sit down. Whatever conspiracy theory you've latched onto now can wait until after work." "You don't understand," Mike insisted, already packing his emergency bag that he kept under his desk. "The outbreak has started. I've trained my entire adult life for this. I need to get home to my supplies." Janet sighed. If you need to leave now, don't bother coming back tomorrow." Mike paused only briefly. "When you're being chased by the undead, you'll remember this moment, Janet." He tossed his employee badge on the desk. "You could have been saved." The highways were already gridlocked by the time Mike got to his car. Perfect, he thought. Just like in the movies. He had planned for this. His Jeep Wrangler was modified with reinforced bumpers and extra fuel tanks. He pulled out of the parking garage and immediately took the back roads he'd mapped out for years for exactly this scenario. As he drove, the radio was filled with increasing panic reports, government officials urging calm, scientists explaining that the infection appeared to be a form of rabies with unprecedented transmission rates. Reporters described scenes of chaos in hospital emergency rooms. Mike smiled to himself. He'd been right all along. His moment had arrived. When he reached the house, Mike immediately began his pre-planned protocols. First, he secured all the doors and windows. Then he moved to the basement to inventory his supplies. He lovingly ran his hands over his weapons collection. "Time to shine," he whispered to his favorite machete, an expensive custom piece with "Zombie Slayer" etched into the blade. Mike could always imagine this moment would feel like the opening of a heroic final act in his life. In reality, his hands were shaking so badly he dropped a box of ammunition, sending rounds rolling across the floor. "Just adrenaline," he assured himself, though his voice sounded foreign to his ears. The natural response of a warrior preparing for battle. By nightfall, the power was out. Reports before the broadcast stopped had indicated rapid spread in all major cities. Mike sat in his living room, surrounded by weapons. His emergency radio tuned to the only station still transmitting, a loop of emergency protocols and evacuation routes. The scratching at the front door started at midnight. Mike froze, his heart pounding in his chest. This wasn't like his fantasy at all. In his mind, he'd always pictured himself moving with practiced precision, dispatching the undead with cool efficiency. Instead, he was paralyzed, sweat soaking through his zombie response team t-shirt. The scratching became a pounding. Then came the moans. Not like the movies at all. These sounds were wet, guttural, and unmistakably human, despite their distortion. "I'm ready," Mike whispered to himself. "I've trained for this." He selected his weapon, the machete, and moved to the front door. One quick peek through the peephole. 3 of them, former neighbors, their skin mottled and eyes vacant, but still recognizable. The Andersons from two doors down and their teenage son. Mike could always imagine zombies as decomposing strangers, not as people he'd waved to while getting the mail. Mrs. Anderson had brought him cookies when he moved in. The son turned toward the peephole, as if sensing Mike's gaze. His jaw was distended, bloody drool leaking from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes, they weren't vacant at all. There was something there. Pain, confusion. Mike stumbled backward, dropping the machete with a clatter that seemed to echo throughout the entire house. The pounding on the door intensified. "I can do this," he said aloud, his voice cracking. "I'm an expert." But as he looked down his trembling hands, one thought crashed through all of his years of fantasy and preparation. I don't know if I can kill someone I know, even if they're not themselves anymore. The front door frame splintered as the creatures outside redoubled their efforts. Mike Callahan, self-proclaimed zombie survival expert, crawled backward across his living room like a child, leaving his carefully selected weapons behind as he fled toward the kitchen. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready at all. I like how the story's going so far. Part 2. The Collapse. The kitchen door wasn't going to hold. Mike had barricaded himself inside after fleeing from the front door, shoving the refrigerator against the entrance with strength he didn't know he possessed. But the pounding continued, not from multiple directions. The Andersons at the front door, something else at the back door. And was that scratching coming from the bathroom window? His perfect zombie fortress was being breached from all sides. "Think, Mike, think!" he whispered to himself, frantically scanning the kitchen for weapons. His extensive collection remained in the living room, beyond the refrigerator barricade. Here, he had kitchen knives, a rolling pin, a cast iron skillet that had belonged to his grandmother. Not exactly the heroic arsenal he'd imagined wielding when the apocalypse came. The refrigerator shifted an inch with a particularly violent impact from the other side. Mike's breathing quickened, teetering on the edge of hyperventilation. This wasn't right. In his forum posts, in his book, in all his mental rehearsals, he described how to maintain calm under pressure. "Panic is the first killer in the zombie apocalypse," he'd written smugly, "even before the undead get you." Now his own words mocked him as he struggled to control his racing thoughts. A crash in the back room of the house told him another entry point had been breached. Mike looked up at the ceiling. The attic. They couldn't climb ladders, right? At least, they couldn't in most movies. He grabbed the skillet, a chef's knife, and frantically yanked down the attic access in the hallway adjacent to the kitchen. As he pulled himself up, the refrigerator finally gave way. Mrs. Anderson stumbled into the kitchen, followed by her husband and son. "I'm sorry," Mike whispered, pulling the ladder up after himself and closing the hatch. 3 days. Mike had been in the attic for 3 days, rationing the few protein bars he'd had in his pockets and drinking from a forgotten case of bottled water he'd stored up here for years ago. The house below him had filled with the infected, at least a dozen, judging by the different pitches of moans that floated up through the thin floor. His phone had died on the first day. The emergency radio he'd brought up reported less and less each hour until finally, just static. Zombies, it turned out, were persistent. They remained directly below the attic hatch, occasionally pawing at it when Mike made a sound. He'd spent most of the time curled in a ball, trying to make himself as small and quiet as possible. Some zombie expert he was. All those forum debates about the best weapons, the ideal bug-out locations, the perfect team composition. None of it mattered when faced with the terrifying reality. On the 4th day, Mike heard a new sound. Engines. Multiple vehicles approaching fast. He crawled to the small attic window and peered out. 3 military-style Humvees rolled down his street, soldiers in hazmat suits spreading out from each vehicle. They moved with precision, dispatching the infected with headshots from suppressed weapons. Mike tried to call out, but his voice, unused for days, came out as a croak. He banged on the window instead. One soldier looked up, pointed, and 2 others quickly approached the house. "Callahan, Michael J., age 37, no bites, cleared for evacuation zone." The soldier read from a tablet as Mike sat on the tailgate of a medical transport, a thermal blanket wrapped around his shoulder. They'd given him water, a protein pack, and a quick medical check. "You're lucky," said the medical examining himself. Most civilians who stayed in the hot zones didn't make it past the first 48 hours. Mike stared at the ground, unable to meet the man's eyes. "I was prepared," he mumbled. "I had weapons, supplies, plans." The medic paused, studying Mike's face. "Yet we found you hiding in an attic with a frying pan." Mike felt his face flush with shame. I thought I was ready. I'd studied everything about zombies. I knew all the strategies. The medic laughed, but there was no humor in it. These aren't zombies, sir. That's a Hollywood term. This is a CRV infection. Caprical rabies variant. The infected aren't dead. They're sick people whose brains are being devastated by a virus. But they look like movie zombies because our cultural idea of zombies was inspired by rabies in the first place. The medic interrupted. Nature imitating art, imitating nature. Ironic, isn't it? Mike fell silent. Everything he thought he knew seemed ridiculous now. We're taking you to Containment Zone B. The soldier with the tablet said, it's a safe zone established at the community college. Food, shelter, medical care. You'll be expected to contribute to the community needs according to your skills. Mike also laughed. Skills. What skills did he have that would be useful in this new reality? Forum moderation? Zombie movie trivia? The ability to rank fictional weapons in order of undead killing efficiency? Can you cook? The soldier asked, noticing Mike's expression. A little. Basic stuff. Good. They always need help in the kitchens. The soldier made a note. Better than cleanup duty. Trust me. The community college has been transformed. Fences topped with razor wire surrounded the campus. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter. Inside, the gymnasium had become a shelter, filled with rows of cots. The cafeteria operated around the clock, feeding survivors in shifts. Classrooms have been converted to various purposes: medical care, childcare, administration. Mike was assigned a cot, given a set of clothes, and appointed to the morning kitchen shift. He moved through these first days in a daze, his mind still processing the gap between his zombie apocalypse fantasies and the brutal reality. At night, he lay awake listening to the sounds of the shelter. Children crying, adults whispering, occasional arguments, the constant hum of generators. So many people in one place made him nervous. In his scenarios, large groups always attracted the undead, but the military seemed confident in their security measures. On his third day in the camp, Mike was chopping vegetables in the kitchen when another worker spoke to him. You're the zombie guy, right? Mike looked up to see a woman about his age, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. Her name tag read, Elena. What? I recognize you from your YouTube channel, she said. You did all those zombie survival videos. The Callahan Protocol or something. Mike felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. That was before. Elena shrugged. No judgment. My brother was into that prepper stuff too. Always talking about bug-out bags and off-grid living. Her voice caught slightly. He didn't make it. I'm sorry, Mike said automatically. For what it's worth, Elena continued, some of that stuff you talked about wasn't completely useless. The emergency kits, storing water, knowing evacuation routes, that's all standard emergency management advice. Mike returned to chopping carrots. Fat load of good it did me. When the moment came, I froze, hid in my attic with a frying pan until the military found me. You survived, Elena pointed out. That's more than many can say. Before Mike could respond, alarms began to sound throughout the camp. A voice came over the PA system. Security breach in Sector 4. All civilians return to designated shelter areas immediately. Elena grabbed Mike's arms. That's the north fence. Come on. As they rushed toward the gymnasium, with the others, Mike heard gunfire in the distance. Not the precise, controlled shots of the military, but sporadic, panicked fire. And beneath that, the familiar moans that had haunted his attic confinement. The infected were coming, and this time, there would be no attic to hide in. I really like the idea of someone just being absolutely horrified of the reality of a zombie apocalypse, but let's keep going. This is part 3, The Reckoning. Chaos erupted in the gymnasium as hundreds of survivors tried to find safety. Military personnel shouted orders, attempted to organize the panicking crowd. Children cried. Adults argued. Some prayed. Mike stood frozen in the middle of it all, Elena still gripping his arm. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the din. Elena looked at him strangely. "Aren't you supposed to be the expert?" The words stung, though he knew she hadn't meant them cruelly. This was the moment he'd fantasized about for years. The zombie apocalypse in full swing. Survivors looking to him for guidance. But now that it was happening, his mind was blank, filled with only fear. A soldier climbed onto a table, firing a shot into the ceiling to get everyone's attention. "Listen up! The north fence has been breached. We have infected inside the perimeter. Security teams are responding, but we need to relocate everyone to the administration building immediately. It's the most secure structure on campus." The crowd surged toward the doors. Mike felt himself being pulled along, his feet moving automatically. "Wait," Elena said, pulling him to the side. "The admin building is across the quad. We'll be exposed." "What choice do we have?" Mike asked. Elena pointed to a door marked Kitchen Access, Service Tunnels. They connect most of the building on campus. Less direct, but safer than running across open ground. Mike hesitated. The crowd seemed to be following the soldiers' instructions. But Elena was right. Crossing the quad with infected Roman at campus was risky. "How do you know about the tunnels?" he asked. "I was a student here before," she gestured vaguely. "All this, worked in food service. Come on." Making a decision, Mike followed her through the kitchen access door. Several other kitchen workers had the same idea, slipping away from the main group to follow what they hoped to be a safer path. The service tunnels were dimly lit by emergency lighting, casting everything in an eerie red glow. Their small group, Mike, Elena, and 4 other kitchen workers, moved as quickly as possible. "The admin building should be about 200 yards that way," Elena whispered, pointing down one branch of the tunnel. As they moved forward, Mike found himself falling into his old mental patterns, analyzing their situation through the lens of the zombie survival theories. 6 people, 1 entrance, 1 exit. Poor visibility. No weapons aside from kitchen tools. In his scenarios, this would be a suicide mission. But this wasn't a scenario. This was real life, with real people depending on each other. The moaning reached them before they saw anything. That horrible, wet sound that had haunted Mike's nightmares since the first night in his house. The group froze. "They're in the tunnels," whispered one of the kitchen workers, a teenager named Raj. "We should go back," said another, an older woman whose name Mike couldn't remember. "And go where?" Elena asked. "The gym is probably overrun by now. We need to keep moving forward." Mike's heart hammered in his chest. In the movies, in the games, in all his elaborate fantasies, he'd imagined himself charging forward, dispatching the undead with practiced ease. The reality was that his legs felt like lead, and he could barely keep his breathing under control. The sounds were getting closer. "We need weapons," Mike finally managed to say. Elena nodded, pointing to a maintenance closet a few yards ahead. "In there. Might be tools we can use." Mike forced himself to move, to take the lead. He reached the closet first, finding it unlocked. Inside were brooms, mops, and thankfully, something heavier, maintenance tools. He grabbed a hammer, passing out whatever looked useful to the others. He ended up with a crowbar for himself. The weight of it in his hand was reassuring, though he had no illusions about his ability to use it effectively. "Listen," he said to the group, surprising himself with how steady his voice sounded. "These things, the infected, they respond to noise. We need to be as quiet as possible. If we encounter any, aim for the head. Don't try to be heroes. Just clear the path and keep moving." The words came automatically, recited from countless forum posts of his own writing. But for the first time, they didn't feel like fantasy. They felt like survival. The group nodded, clutching their makeshift weapons with white-knuckled hands. They continued down the tunnel, moving more cautiously now. The moaning grew louder, and suddenly stopped. Mike signaled for everyone to halt, straining his ears in the silence. A shuffling sound came from just around the corner ahead. Mike took a deep breath. "I'll check," he whispered. Elena grabbed his arm. "Are you sure?" No, he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. But he stepped forward anyway, crowbar raised. He peered around the corner and immediately pulled back, pressing his body against the wall, his breath coming in quick gasps. "How many?" Elena mouthed. Mike held up 3 fingers, then pointed in the direction they needed to go. The message was clear. 3 infected blocking their path. In the red emergency lighting, Mike could see the fear on everyone's faces. The same fear that was threatening to overwhelm him. But there was something else too. Something he hadn't expected. They were looking to him for guidance. Not because he was an expert, but because he had taken the initiative. The irony wasn't lost on him. For years, he'd positioned himself as a zombie survival expert without any real experience. Now that he had experience, he knew just how little he actually knew. Yet, here were people looking for him for leadership anyway. "We can't go back," he whispered, "and we can't stay here. So we go through them." He gestured to Raj and the largest of their group, a man named Carter. "You 2 with me. The rest of you stay close behind. Remember, aim for the head." Mike gripped the crowbar so tightly his knuckles ached. For a moment, his mind flashed back to his collection of zombie-killing weapons gathering dust in their abandoned home. What he wouldn't give for one of those machetes right now. But the crowbar would have to do. "On the count of 3, he whispered. 1, 2, 3. They burst around the corner, Mike in the lead. The 3 infected, former campus security guards, still in uniform, turned toward the sudden noise and movement. Mike had a fraction of a second to register details. The mottled skin, the vacant eyes, the blood covering their uniforms. Then, instinct took over. He swung the crowbar at the nearest infected, connecting with its shoulder instead of its head. The creature stumbled but didn't fall. Beside him, Carter had better luck. His hammer finding its mark with a sickening sound that Mike knew would feature in future nightmares. Raj froze, his weapon held uselessly at his side. The 3rd infected lunged toward him. Moving on instinct alone, Mike shoved Raj aside and faced the creature. This time, his aim was true. The crowbar connected with the infected's temple and crumpled to the ground. The 1st infected was still coming, reaching for Mike with bloody hands. He backpedaled, tripped, and fell. The creature loomed over him. Then Elena was there, driving a screwdriver into the infected eye with a strength born of desperation. For a moment, no one moved. The only sounds were their heavy breathing and the distant alarm still blaring somewhere above them. "Is everyone okay?" Mike finally managed to gasp, getting to his feet. Nods all around. No one seemed capable of speech. "We need to keep moving," he said, retrieving his crowbar. "There will be more." And there were. They encountered 2 more groups of infected before reaching the access point to the administration building. Each time they worked together more effectively. Their fear still present but now channeled into purposeful action. By the time they reached the heavy door marked Administration, all 6 of them were blood-spattered and grim-faced, but alive. The administration building was indeed more secure than the gymnasium had been. Concrete construction, fewer windows, more easily defensible. Military personnel had established a command center there, and survivors were being organized by floor. 6 more, announced the soldier at the door Mike's group entered. "From the tunnels." A medical team checked them for bites or scratches, then directed them to the 3rd floor, where they found cots set up in what had once been faculty offices. "You made it," said a familiar voice. Mike turned to see the medic who had examined him when he was first rescued from his attic. "Barely," Mike admitted. The medic nodded toward the blood-stained crowbar Mike was still clutching. "Looks like you traded up from the frying pan." Mike looked down at the weapon, almost surprised to find it still in his hand. "I didn't have much choice." "That's how it goes," the medic said. "We adapt or we die." He studied Mike's face. "You look different from when I last saw you." "I feel different," Mike said, and he meant it. That night, After cleaning up and eating a meager meal of canned goods, Mike sat on his assigned cot, staring at the crowbar he'd placed underneath it. Around him, other survivors tried to sleep, their breathing punctuated by occasional sobs or whispers. Elena sat down beside him. "How you holding up?" Mike considered the question. "Not really sure. Killed somebody today." "You killed something that used to be someone," Elena corrected gently. "There's a difference." "Is there?" Mike asked. "The medics said they're not dead, just infected. Sick people." Elena was quiet for a moment. "Maybe. They're not people anymore. Not in any way that matters. They can't be reasoned with. They can't be saved. All they can do is spread the infection." She placed a hand on his arm. "What you did today? What we all did. It was necessary." Mike nodded, though he wasn't convinced. The line between survival and murder seemed blurrier than it had in the zombie apocalypse fantasies. "You know," Elena said, "for someone who claimed to be a zombie expert, you look pretty terrified in those tunnels." Mike felt his face flush with shame. "I'm not an expert. I never was. I don't know. I guess I like the idea of being prepared for something, of having answers when no one else did." He looked at his hands, still trembling slightly. "Fat lot of good it did when the real thing happened." "I don't know about that," Elena said. "You led us through those tunnels. You took point when we encountered the infected. Maybe you weren't as prepared as you thought, but you still stepped up when it mattered." Mike hadn't thought of it that way. He'd been so focused on his failures, freezing at his house, hiding in the attic, that he hadn't considered what had come after. "Tomorrow's going to be another hard day," Elena said, standing up. "You should try to sleep." As she walked away, Mike realized something. In all his zombie apocalypse fantasies, he'd always pictured himself as a lone wolf, a solitary survivor relying only on his wits and his arsenal. But today, he'd survived because of a group, because of cooperation, because of Elena's knowledge of the tunnels and her quick thinking. Maybe that was the biggest lesson. Not that he wasn't prepared as he thought, but that no one could survive this alone. Mike lay down on his cot, the sounds of the shelter washing over him like waves. For the first time since the outbreak began, he felt something other than terror or shame. It wasn't hope, exactly. The world was still too broken for hope, but it was something close to acceptance. This was reality now. No amount of forum posts or YouTube videos or self-published ebooks could have truly prepared anyone for this. All they could do was adapt, learn, survive one more day, and maybe help others do the same. I like the idea that he didn't just flat out die in the beginning. Originally, I was going to have it to where he just died in the beginning, but I can't do that. I need an arc. So here's part 4. The adaptation. 2 weeks had passed since the breach of the community college. The military had eventually secured the campus again, but not before losing nearly a third of the survivors to the infected. The administration building had become the new center of operations, with the remaining buildings used according to new security protocols. Mike found himself in an unexpected position, squad leader for one of the resource gathering teams. His group, which included Elena, Raj, and 3 others, was responsible for venturing into nearby neighborhoods to scavenge for supplies. Food, medicine, tools, and weapons. Anything that could help the camp survive. The irony wasn't lost on Mike. He'd spent years theorizing about zombie apocalypse survival strategies, and now he was living them. Just not in the heroic way he'd imagined. "Ready to move out?" Elena asked, checking the straps in her backpack. Mike nodded, adjusting the machete at his hip. A real one this time, not one of his decorative collectibles. Supply command says a housing development 3 miles east hasn't been thoroughly searched yet. Should have enough daylight to get there, sweep a few houses, and get back before dark. Their routine had become almost mechanical. Gather at dawn, receive assignments, check equipment, move out, search designated areas, and return before sunset. The infected were more active at night, something Mike had gotten right in their theories at least. Sergeant Torres, the military officer overseeing civilian operations, approached their group. Callahan, change of plans. We've got a priority target 2 miles north. Medical office complex. Potential pharmaceuticals. Mike frowned. North is deeper into the hot zone. We'd need more time to secure an approach. That's why I'm sending Garcia's team with you, Torres said, gesturing to another group, gearing up nearby. Double the manpower, double the haul. Mike exchanged glances with Elena. They'd learned to communicate volumes without words over the past weeks. This felt wrong. Too many people meant more noise. More noise meant more infected. With respect, sir, Mike said, choosing his words carefully. Smaller groups move faster and attract less attention. We've had success with the current team size. Torres' expression hardened. This isn't a debate, Callahan. Medical supplies are critical. Command wants that building cleared and searched today. He handed Mike a map with a location circled. 0800 hours, North Gate. As Torres walked away, Elena moved closer to Mike. He's right about one thing. We need those meds. The infirmary's running low on everything from antibiotics to pain relievers. I know, Mike sighed. But 10 people? Might as well set up a flare announcing our location to every infected within a mile radius. Raj, who had overcome his initial fear and become one of their more reliable team members, joined the conversation. What if we split up once we get there? 2 teams, different entry points. Mike considered this. Maybe. Let's see the layout first. He studied the map Torres had given him. Medical complex like this will have multiple buildings. We could coordinate, cover more ground. It was strange how naturally the role of planner had come to him. In the early days after the outbreak, he'd been paralyzed by fear and doubt. Now he found himself making life or death decisions daily, his theoretical knowledge finally emerging with hard-earned practical experience. If we're going north, Elena said, we should bring extra ammo. That area was heavily populated when the outbreak hit. Mike nodded. Let's do inventory again before we head out. The journey north was tense but uneventful. They moved in formation. Point, flanks, rear guard. Communicating with hand signals when possible. Garcia's team followed Mike's lead without complaint, recognizing his group's experience despite his civilian status. When they reached the edge of a shopping center parking lot, they offered a view of the medical complex. Mike signaled for everyone to take cover behind abandoned vehicles. There, he whispered, pointing to a cluster of 3-story buildings surrounded by a parking area. That's our target. Through binoculars, he could see movement around the buildings. Infected. At least 24 visible from this angle. Wandering aimlessly or standing motionless until something triggered their predatory instincts. More than we expected, Elena observed. Must have been a busy day at the doctor's office when the outbreak hit. Mike nodded grimly. Too many to engage directly. He pointed to the buildings. 3 main structures. Central building is probably administration. The east and west wings would be where patients' care happened. Garcia, a former construction worker with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, peered through his binoculars. Service entrance on the west side. Loading dock for deliveries. Might be our best bet. Agreed, Mike said. But we need a distraction to clear the area first. He thought for a moment, then turned to Raj. Remember that electronics store we passed about a half a mile back? Raj nodded. What are you thinking? Car alarms, phones, anything that makes noise. We set up a distraction at the far end of the parking lot. Draw the infected away from the loading dock. That could work, Garcia agreed. But whoever plants that noisemaker would be exposed. I'll do it, Mike said without hesitation. The rest of you get into position near the loading dock. Once the infected move toward the distraction, you slip inside. Elena's team makes the west building. Garcia's team takes central administration. Find any pharmaceuticals, medical supplies, equipment that might be useful. Elena gave him a concerned look. And how do you plan to get back to us after setting off the distraction? Mike pointed to a footpath that ran between the medical complex and an adjacent office building. I'll circle around using that service path. Meet you at the loading dock. The infected should be occupied with the noise for at least a few minutes. The plan wasn't perfect. None of their plans ever were in this new world. But it was the best they could do with limited time and resources. Garcia nodded his approval. Risky, but I don't see a better option. My team will back your play, Callahan. There was a time when Mike would have reveled in this moment, being that zombie survival expert whose plans others followed. Now, he just felt the weight of the responsibility. These weren't forum members validating his theories. These were real people whose lives depended on his decisions. Let's move, he said. We have about 5 hours of good daylight left. The electronics store was a treasure trove of potential noisemakers. Mike filled a backpack with devices he could turn into a distraction. Old cell phones with enough battery to ring, portable speakers, even a few toys with sound effects. Working quickly, he set timers on the devices, placing them inside vehicles at the far end of the medical complex parking lot. The plan was simple. The devices would activate in sequence, creating the impression of multiple people moving through the area, drawing the infected away from the loading dock. As Mike placed the last device, he checked his watch. 2 minutes until the first noise would sound. Just enough time to get his observation position behind a dumpster near the edge of the lot. From there, he watched as the first device activated. A cell phone playing music at full volume from inside an abandoned sedan. The reaction from the infected was immediate. Heads turned toward the sound, and the nearest began shambling in that direction. The second device went off 30 seconds later. A children's toy that played a tiny version of Old MacDonald from inside an SUV 20 yards from the first. More infected moved toward the sounds. By the time the third and fourth devices were activated, creating a trail of noise leading away from the loading dock, nearly all the visible infected that had been drawn to the far end of the parking lot. Mike keyed his radio, one of the precious resources the military had provided to scavenging teams. Distraction successful. Move to the loading dock, now. He watched through binoculars as the two teams emerged from their hiding spots and moved swiftly toward the western building's service entrance. Once they were inside, Mike began his movement, following the plan route around the perimeter to rejoin them. The path was clear until he reached the halfway point. There, an infected in hospital scrubs emerged from behind a dumpster, directly in Mike's path. Time slowed. Mike assessed his options in an instant. The machete at his hip, the crowbar in his hand. Going back would take too long. The noise from his distraction wouldn't last forever. He raised the crowbar, aiming for the infected's temple. The strike was clean, efficient. Nothing like his panicking flailing in the early days. The infected dropped without a sound. Mike stepped over the body, trying not to look at the ID badge, but still clipped to the scrub's doctor something. He didn't want to know the name. It was easier that way. When he reached the loading dock, Elena was waiting, her expression a mix of relief and concern. Were you able to come looking for you? We were about to come looking for you, she whispered. I'm fine, Mike assured her. Just had to take a slight detour. How's it going inside? Garcia's team is sweeping administration. We started on the west wing. First floor was mostly examination rooms. Found some basic supplies, but nothing major yet. Second floor looks more promising. Sign says pharmacy and dispensary. Mike nodded. Let's check it out. How much time before the distraction stops working? Maybe 10 minutes. The infected have short attention spans, but they're persistent once they detect potential prey. The interior of the medical building was dim, emergency lighting providing just enough illumination to navigate without flashlights, which would attract attention from outside. The air was stale with the underlying scent of decay that had become all too familiar. They moved carefully up the stairs to the second floor, where the rest of Elena's team was already working, filling bags with various medications and supplies. Jackpot, Raj whispered, pointing to a locked cabinet. Looks like the serious painkillers and antibiotics would be in there. Mike examined the lock. Need to find a key or break it open. Admin office might have a master key, Elena suggested. Mike's radio crackled to life. Garcia's voice came through, tense but controlled. Callahan, we've got a situation in admin. Found supplies, but also found survivors. 3 civilians barricaded in a records room. 1 injured. Mike and Elena exchanged surprising glances. Survivors were rare this far into the hot zone. Hold position, Mike responded. We'll come to you. The administration building's 3rd floor held the records department, where Garcia's team had discovered 3 survivors, 2 women and 1 man, who had been living off vending machine food and bottled water since the outbreak. We were at work when it happened, explained one of the women, who introduced herself as Dr. Patel. The building went into lockdown. By the time we realized how bad it was, the streets were overrun. We've been trapped in here since. The injured survivor, a man named Collins, had a badly infected cut on his leg. Not a bite, they insisted, but an injury from trying to break into a supply room for food. He needs medical attention, Garcia said to Mike. Real medical attention, not just first aid. Mike assessed the situation quickly. 3 additional survivors, 1 injured, would slow them down significantly. The distraction he'd set up had probably already stopped working. The infected would be returning to their regular patterns around the buildings. In his old zombie apocalypse scenarios, Mike had always advocated for ruthless pragmatism. Resources were limited. Injured survivors were liabilities. The cold calculus of survival sometimes meant making difficult decisions. But looking at the hopeful faces of these survivors, people who had managed to stay alive against all odds for weeks, Mike knew there was only one real choice. We'll take them with us, he said. Collins needs antibiotics right away. He turned to Elena. Did you find any in the pharmacy? She nodded. Several types. I'm not sure which would be best. I'm a doctor, Dr. Patel said. I can help with that. A plan began forming in Mike's mind. Okay, here's what we need to do. Elena, take Dr. Patel to the pharmacy. Get whatever antibiotics and supplies she recommends for Collins, Raj, and Lisa continue gathering general supplies. Garcia, your team gets Collins ready to move. We need a stretcher or something we can use to transport him. And you? Elena asked. I'm going to scout out our exit route. The loading dock might not be viable anymore and the infected have returned. We need options. Mike made his way to a window that offered a view of the parking lot. As he feared, the infected had already lost interest in this noise, distraction, and were wandering back toward the buildings. The loading dock now had at least half a dozen infected milling around it. Their planned exit was compromised. They needed an alternative, and fast. He studied the layout of the complex, looking for anything that might help. His eyes settled on the covered walkway connecting the administration building to the west wing. It offered a protective path between buildings, but didn't solve their fundamental problem of how to get out of the complex itself. Then he noticed something else. A helipad on the roof of the administration building. Many medical complexes had them for emergency transport. Mike keyed his radio. Garcia, does the building directory show roof access? Is there a helipad up there? Affirmative, came the reply. Stairs at the east end of the 3rd floor lead to the roof. Why? You're not expecting a helicopter rescue, are you? No, Mike said. But the roof might give us a better vantage point. Maybe a way to cross an adjacent building. It was a long shot, but with the loading dock compromised and an injured man to transport, they needed creative solutions. Mike made his way to the roof access, climbing carefully to avoid making noise. The metal door at the top was secured with a push bar, which he eased open slowly. The late afternoon sun was starting to cast long shadows across the helipad. From here, Mike could see the entire complex and surrounding area. The parking lot was indeed filling with infected again, drawn back after the distraction had ended. But more importantly, he could see that the adjacent office building, the one connected by the footpath he'd used earlier, had a fire. Can you close the door, Paul? Escape on its far side. If they could cross this roof to that building, they might be able to descend the fire escape and avoid the infected entirely. Thank you. The gap between buildings was significant, perhaps 15 feet, but there was a maintenance catwalk that extended partway across. It wouldn't get them all the way, but it might help. Mike noticed something else, a maintenance shed on the roof that might contain tools or equipment. He broke the padlock with his crowbar and found what he'd hoped for. Ropes, carabiners, safety harnesses used by the workers who maintain the helipad lighting equipment. A plan began to take shape. It wasn't the kind of plan he discussed on his zombie forums. It wasn't about headshots or melee weapons or building the perfect bug out bag. It was about using the resources at hand to solve an immediate problem. Getting injured people to safety without minimal risk. Mike keyed his radio again. "I found us a way out. Meet me on the roof when you're ready to move." The light was fading by the time they assembled on the roof. Mike's team, Garcia's team, and the 3 survivors. Dr. Patel had administered antibiotics to Collins and stabled him as best she could. The scavenging team had filled their backpacks with medication and supplies. A successful haul despite the complications. Mike explained his plan. They would use the maintenance catwalk to reduce the gap between buildings, then rig a rope system to create a makeshift bridge. The able-bodied would cross first, followed by the teams helping Collins on an improvised stretcher. "That's insane," said Lisa, one of Mike's team members. "If anyone falls, they'll draw every infected in the area." "Which is why no one falls," Mike said simply. "We use the harnesses, double safety lines. One person crosses at a time." Dr. Patel studied the gap. "It could work. Certainly better than trying to fight our way out through those things down there." She gestured toward the parking lot, now filled with dozens of infected. "I've done rope work before," Garcia added. "Rock climbing, back when the world was normal. I can help set up the safety systems." They worked quickly, using the remaining daylight to rig the ropes and test the setup. The first crossings were tense but successful, team members making their way hand over hand across a rope bridge to the adjacent building's roof. When it came time to transport Collins, they faced their biggest challenge. The injured man was secured to a makeshift stretcher created from office furniture, but moving him across the gap would require perfect coordination. "I'll go with him," Mike said. "Garcia, you and Elena manage the ropes from this side. Raj and the others can pull from the other side." The crossing was agonizingly slow. Mike moved alongside the stretcher, keeping it steady as the teams carefully controlled its movement across the gap. Collins groaned in pain, but remained conscious, understanding the need for silence. When the stretcher finally reached the other building's roof, a collective sigh of relief passed through the gap. The remaining team members crossed quickly, with Garcia coming Sorry, my kid was trying to come in. With Garcia coming last after dismantling their rope setup to leave no evidence of their passage. They descended the fire escape on the far side of the office building, emerging into an alley well away from the infected, concentrating around the medical complex. As they began the long walk back to the camp, Mike found himself reflecting on how much had changed. 3 months ago, he'd been a self-proclaimed zombie expert who froze at the first sign of an actual danger. Now he was leading dangerous missions, making split-second decisions that affected people's lives, adapting to challenges in ways his forum posts had never contemplated. "You know," Elena said, falling into step beside him, "that rope bridge wasn't in any of your YouTube videos." Mike smiled ruefully. "Turns out there was a lot I didn't consider." "But you're learning," she pointed out. "We all are." Dr. Patel, who was walking near enough to overhear, joined the conversation. "You people saved our lives today. Whatever you knew or didn't know, you got the job done when it mattered." Mike considered this. Perhaps that was the real difference between his old fantasies and his new reality. In his zombie survival scenarios, expertise had been knowledge. Memorizing tactics, accumulating weapons, theorizing about the perfect strategies. But real expertise, he was learning, came from adaptability, from using whatever resources were available to solve the immediate problem, from working with others rather than trying to be a lone hero. As the community college came into view, its perimeter lights glowing in the gathering dusk, Mike realized he was finally becoming the expert he had always claimed to be, just not in the way he imagined. And somehow, that felt more satisfying than any in all of his forum moderator badges combined. I honestly didn't realize how long this story was. Holy smokes. So let's move on to part 5. And yeah, if any of you guys are still watching this, awesome. I apologize also for my kids randomly just coming in. I was trying to get them to close the door and be quiet, but here's part 5, the reconciliation. 3 months had passed since the medical complex mission. Winter was approaching, bringing new challenges to the survivors of the community college camp. The military presence had thinned as troops were reassigned to larger population centers, leaving the camp increasingly self-governed. Mike stood on the reinforced wall that now surrounded the campus, surveying the perimeter. What had begun as a hasty barrier of vehicles and fencing had evolved into a more permanent structure. Concrete barriers, salvaged metal panels, and watchtowers at strategic points. His breath fogged in the cold morning air as he completed his inspection. "All quiet?" Elena asked, joining him with 2 streaming mugs. She handed over to Mike. "So far." He accepted the cup gratefully, wrapping his gloved hands around its warmth. Garcia's team reported movement to the north yesterday. Just strays, though, not a horde. The hot liquid, a tea made from local plants, as real coffee had become a rare luxury, warmed him from the inside. Those quiet moments with Elena had become precious. Islands of calm in this chaotic world. "Council meeting today," she reminded him. "They're voting on the expansion proposal." Mike nodded. The camp's leadership council, a mix of military personnel and civilian representatives, was considering expanding their secure zone to include the agricultural area half a mile south of campus. The additional space would allow for more extensive farming when spring arrived. "You should be there," Elena continued. "It was your idea, after all." Mike shrugged. "Torres can present it. He has more credibility with the military representatives." Elena gave him a familiar look, half exasperation, half fondness. "You still don't get it, do you? People listen to you, Mike. Not because you were some self-proclaimed expert before all this, because of what you've done since. The tunnel escape, the medical mission, training the new scavenging teams." Before Mike could respond, the radio at his hip crackled. "Callahan, this is North Gate. We've got incoming. Non-hostile." Mike frowned. Non-hostile could mean other survivors, but unannounced arrivals were rare and potentially dangerous. Most organized groups established radio contact before approaching. "On my way," he responded, giving Elena an apologetic look before heading toward the north entrance at a jog. From the North Gate watchtower, Mike could see the approaching group. 4 individuals on foot, moving with the careful precision of a people who knew how to avoid the infected. They carried minimal gear and moved in a diamond formation that suggested military or law enforcement training. Sergeant Torres was already at the gate, binocular trained on the newcomers. "They're flying a white flag," he noted as Mike climbed up to join him, "and they're well armed." Mike took the offered binoculars and studied the group. 3 men and a woman, all in weathered tactical gear. The leader carried an assault rifle, with the easy familiarity of someone who had used it long before the outbreak. "Could be one of the government safe zones," Mike suggested. "Aberdeen is the closest, about 50 miles north." Torres nodded. "That's my guess. Question is, what are they doing here?" The radio crackled again. "Base, this is Scout 1. Approaching unknown group for contact. Stand by." They watched as one of their scouts approached the newcomers, weapon lowered but ready. After a brief conversation, the scout turned and spoke into his radio. Base, Scout 1. They're requesting entry. Leader identifies himself as Captain James Ward, formerly United States Army. Says they have information of critical importance to all survivor communities." Torres and Mike exchanged glances. Critical information could mean many things, not all of them good. Had them surrender weapons at the checkpoint, Torres decided. Standard protocols. We'll meet them in the administration building. Captain Ward was a weathered man in his 40s, with the hard eyes of someone who had seen too much even before the world ended. His team, 2 former Army Rangers and a CDC scientist, looked equally battle-worn. "Thank you for seeing us," Ward said, taking a seat in what had been the college president's office. The Camp Leadership Council, Torres, Mike, Elena, Dr. Patel, and 3 others, faced him across the table. "You said you had critical information," Torres prompted. Ward nodded. "We're from the Aberdeen Secure Zone. I was tasked with securing contact with outlying survivor communities to share recent developments." He paused, looking at each person at the table. "There's been a breakthrough. The CDC has developed a treatment protocol that can prevent full conversion if administered early after infection." The room fell silent. Everyone knew what this meant. Since the outbreak, a bite or scratch meant the infected meant certain death, or worse, becoming one of them. The only response had been immediate amputation if the wound was on a limb, or euthanasia if it wasn't. Not a cure, Ward clarified, but a treatment. If given within 1 hour of exposure, it prevents the neurological degradation that causes the aggressive response. The infected still get sick, but they don't become violent. They retain their minds. "How effective is it?" Dr. Patel asked, her professional demeanor barely containing her excitement. 83% success rate in controlled trials, said the CDC scientist, speaking for the first time. "We've treated over 100 exposed individuals at Aberdeen with 79 full successes." "What happened to the other 21? Mike asked quietly. The scientist's expression tightened. 17 progressed to full infection despite treatment. 4 had severe adverse reactions to the treatment itself. "Still better odds than certain death," Torres pointed out. "What's the treatment?" Dr. Patel pressed. Ward looked at his CDC colleague, who took over the explanation. "It's a combined protocol, an antiviral cocktail, plus immunosuppressants to prevent the cytokine storm that damages brain tissue, followed by targeted antibiotics." She placed a flash drive on the table. "This contains the full protocol, dosing information, and results of our trials. We're distributing it to all communities with medical personnel capable of administering it. We've also brought a limited supply," Ward added, "enough for 20 treatments." The implications were enormous. For the first time since the outbreak, there was a defense against infection beyond isolation and elimination. "There's more," Ward continued. "Based on this treatment, the CDC believes they're getting closer to understanding the virus. A true vaccine might be possible within a year." Hope. It was a dangerous thing in this world, but it spread across the faces around the table nonetheless. "Why are you telling us this in person?" Mike asked. "This kind of information could have been transmitted via radio." Ward's expression became grimmer. "Because there's another development you need to be aware of. Not all survivor communities are responding to this news positively." "What do you mean?" Elena asked. "Some groups, particularly the more extreme ones, have developed their own social orders based on the permanent nature of the apocalypse. They've embraced it, built power structures around it. The possibilities of a treatment or eventual vaccine threatens that power. They don't want things to get better," Torres realized. Ward nodded. "We've already had reports of attacks on medical couriers. Groups destroying treatment supplies, spreading misinformation that the treatment is actually a poison designed to eliminate survivors." Mike felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. He'd seen enough of human nature since the outbreak to know this was entirely plausible. "So what are you proposing?" Torres asked. "An alliance," Ward said simply. "A network of communities committed to protecting their knowledge and expanding treatments availability. Aberdeen has the scientific resources, Other communities have different strengths. Together, we stand a better chance against both the infected and those who would prefer humanity doesn't recover. The council exchanged glances. Alliance meant commitment, resources, risks. We'll need time to discuss this, Torres said finally. Ward nodded. Of course, but not too much time. We're making similar offers to other communities within a 100-mile radius. The more of us working together, the better our chances. As the meeting adjourned, Mike found himself processing the implications. A treatment. A possible vaccine. The world might not be ending after all. It might be painfully and slowly rebuilding. That evening, Mike sat alone in what had become his private space. A converted storage room in the administration building with just enough room for a bed, a desk, and his few possessions. Among them was a worn notebook, its pages filled with his observations and experiences since the outbreak. It had begun as a survival log, a way to document what worked and what didn't in this new world. Over time, it had evolved into something more reflective, a chronicle of his journey from self-deluded expert to someone who knew exactly what he was doing. He turned to a blank page and began to write. Day 147 since outbreak. Visitors from Aberdeen brought news of a treatment for early infection. Not a cure, but a beginning. The first real hope we've had. I keep thinking about who I was before all this. The guy who thought zombie movies and forum posts made him an expert. Who collected weapons he didn't know how to use effectively. Who imagined himself as some lone hero in a world gone mad. That version of me wouldn't have survived a week in the real thing. The irony is that now, after everything, people actually do come to me for advice. Not because I proclaim myself as an expert, but because I've earned their trust through actions, through admitting what I don't know, through learning from mistakes, mine and others. Real expertise isn't about having all the answers. It's about asking the right questions, working with others, adapting to reality instead of trying to force reality to match your preconceptions. A knock at the door interrupted his writing. It's open, he called. Elena entered, carrying a folder. Council's made a decision. We're accepting Ward's allegiance offer. Mike nodded. It's the right call. There's more. She handed him the folder. They want you to be our community's representative to the Alliance. You'll work directly with Ward and the other community leaders to coordinate efforts. Mike stared at the folder, then at Elena. Me? Why not Torres or Dr. Patel? Torres is needed here to manage security. Patel is our only doctor. She can't be spared for diplomatic missions. Elena sat on the edge of his bed. Besides, you're the right person for this. You understand both the tactical and human elements. You've been on the front lines and in leadership meetings. Mike opened the folder, scanning the official-looking document inside. A formal appointment signed by all council members. I don't know if I'm qualified, he said honestly. Elena smiled. The old Mike would have claimed he was an expert at this too. She nodded toward his notebook, but the new one knows better. He couldn't argue with that. The man who had once claimed expertise in zombie survival without ever facing a real threat was gone, replaced by someone who understood the weight of real responsibility. When do I start? He asked. Ward's team leaves for Greenfield Community tomorrow. You'll go with them, then continue to the other allied communities building the network. Mike closed the folder. I should pack then. Elena didn't move. There's something else we need to discuss. Her expression was unreadable. I've requested to join your team. What? Why? You're needed here. Raj can handle the scavenging coordination. And, she hesitated, and I think we work well together. The Alliance will need people who can both fight and negotiate, who understands what's at stake. Mike studied her face, recognizing what she wasn't saying directly. In this broken world, they had found something valuable in each other. Trust, companionship, perhaps more. The thought of continuing without her felt suddenly hollow. Okay, he said simply. We'll go together. Elena's smile was worth more than all the supplies they'd ever scavenged. Dawn painted the skies in shades of pink and gold as Mike stood at the north gate, pack ready, waiting for Ward's team. Elena stood beside him, her breath visible in the cold morning. Dr. Patel approached, carrying a small medical cooler. "The treatment samples," she explained, handing it to Mike. "Guard them with your life." "We will," he promised. Torres joined them, extending his hand to Mike. "Never thought the guy who was hiding in his attic with a frying pan would end up being our ambassador." Mike smiled at the familiar teasing. "Mike, life's full of surprises." "Just remember," Torres said, his tone becoming serious, "your primary mission is to strengthen the Alliance. Learn everything you can about the treatment. Identify communities we can trust. Be careful of those we can't." "Understood." Mike checked his watch. Ward should be here soon. As if on cue, the radio crackled with an alert from the watchtower. "Incoming from the north. Ward's team is approaching." Torres nodded to the gate guards, who began the process of opening the reinforced entrance. "Good luck out there," he said to Mike and Elena. "The future of this community, maybe of humanity, might depend on what you help build." No pressure, Mike thought wryly. As the gate swung open, Mike took a moment to look back at the community college that had become home. The buildings, once just emergency shelter, now modified for long-term living. The gardens where they'd begun growing food. The walls that protected them. He thought about his old house, still standing somewhere across the city, filled with zombie-killing weapons he'd collected but never truly needed. He thought about his former life. The desk job. The divorce. The forums where he'd played at being an expert of apocalyptic survival. The man who had lived that life was gone. Not killed by the infected, but transformed by reality into someone stronger, humbler, and paradoxically more capable than his former self had ever been. Ward's team appeared on the road, moving with the same disciplined formation as before. Mike adjusted his pack, feeling the weight of the medical cooler, the supplies, and the responsibilities he'd been entrusted with. "Ready?" Elena asked. Mike nodded. "Ready." Together, they stepped through the gate to meet Ward, carrying with them not just supplies and treatment protocols, but something that had been missing from the world for far too long. Genuine hope for the future. The zombie expert was gone. In his place stood a true survivor. Not because he had all the answers, but because he had learned to ask the right questions. Not because he faced the apocalypse alone, but because he had found others to face it with. And in the end, that made all the difference. Well, I know that's much longer than what I've been giving you guys recently. I hope you enjoyed this story. If you'd like me to continue with Mike's story, let me know. But at the moment, this is the end of his story at the moment. I like the fact that we had him go from just like pissing his pants in his attic all the way to like being the ambassador of his community. So if you guys want more, let me know. Otherwise, remember to always face your fears.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Surviving him. Part 1. Sarah's fingers trembled as she applied concealer to the bruise beneath her right eye. The morning news droned in the background, something about a mysterious illness spreading through major cities. She barely registered it anymore, too focused on making herself presentable before Marcus got home from his night shift. The concealer wasn't quite covering it this time. She leaned closer to the bathroom mirror, wincing as her fingers pressed against tender flesh. Last night had been bad. All because dinner wasn't hot enough when he wanted it. A scream from outside made her jump, smearing concealer across her cheek. She froze, listening. The peaceful suburban morning had turned strange. Car horns blaring in the distance. More screams, and what sounded like breaking glass. Sarah moved to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peek out. Mrs. Rodriguez from across the street was running. Actually running. Which Sarah had never seen the elderly woman do before. Behind her, Mr. Peterson from 2 doors down was shambling in pursuit, but something was wrong with the way he moved. His normally pristine business suit was covered in dark stains, and his movements were jerky, unnatural. As Sarah watched, Mrs. Rodriguez stumbled on the sidewalk. Mr. Peterson fell upon her, and the sounds that followed made Sarah clamp her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Her phone buzzed. A text from Marcus. "Stay inside. Lock the doors. I'm coming home." Sarah's heart pounded as she read those words. On any other day, they would have filled her with dread. But as she watched Mr. Peterson rise from Mrs. Rodriguez's now motionless form, his face smeared with red, she realized she was caught between 2 kinds of monsters, and at least she knew what to expect from Marcus. The sound of breaking glass came from downstairs. Sarah spun away from the window, her breath catching in her throat. For a moment, she stood paralyzed, torn between the instinct to investigate and years of conditioning to stay exactly where Marcus told her to be. Another crash, closer this time, followed by the distinct sound of shuffling footsteps. Sarah's gaze fell on the packed overnight bag hidden in the back of her closet, the one she'd been slowly filling over the past month, waiting for the right moment to escape. Maybe this chaos was exactly what she'd been waiting for. If she was going to run, it had to be now, before Marcus made it home. But first, she had to deal with whatever was making those sounds downstairs. Part 2. Sarah crept down the stairs, her bare feet silent against the carpet. The baseball bat she'd hidden behind the dresser months ago, her secret insurance policy against Marcus's worst nights, was clutched tightly in her hands. She knew how to be quiet. Years of trying not to provoke her husband had taught her that much. The shuffling sounds were coming from the kitchen. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she could smell copper and rot, an overwhelming stench that made her gag. She pressed herself against the wall, inching toward the kitchen doorway. Her phone vibrated again in her pocket. Another text from Marcus. "Traffic's bad. People are crazy. Be there in 20 minutes. She switched the phone to silent, knowing his texts would only get more frequent, more demanding. The kitchen window was shattered, glass scattered across the linoleum floor. Through the broken window, she could see more chaos erupting on her once quiet street. Cars were abandoned, doors left open. Someone was screaming for help in the distance. Movement caught her eye. A figure hunched over by the refrigerator. It had been their mailman, Steve, who'd always smiled and asked about her garden. Now his uniform was soaked in blood, his skin a sickly gray. He turned at the sound of her sharp intake of breath, and Sarah saw that half his face was missing, torn away to reveal glistening bone and muscle. Steve, or what used to be Steve, lurched toward her with frightening speed. Sarah's muscles remembered the countless times she'd dodged Marcus's drunken swings. She sidestepped, bringing the bat up in a swift arc just as Marcus had unknowingly taught her to do when she studied his movements, learning the mechanics of violence to better anticipate his attacks. The bat connected with Steve's temple. He stumbled but didn't fall. Didn't even seem to notice. Sarah's heart hammered in her chest as she realized normal rules didn't apply here. She swung again, harder this time, remembering how Marcus had described breaking a man's skull in a bar fight, one of his favorite stories to remind her what he was capable of. The bat struck home with a sickening crack, and Steve finally crumpled to the floor. Sarah stood there shaking, bat dripping, as a horrible realization washed over her. She knew how to do this. Years of surviving Marcus had prepared her for this moment. She knew how to read body language, how to anticipate attacks, how to be ruthless when necessary. Her phone buzzed again. 10 minutes away. "Answer me." Sarah looked at the shattered window, then at Steve's body. She couldn't stay. Marcus would be looking for someone to blame for this mess, and she knew from experience that he wouldn't care, that none of it was her fault. She ran upstairs, grabbed her emergency bag, and added a few last-minute items. The bat, her hidden cash stash, the bottle of Marcus's prescription sleeping pills she'd been secretly collecting, one pill at a time. She changed into running shoes and practical clothes, things Marcus hated her wearing because they made her look like a lesbian. As she headed for the back door, she heard a car engine roaring down the street. Sarah's blood ran cold. She knew the sound of that engine. Marcus was early. She had seconds to decide. Face him or take her chances with the zombies. Part 3. The decision made itself when Sarah heard Marcus's car door slam. She bolted through the back door, not bothering to close it behind her. The less time he spent wondering where she'd gone, the better. Their backyard backed up against the Hendersons' property, where a gap in the fence, one she'd carefully memorized during her planning, would let her slip through to the next street. She'd thought about this escape route so many times, but never imagined she'd be using it during what looked like the end of the world. As she squeezed through the fence gap, she heard Marcus's bellow of rage echo from the house. He must have found Steve's body, or maybe he'd seen the back door open. Either way, she knew that sound. It was the tone he used right before things got really bad. "Sarah! Get your ass back here!" She ran faster, her overnight bag thumping against her hip. The next street over was Maple Drive, and it was chaos. A car had crashed into a lamppost, its horn blaring endlessly. 2 zombies, she had to start calling them that now, were pounding against someone's front door while screams came from inside. Down the block, she could see more of them shambling around, drawn by the car horn. A gunshot cracked through the air behind her. Marcus had grabbed his pistol. She'd known he would. It was always his favorite thing to clean when he was angry, a not-so-subtle threat. "I can see you, you stupid bitch!" Another shot, this one closer, pinging off a mailbox near her head. She darted behind a parked SUV, her heart threatening to burst from her chest. But the gunshots had attracted attention. The zombies at the front door turned, and others began emerging from between houses, all drawn to the noise. Sarah stayed low, moving from car to car, letting the gathering horde put themselves between her and Marcus. More gunshots, but these were followed by Marcus cursing. She risked a glance back and saw him backing away from 3 zombies, firing frantically. He was a good shot. She knew that from the certificates on his wall and the threats he'd made. But these things didn't go down easily. Even his perfect headshots only seemed to stagger them. "This is your fault!" he screamed, his voice cracking with rage and fear. "When I find you—" His threat was cut off by his own scream. While he'd been focused on the zombies in front of him, another had grabbed him from behind. Sarah watched as Marcus, the man who had terrorized her for years, was dragged down by gray hands and snapping teeth. She should have felt something. Relief? Maybe, or justice. Instead, she felt numb as she turned away. Her body was on autopilot, moving quietly and efficiently, just as it did after Marcus's worst rages. She had a plan. She had supplies. She had years of practice at surviving, but a new sound made her freeze. Crying. Specifically, a child crying. It was coming from the house with the broken-in front door, where the zombies had been trying to get in. The same house where she'd seen the young Collins family move in just last month. Sarah looked down the street, where she could see a clear path to the main road. Then she looked back at the house. She knew what it was like to be trapped, to pray for someone, anyone, to help. She adjusted her grip on the baseball bat. She had a choice to make, and for the first time in years, Marcus wouldn't be the one making it for her. Part 4. Sarah moved toward the Collins house, keeping low and quiet. The crying was coming from upstairs, a child's high-pitched wail of terror that made her chest ache. She counted 4 zombies clawing at the front door, which was starting to splinter. She knew she couldn't take all 4 head-on. Marcus had taught her that much, unintentionally. Never fight fair, he'd told his drinking buddies once, bragging about bar brawls. Make them come to you, one at a time. The garage of the house next door was open. Inside, she spotted a rack of garden tools. Sarah crept over and found what she was looking for. A gas can. She'd filled her own just last week, one of Marcus's countless demands. She knew how heavy a full can should feel. This one was nearly full. The memory of Marcus making her siphon gas once, punishment for letting the tank get too low, rose in her mind. She pushed it away. Focus. Survive. She poured a trail of gas from the garage toward the zombies, her movements careful and controlled. The creatures didn't notice her. They were too focused on the door, on the sounds of life behind it. Just like Marcus had always been, too focused on her to notice she was changing, learning, planning. When the gas trail was laid, she pulled the emergency lighter from her bag. Another secret tool, hidden away for her escape. One flick, and flames raced along the ground toward the zombies. They noticed the fire too late. Their rotting clothes caught quickly, and their unnatural shrieks filled the air as they staggered away from the door, flailing. The sight and smell made Sarah's stomach turn, but she forced herself to watch. She needed to know they weren't getting back up. When she was sure the burning zombies were down, she ran to the front door. "Mrs. Collins?" she called, knocking rapidly. "It's Sarah, from down the street." "Help!" a woman's voice called back, thick with tears. "Please, they're inside. My husband, he got bitten. He's not himself." Sarah's blood ran cold. "Where are you?" "Upstairs bathroom." "I've got Tommy with me, but Jim's in the hallway. He's trying to break down the door." Sarah tested the front door. It was still locked. "I'm coming in through the kitchen window," she called up. "Stay put." The kitchen window was already broken, probably how the infected Jim had gotten in. Sarah cleared the remaining glass with her bat and climbed through, landing softly on the counter. The house was dark, but she knew how to move in darkness. Marcus had made sure of that. Shuffling sounds came from upstairs, followed by another bang against what must have been the bathroom door. Tommy's crying grew louder. Sarah took a deep breath and started up the stairs, bat ready. The Jim she knew had been a kind man who brought her tomatoes from his garden. But she'd learned long ago that men could change. Sometimes they turned into monsters. And she knew how to handle monsters. Part 5. The upstairs hallway was narrow, forcing a confrontation. Jim's infected form stood at the bathroom door, shoulders hunched, fingers bloody from clawing at the wood. He turned as Sarah reached the top step, and she saw his face. The kind eyes she remembered now, milky white, jaw slack and stained red. Sarah's mind flashed to Marcus's face in those moments before violence. The way his features would twist, becoming something inhuman. This was different, she told herself. Jim wasn't in there anymore. This wasn't a man choosing to be a monster. This was just a monster. He charged her with surprising speed. Sarah sidestepped, a movement practiced countless times in her own hallway. But the space was too tight. Jim's shoulder caught her, slamming her into the wall. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs, but she managed to keep hold of the bat. "Sarah?" Mrs. Collins called through the door. "Are you okay?" She couldn't answer, too focused on keeping Jim's snapping teeth away from her face. His strength was unnatural, like Marcus on his worst nights when blind rage seemed to make him superhuman. But Sarah had survived those nights, and she would survive this. She brought her knee up hard, not between the legs like she'd sometimes fantasized about doing to Marcus, but into Jim's stomach. It created just enough space for her to slip away, to get the bat between them. The first swing caught him in the shoulder, doing little damage. The second missed entirely as he lunged for her again. But the third connected with his temple, just like she'd hit Steve. The crack was louder this time, more final. Jim went down. Sarah hit him twice more, making sure he wouldn't get back up. Then she slumped against the wall, breathing hard. "It's done," she called to the bathroom door. "You can come out." The door opened slowly. Mrs. Collins stood there. Tommy clutched to her chest, both of them pale and tear-stained. They looked at Jim's body, then at Sarah, then at the baseball bat in her hands. "How did you—" Mrs. Collins trailed off, perhaps seeing something in Sarah's face that answered her unfinished question. "We need to go," Sarah said, straightening up. "It's not safe here." She looked at Tommy, managing a gentle smile. "Hey, buddy, want to go on an adventure?" The little boy nodded, still sniffling but looking at Sarah with something like awe. She remembered feeling that way about the school counselor who had once asked about her bruises, like maybe there were people in the world who could help after all. "I have supplies," Sarah continued, "and I know somewhere we might be safe." She did. A women's shelter 3 towns over, one she'd researched extensively during her escape planning. "We'll have to be careful, be quiet, and stick together. Can you do that?" They both nodded, and Sarah felt something unfamiliar bloom in her chest. For years, she'd believed Marcus when he said she was weak, useless, nothing without him. But here she was, alive while he wasn't. Here she was, saving others instead of just herself. "Stay close," she said, leading them toward the stairs. "I know how to handle the monsters." And she did. She'd been handling monsters for years. The ones outside might look different, might be easier to spot with their gray skin and rotting flesh, but they weren't any scarier than what she'd already survived. Sarah gripped her bat with steady hands and led her small group down the stairs. For the first time in years, she wasn't running away from something. She was running toward something. Freedom, purpose, and maybe even hope. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed that story as much as I did. Come back next time for some more scary stories. And as always, remember to face your fears.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The first scream came at 6:42 a.m., just as I was finishing my overnight shift at Riverside Electric. I remember the time exactly because I'd been staring at the control room clock, counting down the minutes until Steve arrived to relieve me. The scream wasn't like anything I'd heard before. Not the kind you hear when someone's gotten a shock or caught their hand in something. This was primal, terrified. I grabbed my radio. "Marcus, you copy?" Nothing but static from our security guard. That wasn't like him. Marcus was religious about radio protocol. The backup generators kicked in with a low hum, and red emergency lights bathed the control room in an eerie glow. Something was drawing massive power from the grid, sector by sector. I watched the displays tick red one by one, like a disease spreading across the city. My phone buzzed. A text from Steve. "Not coming in. City's gone crazy. Stay safe." That's when I saw Marcus through the control room window. He was running. Marcus never ran, with his security belt missing and his uniform torn. Behind him, 3 figures moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. Even from this distance, I could see dark stains on their clothes. I hit the emergency lockdown button, and thick steel doors slammed down throughout the facility. Marcus made it inside just before they sealed. He collapsed against the wall, breathing hard. "Adam," he gasped. They're eating each other out there. I tried to help Janet from accounting, but they got her. Then she got back up and..." The facility shuddered as something slammed against the outer doors. Then again, and again. The emergency lights flickered. "We have to keep the plant running," I said, more to myself than Marcus. "If the grid goes down completely..." "You don't understand," Marcus interrupted. "The hospitals are already dark. I heard it on my radio before it went dead. When the power fails, the emergency rooms fail. The morgues fail. Everything fails." I looked at the main display. Riverside Electric was now an island in a sea of darkness. We were the only major power station still operational in a 50-mile radius. Beyond our walls, I could hear more screams, getting closer. Marcus checked his pistol. Standard issue for plant security. 6 rounds, he muttered. "That's all I've got." I went to the supply closet and found my hard hat, a flashlight, and a wrench that felt reassuringly heavy in my hand. "We need to check the backup generators," I said. "Make sure they're fueled. Then we barricade ourselves in here. Marcus nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the window. Out in the parking lot, more figures were emerging from the pre-dawn darkness. They moved like broken marionettes, drawn to our lights, our power, our warmth. Some wore business suits, others hospital scrubs. One still had an IV line dangling from its arm. "Adam," Marcus said quietly. "What if we can't hold them back?" I gripped the wrench tighter. Then we go down keeping the lights on. Because once this plant fails, there's no coming back. Not for anyone. The sun was rising now, painting the sky a sickly orange. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed and died. And all around us, the dead kept coming, drawn to the last bright spot in a darkening world. Hour 1 of 12 had just begun. The backup generators were in the east wing, through 2 sets of security doors and down a long maintenance corridor. Under normal circumstances, it was a 5-minute walk. Nothing was normal anymore. "Movement," Marcus whispered, pressing himself against the wall. Through the reinforced windows, I saw what he meant. 3 of them were shuffling through the employee break room, bumping into tables and chairs. I recognized Karen from HR, or what used to be Karen. Half her face was just gone. "We can't get to the generators without passing through there," I said, checking the building schematics on my tablet. "And we need to check them now, if they're running low on fuel." A crackle of static made us both jump. The radio at Marcus's belt sparked to life. "Hello? Is anyone there? This is Sarah from Control Room B." I hadn't even thought about the secondary control room. It was mainly used for training, on the floor below us. Sarah was one of our newest hires, just 2 months on the job. Marcus keyed his radio. "Sarah, stay put. We're coming to get you." "No." I grabbed his arm. "The generators have to come first. Without power, we're all dead anyway." He looked at me like I was insane. "She's just a kid, Adam. 23, maybe 24. Another crash from the break room. Karen's head snapped toward the sound, jaw working mechanically. The other 2, I couldn't tell who they had been, followed suit. 3 minutes, I said. "We check the generators, get them running at full capacity. Then we get Sarah. I promise." Marcus nodded grimly. He raised his pistol, and I gripped my wrench. The break room had 2 entrances. We'd have to be fast. I counted down with my fingers. 3, 2, 1. We burst through the door. The creatures turned, moving faster than I expected. Marcus fired once, catching Karen in what remained of her head. She dropped. The sound drew more of them from the hallway. I swung the wrench at the nearest one, catching it in the temple. The crack was wet, horrible, but I couldn't stop. We fought our way through, Marcus's gunshots echoing in the confined space. By the time we reached the generator room, Marcus had 2 bullets left. My arms ached from swinging the wrench, and my shirt was covered in things I didn't want to think about. The generators were running, but the fuel gauge made my heart sink. 3 hours of power, maybe 4. The main tank should have been filled yesterday, but with everything happening... "Adam!" Marcus's voice was tight. "We've got company." They were coming from both directions now, drawn by the noise. Dozens of them. And somewhere below us, Sarah was still waiting for rescue. "The vents," I said suddenly, spotting the maintenance access panel. "We can't go back the way we came, but the ventilation system connects this whole wing." Marcus looked at the small opening, then at the approaching horde. Tight fit. Better than the alternative. I helped him up first, then scrambled in after him just as rotting hands grabbed at my boots. The metal shaft groaned under our weight. "Which way to Control Room B?" Marcus asked, his voice echoing in the confined space. I thought about Sarah, alone and scared, about the generators running on borrowed time, about the city beyond our walls, falling into darkness. "First," I said, "we need to get to the fuel depot on the roof. Without those generators, none of us are making it through the next 12 hours. The shaft creaked as we crawled forward, the moans of the dead becoming distant echoes below. Hour 3 was ending, and we were running out of both time and options. The ventilation system was never meant for this. Every movement sent metallic groans echoing through the shafts, and sweat made my hands slip on the smooth surface. Marcus crawled ahead of me, his breathing heavy in the confined space. "Left at the next junction," I whispered. "Should take us to the maintenance ladder that leads to the roof." A scream cut through the building. Sarah's voice. Marcus stopped so suddenly I almost crashed into him. "Adam, she's in trouble. We have to—" "We stick to the plan," I said, but my voice wavered. "Fuel first. We can't help her if the power fails." The radio crackled. "Please. They're breaking through the door. I don't want to die alone." Marcus rolled onto his side on the shaft, facing me. Even in the dim emergency lighting, I could see the accusation in his eyes. "You've been here, 12 years? You helped train her." I had. Sarah had been so excited about the job, asking questions about every gauge, every procedure. She'd brought cookies to her first team meeting. Another scream, cut short this time. "Damn it," I muttered. "Okay, new plan. The secondary control room has an emergency toolkit. Might have something we can use as weapons, and it's only 1 floor down from the fuel depot." We backtracked to the previous junction, then took the right branch. The shaft descended at an angle, making it harder to move quietly. Below us, through the vent grates, we caught glimpses of the horror show our workplace had become. Blood smeared the walls, papers scattered across floors, and everywhere, the shuffling dead. The vent above Control Room B was partially blocked by a fallen ceiling tile. Through the gap, I could see Sarah barricaded behind a desk, using a fire extinguisher to keep 3 infected at bay. The door was splintering from more outside. "Cover me," I said, and kicked the vent open. I dropped onto a filing cabinet, sending a cascade of papers flying. The noise drew the attention of the infected. Marcus fired his last 2 rounds from above, dropping the closest ones. "Sarah, the toolkit. Where is it?" She pointed to a red cabinet on the far wall, beyond the failing door. Of course it was. I jumped down, wrench ready. "When I move, run for the vent. Marcus will pull you up." "But no arguing!" The door burst open. I charged forward, swinging the wrench in wide arcs. Got the toolkit. Turned to see Sarah halfway up to the vent, Marcus straining to pull her. Then something grabbed my leg. I looked down to see Tommy from maintenance, or what was left of him, his teeth snapping inches from my ankle. I kicked hard, heard something crack, but more were coming. "Adam!" Sarah had made it to the vent. She was reaching down, hand extended. I jumped, caught her hand. Felt teeth graze my boot as Marcus and Sarah pulled me up. We lay there in the shaft, panting. Sarah was crying quietly. Marcus had blood running down his arm. Not a bite, just a cut from the vent's sharp edge. "The toolkit," Sarah said finally. "Please tell me you got it." I opened the red box. Inside, a flashlight, some basic tools, and, thank God, 2 flare guns with 4 flares. "We need to keep moving," I said. "The roof isn't far and—" A massive explosion rocked the building. Through a vent grate, we saw orange light flooding the windows. "The city," Marcus whispered. "It's burning." The power flickered. 6 hours down, 6 to go, and now we had more than the dead to worry about. Sarah checked her watch. The morning shift would be arriving soon, if this was a normal day. "Nothing normal about this day," I replied, handing her a flare gun. "But we're going to survive it. Together." The metal creaked beneath us as we started moving again, toward the roof, toward the fuel depot, toward whatever hell was waiting up there. The generators were running on fumes now. And somewhere in the burning city below, the morning sun was rising on a world that would never be the same. The access panel to the roof was stuck. Of course it was stuck. Everything that could go wrong today had gone wrong. So why should this be any different? Move over, Sarah said, pushing past me in the cramped vent. She studied the panel's hinges, then pulled a hairpin from her ponytail. Within seconds, she had the screws loose. Dad was a locksmith, she explained, catching my surprised look. He taught me a few things. The roof access opened to a pre-dawn sky stained orange and black. Smoke from the burning city made it hard to breathe, and ash fell like snow. The fuel depot was 60 yards away, across an exposed stretch of rooftop. Marcus pointed to the depot's door. It's open. My heart sank. Someone had already been here, but we had to check anyway. It was our only option. Stay low, I whispered. The noise and light from below are drawing them to the building. No way to know how many made it up here. We crouched and moved forward, staying in the shadows cast by the ventilation units. Sarah clutched her flare gun, eyes darting between the various access points to the roof. Marcus had my wrench now. I'd taken a length of pipe we'd found in the vent. The smell hit us first, sweet and metallic, like copper and rot mixed together. Then we saw the body sprawled in the depot doorway. Dave from the maintenance crew. His keycard was still in his hand, and his other arm just wasn't there anymore. Oh God! Sarah gagged, turning away. I forced myself to look past Dave's body, into the depot. The emergency lighting showed rows of fuel drums, full ones. Dave must have been trying to get them to the generators when... A shuffling sound behind us. We spun to see figures emerging from every roof access point. Dozens of them. The dead had been up here all along, drawn by the heat and noise of the ventilation systems. Inside, Marcus hissed. Now! We dragged Dave's body inside the depot and slammed the door. Sarah found the emergency lock override and punched it. Steel bolts slid into place. The drums are full, I said, checking the nearest container. Dave must have been doing the refuel when everything went bad. If we can get these to the generators... Something slammed against the door. Then again. And again. Sarah checked her tablet, which was still connected to the plant systems. The generators are almost dry. Maybe 20 minutes left. The maintenance elevator, Marcus said suddenly. It connects the roof to the generator level. We could load the drums on that. I shook my head. Power is out to the elevators. They're on the emergency system, which is... Running on the generators, Sarah finished. Which means... We've got 20 minutes to load that elevator and get those drums down, I said, before we lose power completely. Another slam at the door. A hinge creaked. We started rolling drums to the elevator. Each one weighed over 400 pounds, but we got into a rhythm. Roll, leverage, push, roll, leverage, push. The elevator could hold 4 drums at a time. The door buckled inward. First load's ready, Marcus called out, hitting the elevator button. Nothing happened. Sarah ran to the control panel, yanked it open. The safety override? There. She crossed 2 wires, and the elevator hummed to life. The door's top hinge gave way. Marcus, go with the first load, I ordered. Get them hooked up. Sarah and I will load the second elevator run. But, no time to argue. If those generators die, we all die. He nodded and stepped into the elevator. As the doors closed, the depot's entrance finally gave way. They poured in. Our former coworkers, neighbors, friends. Sarah fired her flare gun. The magnesium burst, catching 3 of them on fire. They kept coming, burning. I swung my pipe like a baseball bat, trying to clear a path to the remaining drums. Sarah reloaded and fired again. The elevator was coming back up. 10 minutes of power left. The dead were everywhere. And somewhere below us, Marcus was alone with the generators, waiting for fuel we might never deliver. Hour 9 was ending, and so was our time. The elevator doors opened to chaos. Sarah was down to her last flare, and I could barely lift the pipe anymore. But we had to get those last drums loaded. Adam! Sarah screamed. I turned to see Mike from accounting lunging for my throat. His teeth snapped inches from my face as I held him back with the pipe. Sarah fired her last flare, and Mike's head erupted in flames. The smell of burning hair and worse filled the depot. "The drums!" I shouted. "Now!" We rolled the last 2 containers into the elevator. Sarah's tablet showed 7 minutes of power remaining. The building shuddered. Another explosion in the city. Closer this time. I hit the elevator button. Nothing happened. "No, no, no!" Sarah was already at the control panel. "The power is too low. The safety system is keeping it from operating." More infected poured through the broken door. I could see the sun rising through the smoke outside, painting everything in a sickly red glow. We were out of flares, out of options, out of time. Then I remembered Dave's keycard. Sarah, the maintenance override. Dave was logistics. His card has master access. I dove for Dave's body as Sarah held them back with my pipe. His keycard was still clutched in his remaining hand. I yanked it free and slammed it into the elevator's override slot. The doors closed just as they reached us. 5 minutes, Sarah gasped, checking her tablet as we descended. Maybe less. The elevator seemed to move in slow motion, every second feeling like an hour. When the doors finally opened at the generator level, Marcus was waiting with a shotgun he'd found in the security office. 3 minutes, Sarah called out. We rolled the drums into position. Marcus and I lifted the first one to the fuel port, while Sarah connected the feed lines. Dark fluid gushed into the generator's tank. 2 minutes! The second drum. My arms were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Sarah's fingers flew over the connections. 1 minute. The lights flickered. The generator's roar became a whine. 30 seconds! The third drum slipped, crashed onto its side. Fuel spilled across the floor. 15 seconds! Marcus and I heaved the fourth drum up together. Sarah jammed the feed line in. The lights went out. For 3 eternal seconds, we stood in perfect darkness. Then, with a cough and a roar, the generators came back online. The fuel gauge slowly crept up from empty. We did it, Sarah whispered. Then louder. We did it. Marcus checked his watch. That's 9 hours down. 3 to go until the National Guard is supposed to arrive. I looked at our little team. Sarah with her hairpin and quick thinking. Marcus with his newfound shotgun. Me with my battered pipe. We had fuel, we had weapons, and we had each other. Okay, I said, picking up my pipe. Let's get back to the control room and... The generator room door burst open. Infected poured in, drawn by the noise and power. Leading them was Karen from HR, somehow still moving, even with half her head missing from Marcus's earlier shot. Sarah grabbed the shotgun from Marcus and fired, the blast catching Karen and 2 others. Get to the control room, she shouted. I'll hold them here. Not happening, I said, stepping up beside her with my pipe. We started this shift together. We're ending it together. Marcus chambered a round in a pistol he'd found. All for one? A smile crept across Sarah's face as she racked the shotgun. And one for all. The dead came at us in waves. We held the line together, protecting the generators, protecting our power, protecting each other. Hour after hour, we fought. When the shotgun ran dry, we used pipes and wrenches. When those bent and broke, we found new ones. Finally, as hour 12 drew to a close, we heard the rhythmic thump of helicopter rotors. Through the high windows of the generator room, we saw military choppers sweeping the city with searchlights. The National Guard had arrived. We'd kept the power on. We'd survived. Sarah looked at her tablet one last time. It's 6:42 p.m., she said. Exactly 12 hours since this all started. I thought about Steve, who never made it in for his shift. About Dave, who died trying to help. About all the others we'd lost. But mostly, I thought about how a graveyard shift supervisor, a security guard, and a rookie control room operator had somehow kept the lights on when the world went dark. Marcus put his hand on my shoulder. So, boss, you sticking around for another shift? I looked at my unlikely team. now my family, and managed a tired smile. Well, somebody has to keep the lights on. Outside, the sun was setting on the first day of the apocalypse, but inside Riverside Electric, the generators hummed, the emergency lights glowed, and 3 survivors stood ready for whatever the darkness might bring. Some jobs don't end just because the world does.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The morning sun beat down on my wool uniform as I adjusted the replica Enfield rifle in my hands. Another July day at Gettysburg. Another reenactment. I'd been doing this for 15 years. But something felt different today. Maybe it was the unusual number of emergency vehicles I'd seen on the drive-in. Or maybe it was just the heavy humidity making everyone irritable. "Joseph! Get your boys in position!" Marcus, our unit coordinator, shouted from his position near the tree line. I raised my hand in acknowledgement and turned to the dozen men behind me, all dressed in our Confederate gray. We were supposed to be a part of Pickett's charge today, one of the most famous failed assaults in military history. If only we knew what kind of charge we'd really be facing. The first sign that something was wrong came when Tom, one of our Union counterparts, broke formation and started running toward their own lines. Even from 200 yards away, I could see something was off about his gait. Their commander tried to stop him, but Tom just bit him. The sound of the scream carried across the field. "What the hell?" Bradley, my second in command, muttered beside me. "That's not in the script." More screams erupted from the Union lines. Real screams, not the theatrical kind we usually heard during these events. Then I saw it. Tom's victim was getting back up, but something was wrong. His movements were jerky, unnatural, and he was charging toward his own men with his mouth open wide. "Everyone back!" I shouted, breaking character. "This isn't part of the show." Some of my men looked confused, but years of drilling had taught them to follow orders. We began retreating toward the tree line just as chaos erupted across the battlefield. Hundreds of spectators were running from the viewing areas, and I could hear police sirens in the distance. "Your phone working?" I asked Bradley as we jogged backward, keeping our eyes on the growing disorder in the Union lines. "No service," he replied, pulling it from his period-inappropriate pocket. "Just emergency alerts, but they won't load." The situation deteriorated rapidly. What started as 2 infected reenactors became 20 within minutes. They moved with a horrifying speed that no zombie movie had prepared us for. Those of us who made it to the tree line had a choice to make. Head for the parking lot with the fleeing crowds, or make our way to the equipment depot where we stored our real camping gear. "Listen up!" I gathered my remaining men. Only 8 now. The parking lot's going to be a death trap. We've got supplies at the depot, and we know this ground better than most. That's where we're heading. "Those are real zombies, aren't they?" young Jimmy asked, his voice cracking. He couldn't have been more than 19. "Sure looks that way," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "And we're dressed like soldiers, so let's be soldiers." We moved through the woods in formation, just like we'd practiced hundreds of times, but now with real purpose. Our replica rifles made decent clubs, and the heavy wool uniforms could prevent bites if we were lucky. As we approached the depot, we could hear the sounds of fighting, both gunshots and screams. The depot was a modern building despite its rustic exterior, and it had one thing we desperately needed: a radio. If we could contact emergency services, maybe we could figure out how widespread this was. But as we emerged from the tree line, we saw Mark, the depot manager, struggling with what used to be Sarah from the medical tent. Bradley moved to help, but I held him back. We watched in horror as Mark went down, Sarah's teeth tearing into his throat. Behind them, the depot door stood open, our supplies tantalizingly close. "New plan," I whispered, gathering my men close. "We're going to have to run for it. Grab what you can carry. Focus on water. Real weapons if you can find them. And food. Don't stop for anything else. I looked at each of their faces. Bradley, Jimmy, Derek, Alan, Chris, Peter, Robert, and Sam. In our gray uniforms, we looked like ghosts from another war, about to fight a battle that no one could have prepared for. Ready? I asked, gripping my rifle tight. They nodded. Go! We sprinted for the depot, and that's when everything went to hell. The 20 yards to the depot entrance felt like the longest charge of my life. Sarah's head snapped up at our approach, her face smeared with Mark's blood. She was fast, much faster than we expected, but we had momentum on our side. Chris hit her first, swinging his rifle like a baseball bat. The brass-fitted stock connected with her jaw with a sickening crack, sending her sprawling. Inside! Now! I shouted, pushing Jimmy through the doorway first. The rest of my men poured in behind him while I brought up the rear. Bradley and Derek slammed the door shut, and Peter dragged a metal storage cabinet across it. Sam, Robert, check the back door. Alan, windows. The men moved with practiced precision, our years of drilling finally serving a real purpose. I heard the crash of more furniture being moved, followed by Sam's clear from the back. The depot was a large single-room building about 40 feet square, filled with storage racks and boxes of reenactment supplies. More importantly, it contained our personal gear, modern camping equipment, and the emergency supplies required by the event organizers. Jesus Christ, Jimmy whispered, staring at his shaking hands. We just killed Sarah. She was already dead, Bradley said firmly, putting a hand on the kid's shoulder. You saw what she did to Mark. A pounding at the front door cut off any further discussion. Through the high windows, we could see more shapes moving in the parking lot. The moaning was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Not quite human, but not quite animal either. Everyone grab a pack! I ordered, trying to keep my voice steady. Water, food, first aid. Real weapons if you can find them. We've got maybe 5 minutes before they figure out the windows are our weak point. The next few minutes were a blur of activity. Most of us had camping gear stored here for the 3-day reenactment, and we quickly distributed the supplies. I found my own pack and smiled grimly at the Ka-Bar knife I always brought camping. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Joseph! Alan called from a corner. Found the emergency box. The large red container was a requirement for all reenactment events. Basic medical supplies, a weather radio, flares, and a few other essentials. I rushed over and yanked it open, pulling out the radio first. The static that greeted us wasn't encouraging, but after a few seconds of tuning, we caught a fragment of an emergency broadcast. Remain in your homes. Military response. Quarantine zones established. Bite victims. Terminate. The signal dissolved into static again, but we'd heard enough. The sound of breaking glass from one of the high windows made us all jump. Time's up, Bradley said, shouldering his pack. What's the play, Joseph? I looked around at my men. We had supplies now, but we were trapped in a building with limited exits, and the enemy's numbers were growing. Through the windows, I could see more infected stumbling out of the tree line. Many wore period costumes like us. Our fellow reenactors transformed into monsters. The tunnel, I said suddenly, remembering the maintenance access that ran under the building. There's a utility tunnel that connects to the visitor center. I'd helped the maintenance crew run cables through it last year. That's half a mile away, Peter protested. Better than here, I replied, moving to the trap door in the floor. It was hidden under a carpet, used mainly for storage. It'll be dark, but it's our best shot. As if to emphasize my point, another window shattered. A rotting hand reached through, clawing at the air. Derek, Sam, get this door open. Everyone else, form a perimeter. Use your knives if you have them. Don't waste energy with the rifles unless you're swinging them. The trap door creaked open, revealing a ladder descending into darkness. The musty smell of damp earth wafted up. I've got a flashlight, Jimmy said, pulling one from his pack. Good man. You're on point. Bradley, you're rear guard with me. Everyone else, middle. Keep close, keep quiet. One by one, my men descended into the tunnel. The sounds of breaking glass and moaning grew louder above us. Bradley and I exchanged a look before following them down. I pulled the trapdoor closed just as the first infected broke through the window defenses. The beam of Jimmy's flashlight illuminated a concrete tunnel about 6 feet high, forcing us to crouch slightly. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness ahead, and the air was thick with humidity. "Forward," I whispered, "and pray the visitor center is still standing." 8 men moved forward into the darkness, our footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. Behind us, muffled by earth and wood, came the sound of the depot being overrun. We had survived the first wave, but as we made our way through the tunnel, I couldn't shake the feeling that our real test was still to come. The tunnel seemed endless. Jimmy's flashlight beam carved through the darkness, revealing patches of glistening moisture on the concrete walls. We'd been moving for about 15 minutes, but time felt distorted in the oppressive darkness. The only sounds were our footsteps, our breathing, and the occasional drip of water. "Hold up," Bradley whispered from behind me. "Listen." We froze. At first, I heard nothing but our own breathing. Then it came. A distant sound echoing through the tunnel behind us. Shuffling footsteps, accompanied by that inhuman moaning we'd heard above. "They followed us down," Sam said, his voice tight with fear. "Keep moving," I ordered, "but faster now, and quiet." We picked up our pace, trying to balance speed with stealth. The sounds behind us grew gradually louder. The infected weren't fast in the tunnel, but they were persistent. And unlike us, they didn't need Jimmy's flashlight to move forward. "Junction ahead," Jimmy called softly. The tunnel split into 3 paths. I moved up to the front, trying to remember the layout from last year. "Left," I said, pointing. "The right goes to the maintenance shed, and straight ahead dead ends at the water main." As we turned left, Peter stumbled. His rifle clattered against the concrete wall, the sound amplified in the confined space. The moaning behind us intensified. "Sorry," he whispered. "Sorry." "Keep moving," I urged, but I could hear the shuffling getting closer. The beam of Jimmy's flashlight was starting to flicker. "Batteries are dying," he reported, shaking the flashlight. That's when Alan screamed. In the dim light, I saw one of the infected had caught up to us. A woman in a period dress, her face half gone, hands reaching for Alan's legs. He kicked at her, but another appeared behind her. "Form up!" I shouted, abandoning stealth. "Bradley, Sam, Derek, rear guard! Everyone else, push forward! The exit should be close!" Jimmy's flashlight chose that moment to die completely. We were plunged into absolute darkness, broken only by the emergency light on my radio that cast a feeble red glow. The sounds of struggle filled the tunnel. Grunts, the meaty thud of rifle stocks hitting flesh, and that endless moaning. "Alan's down!" Bradley's voice called from the darkness. "They've got him!" "Keep moving!" I ordered, heart racing. "Forward! Forward!" Someone grabbed my arm. I nearly struck out before recognizing Chris's voice. "There's light ahead!" "I can see light." He was right. Maybe 30 yards ahead. A faint glow filtered down from what had to be the access hatch to the visitor center. We pushed forward, abandoning any pretense of quiet. Behind us, Alan's screams had stopped. "Sam, take point!" I commanded. "Get that hatch open! Jimmy, help him! Everyone else, defensive circle!" In the dim red glow of the radio light, I could make out shapes moving in the darkness behind us. Bradley and Derek were still fighting, their rifles rising and falling. I pulled out my K-bar knife, its weight reassuring in my hand. The infected woman in the period dress lurched toward me. I could smell the rot on her breath as I drove the knife up under her jaw. Behind her, more shapes moved in the darkness. "Hatch is stuck!" Sam called from ahead. "Both of you, push!" I shouted back, yanking my knife free. "Peter, Robert, get up there and help them." Bradley appeared beside me, his rifle stock slick with something I couldn't see in the darkness. Derek's gone, he said, his voice hollow. They swarmed him. A clang from above cut through the chaos. The hatch was opening. Pale daylight flooded down, momentarily blinding us. Up! Everyone up now! Sam went first, then Jimmy. Peter and Robert followed. I could hear them scrambling up the ladder. Bradley and I held our position, facing the advancing horde. In the new light from above, I could see dozens of infected filling the tunnel behind us. Some wore period costume like us, others modern clothes. All moved with that same terrible purpose. Go! I pushed Bradley toward the ladder. I'll hold them! Like hell you will, he growled, taking up position beside me. We go together. The infected were almost on us. I could see Alan and Derek among them now, their gray uniforms dark with blood. A hand grabbed at my jacket. I slashed with the knife, barely registering the face of what had once been a teenage boy in a Union uniform. Now! Bradley shouted. We turned and ran for the ladder. I pushed him ahead of me, then scrambled up behind him. Hands grabbed at my boots as I climbed. At the top, Bradley and Sam reached down and hauled me up the last few feet. Close it! I yelled. Sam and Peter slammed the hatch shut just as the first infected reached the top of the ladder. The sound of pounding came from below as we slid the bolts home. We lay there for a moment, gasping for breath. I looked around at my remaining men. 6 of us now, down from 8. Bradley, Sam, Jimmy, Peter, Robert, and me. But we weren't alone in the visitor center. The sound of gunfire outside told us that our emergence from the tunnel was just the beginning of our problems. On your feet, I said, pushing myself up. This isn't over yet. The visitor center's lobby was a war zone. Overturned furniture created makeshift barriers, and shattered glass from the gift shop littered the floor. Blood trails led in multiple directions. The gunfire we'd heard was coming from outside, punctuated by screams and that now familiar moaning. Check your 6, I whispered, falling back into military parlance. We moved in formation through the debris, our boots crunching on broken glass. The building's emergency lights cast everything in an eerie red glow, similar to the light from our radio in the tunnel. A gift shop Lincoln bobblehead stared at us accusingly from amid the wreckage. Multiple tangos. Front entrance, Bradley reported quietly, using the viewing window as cover. Through the glass doors, we could see infected swarming towards something in the parking lot. Gunshots rang out. Someone was making a stand out there. We need real weapons, I said, scanning the room. Security office should be down that hallway. They keep a shotgun for emergencies. This qualifies an emergency? Jimmy tried to joke, but his voice cracked. We moved as a unit down the hallway, past walls decorated with Civil War photographs. The security office door was ajar, and a dark smear ran down its surface. Sam moved to push it open, but I stopped him. Wait, I whispered. I pulled out my cowbar and tapped the blade against the doorframe. The response was immediate. Shuffling movement from inside, followed by a growl. 1 infected minimum, Bradley assessed. Tight quarters. Could be risky. Could be our only chance at a real weapon, I countered. Peter, Robert, watch our 6. Everyone else ready? They nodded. I took a deep breath, then kicked the door fully open. The infected security guard lunged out immediately, still wearing his uniform, minus most of his throat. Sam and Jimmy caught him with their rifles, pinning him against the wall. I moved in fast with the cowbar, ending his suffering quickly. Clear, Bradley called from inside the office. And jackpot. Shotgun's still here. Loaded, 5 rounds. Ammo? Box of shells on the desk. Maybe 20. A burst of automatic weapons fire from outside interrupted us. It sounded military, not civilian. Bradley handed me the shotgun while Sam distributed the shells. Listen up, I said, checking the weapon. Someone's fighting out there. Might be military, might be police. Either way, they're probably our best shot at survival. We need to... A scream cut me off. Through the office window, we saw someone sprint across the parking lot. a woman in modern clothes, running from a group of infected. She was heading straight for the visitor center. "We have to help her," Jimmy said. "It'll draw them right to us," Robert argued. "We've got to think about—" The woman reached the doors, yanking them open. "Help! Please! Someone help!" The infected were right behind her. Dozens of them, moving with that terrible speed we'd seen earlier. Some wore civilian clothes, others park ranger uniforms. One still had an audio tour headset around what remained of its neck. "Decision time," Bradley said quietly, looking at me. I chambered around in the shotgun. "Peter, Robert, get ready to slam those main doors shut once she's in. Bradley, cover the right flank. Sam, Jimmy, left side. Standard crowd control formation, just like we practiced. Let's show these dead bastards how the South really fights." We moved fast, taking up positions behind the lobby's overturned furniture. The woman saw us and ran faster. "Here!" I shouted to her. "This way!" She dove through the doorway just as the first infected reached it. I fired the shotgun, the blast deafening in the enclosed space. The lead infected went down, taking two behind it as well. Peter and Robert slammed the doors shut, using a broken mop handle to bar them. "Thank you," the woman gasped, trying to catch her breath. "Thank you. I'm Rachel. I was giving a tour when—" "Save it," I said, not unkindly. "Those doors won't hold long. We need to move. Bradley?" "Rear exit's our best bet," he replied. "Through the education center, out the back." Emergency vehicles were staging in the lower lot earlier. Might still be there. The glass doors began to crack as more infected pressed against them. Through the spiderwebbed glass, I could see countless figures shambling out of the morning mist. The sound of gunfire had stopped outside. "New plan," I announced. "We're going to—" The ceiling ventilation duct above us crashed down with a thunderous bang. An infected park ranger dropped through, landing on Robert before anyone could react. His screams mixed with the sound of breaking glass as the front doors finally gave way. "Fall back!" I shouted, firing the shotgun again. "Everyone! Fall back now!" The lobby erupted into chaos. Robert's screams stopped abruptly as Peter tried to pull him free. The infected were pouring in through the front doors. Rachel produced a small pistol from her purse and began firing with surprising accuracy. Jimmy and Sam held the left flank with their rifles, buying us precious seconds. "The office!" Bradley yelled. "Get to the security office!" We began a fighting retreat down the hallway, but as I turned to fire the shotgun again, I realized with horror that we'd walked right into their trap. Because from the other end of the hallway, past the security office, came the sound of breaking glass and more moaning. We were surrounded. Time slowed to a crawl as I processed our situation. Infected pouring in from both ends of the hallway. Robert dead. Peter trying to drag his body back. Rachel's pistol clicking empty. The shotgun heavy in my hands with only 3 shells left. Then Bradley started laughing. "What's so funny?" I snapped, firing the shotgun at the group coming from the lobby. The blast took down 2, but more shambled over their fallen bodies. "Just thinking," he said, swinging his rifle at an infected that got too close. "All those years playing soldier, and here we are in a real last stand." He glanced at the Civil War photographs still hanging on the walls. Right back at Gettysburg. That's when I saw it. The door we'd all overlooked. "Museum storage!" "Between the office and the bathroom," I shouted. The reinforced door was designed to protect valuable artifacts. "Sam, get it open!" Sam sprinted to the door while the rest of us formed a circle around him. Peter had given up on Robert's body and was using his rifle like a baseball bat. Jimmy's face was splattered with blood as he fought beside Rachel, who had resorted to using a broken gift shop flagpole as a spear. "It's locked!" Sam called out. "Move!" Rachel pushed past him, pulling a key card from her tour guide lanyard. The light turned green, and the door clicked open. "Inside!" "Now!" I ordered, firing my second-to-last shell. Jimmy and Peter went through first, followed by Rachel and Sam. Bradley and I held the line, Walking backward toward the doors, the infected pressed in from both sides. Like Thermopylae, Bradley grunted, his rifle stock cracking against an infected skull. Wrong war, I replied, firing my last shell point blank into what had once been a tourist in a Gettysburg t-shirt. Get inside! Bradley ducked through the door. I followed, slamming it shut just as the first infected reached it. The reinforced door shuddered under their assault, but held. Everyone okay? I asked, scanning our group in the dim emergency lighting. 5 faces looked back at me, bloodied but alive. We were in a long room filled with wooden crates and glass display cases. Civil War artifacts surrounded us. Rifles, uniforms, personal effects of soldiers who died here over 150 years ago. What now? Jimmy asked. We can't stay here forever. We don't have to, Rachel said. This room connects to the loading dock. It's how we bring in new exhibits. She pointed to another heavy door at the far end of the room. But it's at least 30 feet to the nearest vehicle, and there were dozens of them out there earlier. I checked my watch. Somehow only 11 hours had passed since the first infection at the reenactment. It felt like days. We need a distraction, I said, looking around the room. My eyes fell on a crate marked Civil War Ordnance, Reproduction. Sam, help me with this. Inside the crate were reproduction Civil War black powder charges. Not real ammunition, but packed with enough powder to make a loud bang for demonstrations. Beneath them was what I was really looking for. Reproduction signal flares, the kind used for battlefield communications. Jimmy, grab that display musket and give me the powder from those charges. Peter, I need cloth. Tear up that reproduction flag. Bradley, Rachel, watch those doors. Working quickly, we created a dozen makeshift pipe bombs using the powder, flares, and anything that would serve as shrapnel. Not powerful enough to breach walls, but enough to create chaos. Here's the plan, I said, gathering everyone close. We throw these out the loading dock door in different directions. The noise and flash should draw them away. Then we run for... I looked at Rachel. The Park Service Humvee, she said. It's still there. Keys in the ignition. Standard protocol for emergencies. Perfect. Questions? Just one, Bradley said, hefting 2 of our makeshift bombs. What would General Lee do? I smiled grimly. Probably not throw pipe bombs at zombies. Everyone ready? They nodded. I pressed my ear to the loading dock door. The moaning outside was constant, but not directly nearby. Most of the infected were still trying to break through from the hallway. On 3, I whispered. 1, 2, 3. Peter yanked the door open. Bradley and I threw the first bombs. They exploded with satisfying bangs, sending up showers of sparks. The infected turned toward the noise immediately. We threw more bombs, creating a circle of noise and light around us. Now! I shouted. Run! We sprinted for the Humvee, our boots pounding on the asphalt. The infected were confused, stumbling toward the multiple explosions. Rachel reached the vehicle first, yanking the door open. Sam and Jimmy piled into the back. Peter was next. An infected park ranger lurched out from behind a car. I swung the empty shotgun like a club, knocking it back. Bradley helped me into the Humvee, then jumped in himself. Rachel had the engine roaring before his door was closed. Hold on! She yelled, throwing it into gear. The Humvee crashed through a cluster of infected. Then we were on the access road, then the highway. In the side mirror, I watched Gettysburg disappear behind us, smoke rising from multiple fires across the battlefield. We made it, Jimmy said quietly. We actually made it. I looked at my watch again. Just past noon. 12 hours since the world ended. I thought about Alan and Derek in the tunnel, about Robert in the hallway, about all the others we'd lost. The radio crackled to life. Military broadcasts, evacuation orders, emergency instructions. Where to? Rachel asked from the driver's seat. West, I said. Into the mountains. Better defensible terrain. I caught Bradley's eye and smiled slightly. After all, that's what Lee should have done. The Humvee roared west as the sun climbed higher in the sky. We had survived the first 12 hours. Now we just had to survive whatever came next. Behind us, Gettysburg hosted its final battle. This time, there would be no reenactment. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed that story as much as I did. Come back next time for some more scary stories. And as always, remember to face your fears.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Hello, brave souls. Today we got a story about a clown trying to survive the first 12 hours of the zombie apocalypse, so here it is. The Last Laugh, Part 1. The Party's Over. Act 1. The Performance. Marcus Giggles adjusted his polka dot bow tie in the bathroom mirror of the Sullivan family home. The makeup on his face, white base, red smile stretching far beyond his natural lips, blue diamonds around his eyes, felt heavy in the unusual March heat. Sweat beaded beneath his rainbow wig. He'd been doing children's parties for 15 years, and still, every time, there was this moment of doubt. The moment before he stepped out to face a dozen sugar-charged 8-year-olds with nothing but a balloon animals and slapstick to win them over. "You got this, Giggles," he whispered to his reflection. "Just like the other 500 parties." His phone buzzed. Another emergency alert. They'd been coming all morning. Something about a public health crisis. Stay indoors, avoid contact. Marcus hadn't paid much attention. He needed this gig. Rent was already 2 weeks late. Mrs. Sullivan had answered the door earlier with obvious anxiety, constantly checking her phone. The television in the living room blaring news he couldn't quite make out. "We almost canceled," she said. "But Timmy's been looking forward to this for months. Just keep it short, okay?" Marcus splashed water on his wrists, an old theater trick to cool down. From the backyard, he could hear children's voices, some laughter, but also adults speaking in urgent, hushed tones. He grabbed his prop bag and headed out. The Sullivans' backyard was picture-perfect suburban. Manicured lawn, inflatable bounce house, picnic tables covered in dinosaur-themed decorations. 10 kids sat on the grass in a semicircle. At the back of the yard, parents clustered together, faces illuminated by phone screens, expressions grim. "Hello, boys and girls!" Marcus pranced out, his oversized shoes flopping dramatically with each step. "Who's ready for some fun?" The children's response was tepid. Even birthday boy Timmy, now wearing a paper crown, seemed distracted by his parents' obvious distress. Marcus ramped up the energy, pulling endless scarves from his sleeves, making balloon animals with exaggerated flourishes, telling jokes that normally had kids his age howling. He managed scattered giggles, nothing more. Every few minutes, another parent would check their phone, whisper something urgent, and hurry inside with their child. Halfway through his act, only 5 children remained. Marcus could hear sirens in the distance, lots of them. "And now," he announced, trying to maintain his sing-song voice, "the amazing disappearing!" Mr. Sullivan approached, cutting him off. "Wrap it up," he whispered. "Now. We need to get everyone inside." "I still got 20 minutes on the clock," Marcus protested quietly, dropping his clown persona. "I'll pay you for the full time. Just finish up." Marcus nodded and turned back to the children with a renewed, manic energy. "Okie dokie, kiddos. One last super-duper trick, and then Mr. Giggles has to skedaddle." As he reached into his bag for his final prop, a woman screamed from somewhere down the street. Not a startled yelp, but a sustained, blood-curdling shriek that made every adult in the yard freeze. Then another scream, closer, and another. Act 2, The Unraveling. "Get the kids inside, now!" Mr. Sullivan barked. Parents scrambled, grabbing children. Birthday boy Timmy started crying as his mother scooped him up, his paper crown falling to the grass. Marcus stood paralyzed, still in character but no audience. As families rushed past him toward the house, the gate at the side of the yard burst open. The Sullivans' next-door neighbor stumbled in, his shirt soaked in blood. "Don't let them bite you," the man gasped, collapsing onto the lawn. They're not sick. There's something else." Mrs. Sullivan screamed as her neighbor convulsed on the ground, foam bubbling from his mouth. Marcus dropped his prop bag, all pretense of the clown persona gone. What the hell is happening? No one answered him. The last of the families had disappeared into the house. He heard the sliding glass door slam shut, the distinct click of a lock engaging. They'd left him outside. Marcus ran to the door, his oversized shoes making him stumble. He pounded on the glass. Inside, Mr. Sullivan was pulling blinds down, phone pressed to his ear, shouting something about the National Guard. He glanced at Marcus, hesitated, then mouthed what looked like, "I'm sorry," before closing the final blind. More screams from the street. The neighbor on the ground had stopped moving. Marcus fought rising panic as he weighed his options. His car was parked out front, if he could get to it. He moved cautiously toward the side gate, flinching at every new scream. The street beyond the Sullivans' fence was descending into chaos. A car had crashed into a fire hydrant, water spraying into the air. People were running, some dragging children. And behind them, Marcus squinted through his grease paint. Figures moved with strange, jerky motions, falling upon those too slow to escape. His performer's instinct kicked in. The show must go on, survival mechanism that had gotten him through countless awful gigs. He needed to think clearly. The clown costume made him visible, recognizable. If something was happening, something that made people attack other people, he couldn't be running around looking like this. Back in the yard, he glanced around frantically. The shed. There might be clothes inside, something to change into. As he moved toward it, the neighbor on the ground twitched, then sat up with unnatural stiffness. Marcus froze. The man's eyes were filmed over, milky white, blood still soaked to his shirt, but he seemed unaware of his wound. He turned his head mechanically, sniffing the air, then locked those vacant eyes directly on Marcus. The man, the thing, lurched to its feet. Marcus ran for the shed, fumbling with the door as the creature gained speed behind him. He slipped inside just as grasping hands clawed at his rainbow wig, pulling it off his head. The door slammed shut, and Marcus threw his weight against it, feeling the impact as the thing outside hammered to get in. Act 3. The Escape. In the dim light filtering through a dirty window, Marcus surveyed the shed's contents. Garden tools, a lawnmower, shelves of chemicals and paint cans. Nothing immediately useful as a weapon. The banging on the door continued, joined now by an inhuman moan. His phone buzzed again. In the quiet of the shed, he finally read the emergency alert fully. This is not a test. Contagion outbreak in progress. Symptoms include fever, aggression, cannibalistic behavior. Victims appear dead before reanimation. Avoid all contact with infected individuals. Seek shelter immediately. Wait for military evacuations. Cannibalistic behavior. Reanimation. Mark whispered the words, their meaning sinking in with cold dread. Outside, the moaning grew louder. More than one voice now. The shed window shattered inward as another creature, this one in a postal worker's uniform with a gaping wound in its neck, tried to claw its way inside. Marcus grabbed the nearest object, a garden rake, and swung it desperately. The metal tines caught the thing in the face, ripping through decaying flesh with surprising ease. It fell back but immediately began trying to climb through again. The door wouldn't hold much longer either. Marcus frantically searched for anything useful. His eyes fell on a container of gasoline for the lawnmower and a box of matches next to a camping supplies on a high shelf. A desperate plan formed. He doused the rake in gasoline, pushed a rag into the container as a makeshift fuse, then struck a match. The rag caught fire. The door began to splinter. In one fluid motion, Marcus lit the gasoline-soaked rake head and thrust it through the broken window into the face of the postal worker zombie. The creature's head erupted into flames, its moans becoming shrieks as it staggered back. Marcus kicked the door open, swinging his flaming rake in a wide arc. The neighbor zombie fell back, catching fire as well. The yard was clear for a moment, but more moans came from the street. Still in his clown suit, minus the wig, Marcus ran for the front of the house, flaming rake held before him. The street was a war zone, cars abandoned, bodies on the ground, some moving, some still. In the distance, black smoke rose from multiple locations. His car sat where he'd left it, seemingly untouched. Marcus made a break for it. The absurdity of his situation. A clown with a flaming weapon running through suburban hell, not lost on him even in his terror. He reached the car, fumbling for keys with shaking hands. Behind him, a small horde of creatures rounded the corner, drawn by the commotion. Among them, he recognized a parent from the party, her face half gone, birthday cake still smeared on what remained. The engine roared to life. Marcus threw the still burning rake at the approaching zombies and slammed the car into reverse. As he peeled away from the curb, he caught a final glimpse of the Sullivan house. The front door was open, a trail of blood leading inside. 6 hours into the apocalypse, Marcus Giggles, professional clown, now survivor, drove away from the remnants of civilization, his painted smile a grotesque mask over features rigid with horror. Not knowing where to go, only knowing he couldn't stay. The world had changed in an afternoon. The party was over. And this was just the beginning. Part 2. Painted Target. Act 1. The Highway. The digital clock on Marcus's dashboard read 4:37 p.m. Less than 2 hours since everything had fallen apart at the Sullivan house. But it felt like days. He drove with one hand on the wheel, the other frantically wiping at his face with a McDonald's napkin from the glove compartment. The white grease paint was stubborn, smearing rather than coming off, leaving his face a ghostly patchwork. The red smile remained mostly intact, a macabre slash across his face. Traffic on the highway had started heavy, everyone fleeing at once, then thinned dramatically as abandoned cars and accidents created impassable barriers. Marcus had navigated around 3 major pileups already, each one surrounded by figures that lurched toward his car as he passed. He'd given up honking his horn after realizing it only attracted them. The radio cycled through emergency broadcasts, all saying the same thing. Stay indoors, avoid contact with infected individuals, wait for military assistance. Several stations had gone silent in the time he'd been driving. Military assistance, Marcus muttered, his performer's voice entirely gone now. Where the hell are they? As if in an answer, a military helicopter thundered overhead, flying low enough to rattle his windshield. It was heading toward the city center, away from where Marcus was driving. He'd instinctively headed for the suburbs away from population centers. His tank was 3/4 full. He filled up before the party, thankfully, but he needed a plan beyond just driving. His apartment was out. Downtown would be a slaughterhouse by now. His sister lived about 30 miles north, but that would mean driving through more suburban areas, each potentially as overrun as the one he's escaped. A highway sign indicated a rest stop 1 mile ahead. Marcus checked his rearview mirror, clear for the moment, then decided to pull over. He needed to calm down, finish removing his makeup, and think rationally. The rest stop appeared deserted when he pulled in, but Marcus remained cautious. He parked near the bathroom entrance, left the engine running, and darted inside with his car keys clutched between his fingers, a makeshift weapon he'd once seen recommended in a woman's self-defense article. The men's room was empty, though a large pool of dark blood had congealed near one of the stalls. Marcus avoided looking at it as he approached the mirror. His reflection was terrifying. Half-removed clown makeup, wild eyes, spattered with someone else's blood. He still wore his polka dot shirt and oversized pants, held up by rainbow suspenders. The bow tie was long gone. "Get it together," he whispered, turning on the faucet. The water ran clear. He scrubbed furiously at his face, watching white, red, and blue swirl down the drain. His facial features began to emerge. A 37-year-old man with a 3-day stubble and deep worry lines. Without the makeup, he looked ordinary, forgettable. That might save his life. A muffled banging came from the last stall. Marcus froze, soap still on his hands. The stall door rattled. Something there had hurt him. Marcus backed toward the exit, not taking his eyes off the stall. The door buckled outward with another impact. A low moan echoed off the tiled wall. Outside, Marcus slammed the restroom door shut and wedged a nearby garbage can against it. His hand shook as he climbed back into his car. As he shifted into drive, a bloody handprint appeared on the bathroom window. Act 2. The Farmhouse. 6.5 hours into the apocalypse, Marcus found himself in increasingly rural roads. The car's GPS had stopped working, cell towers down, presumably, but he'd continued north, using the setting sun as a reference point. The encounters with the infected became less frequent as population density decreased, but twice he'd rounded corners to find the road blocked by overturned vehicles or wandering groups of zombies. The Nissan's fuel gauge now hovered just above a quarter tank. He needed to find somewhere safe before dark, somewhere defensible. The farmhouse appeared over a gentle rise, set back from the road about 100 yards. No lights visible, but a functioning windmill spun lazily in the evening breeze. A good sign that the place wasn't completely without resources. Marcus slowed the car and considered his options. Approaching an unknown building was dangerous, but so was spending the night in his car, exposed on the road. He turned onto the gravel driveway, headlights illuminating an open gate. The farmhouse itself was 2 stories, white clapboard with green shutters and a wraparound porch. A large barn stood about 50 yards behind it, no vehicles in sight, which could mean the owners fled or become victims. Marcus stopped the car about halfway up the drive. The silence when he cut the engine was profound after hours of road noise and radio static. He listened for any indication of the infected, but heard only the distant lowing of cattle and the creak of the windmill. The trunk of his car contained the tools of his trade: a duffel bag with spare clown outfits, makeup kits, balloon pumps, magic props. Nothing particularly useful for survival, except maybe the bicycle pump, which could conceivably be a weapon. He grabbed it anyway, along with a flashlight he kept in the glove compartment. Approaching the farmhouse cautiously, Marcus called out, "Hello? Anyone home? I'm not infected. I just need somewhere to stop for the night." No response. The porch step creaked under his weight. The front door was ajar. Never a good sign. Marcus pushed it open with the bicycle pump, the flashlight beam cutting through the gloom inside. The farmhouse's interior showed signs of a hasty departure. Cabinet doors left open. A half-empty coffee cup on the kitchen table. A shopping list magneted to the refrigerator. No blood. No signs of struggle. Perhaps the owner had simply evacuated. "Hello?" Marcus called again, moving from room to room on the ground floor. The living room featured a stone fireplace with family photos on the mantel. An older couple with what looked like grown children and grandchildren. A hunting rifle case hung on the wall, its glass door shattered, contents missing. The kitchen yielded better news. Running water from the tap, likely from a well. The refrigerator still worked, stocked with food. A battery-powered radio sat on the counter, which Marcus immediately switched on. Static and fragments of emergency broadcast, but one clear message repeated. Military secure zones being established at the following locations: Westfield Community College, St. Mary's Hospital, and the county fairgrounds. All civilians should attempt to reach these locations if safe to do so. The county fairgrounds. Marcus knew where that was, perhaps 15 miles further north. A plan began to form. But first, he needed rest and supplies. As night fell, Marcus secured the farmhouse as best he could, pushing furniture against doors and closing all curtains. He found candles in a kitchen drawer and lit a few, keeping the light minimal. The second floor yielded clean clothes that roughly fit him, jeans and flannel shirts belonging to one of their sons, judging by the photos. He changed gratefully, finally removing the last vestiges of his clown costume, except for the ridiculously oversized shoes. He had to keep those. His own dress shoes were in his apartment. In the primary bedroom's bathroom, Marcus finally removed the last traces of makeup. His face was raw from scrubbing, but human again. He stared at his reflection for a long moment, processing what had happened, what was still happening outside. A sudden noise from downstairs snapped him back to alertness. Something had entered the farmhouse. Act 3. The Encounter. Marcus extinguished the candle in the bathroom, plunging himself into darkness. He listened intently, every sense heightened by fear. There, shuffling footsteps below, a muted thump as something collided with furniture, a low, inhuman moan. One of them had found him. The bicycle pump, still his only weapon, felt absurdly inadequate. Marcus crept to the bedroom door, peering into the hallway. Moonlight filtered through a window at the end of the corridor, providing just enough illumination to navigate by. The stairs were directly ahead, leading down to where the sounds originated. More thumps, closer now. The thing was climbing the stairs. Marcus backed into the bedroom, desperately scanning for anything useful. His eyes fell on a heavy brass lamp beside his bed. He unplugged it, hefting its weight. Better than the bicycle pump, at least. A shadow appeared in the hallway, silhouetted against the moonlight from the window. Marcus's breath caught in his throat as he flattened himself against the wall beside the door. The figure lurched forward, one dragging step at a time, emitting that awful moan. The sound of lungs that shouldn't still be working, pushing air through a ruined throat. It paused at the top of the stairs, head swiveling as it sniffing the air. Marcus realized with terror that they could track by scent, like animals. His body odor, the lingering chemical smell of makeup remover. He was broadcasting his location. The zombie turned toward the bedroom door. Marcus tightened his grip on the lamp. He had one chance. If he could hit hard enough to disable it, maybe crush the skull. The figure appeared in the doorway. In the dim light, Marcus could make out the shapes of a woman. Her hair matted with blood, one arm hanging at an unnatural angle. She'd been one of the farmhouse residents, the grandmother from the photos. Her house dress now torn and soaked with dark fluids. She paused, vacant eyes sweeping the room, settling on Marcus with unnerving stillness. Then she lunged faster than seemed possible for her broken body. Marcus swung the lamp with all his strength. It connected with a sickening crunch, sending her sprawling across the floor. She thrashed, trying to rise immediately despite the devastating blow. Marcus raised the lamp again, fighting back bile as he brought it down on her head repeatedly until she stopped moving. Shaking uncontrollably, he staggered back, dropping the gore-covered lamp. The silence returned, broken only by his ragged breathing. Then, from outside, came answering moans, many of them. Marcus rushed to the window. In the moonlight, he could make out figures emerging from the barn, at least a dozen, drawn by the commotion. The family hadn't evacuated. They'd turned, and they'd been in the barn all along. And now they were coming for him. 9 hours into the apocalypse, Marcus Giggles, no longer a clown, but still a marked man, realized he'd made a terrible mistake in stopping. The farmhouse, which had been like salvation, had become a trap. As the horde shambled toward the house, Marcus grabbed his backpack and car keys. The county fairgrounds was his only hope now. If it still existed at all. He would have to run, to fight his way back to the car, to escape once more into a world that had, in less than a day, become a walking nightmare. Behind him, the grandmother's corpse twitched once, then lay still. Part 3. The Final Act. Act 1. The Escape. Marcus crouched by the second-floor window, watching the undead family members converge on the farmhouse. 6 adults, 4 children, all moving with that same unnatural gait, heads cocked at impossible angles, limbs twisted from whatever deaths they had suffered. The knowledge that children were among them made his stomach turn. His car sat in the driveway, keys clutched in his sweating palm, approximately 40 yards between him and freedom. The front door was out of the question. 3 zombies already clawed at it, drawn by the noise of his struggle with the grandmother. The back door, then. If he could make it down the stairs without attracting attention. Out through the kitchen. A crash from below cut through his planning. They'd broken through. Shuffling footsteps moved through the ground floor, accompanied by the distinctive moaning. Marcus's eyes darted to the bedroom window. A trellis ran alongside it, covered in dormant ivy vines. It might hold his weight. It had to. He eased the window open, wincing at every creak. The zombies below didn't react. Their senses seemed primarily directed toward movement and sound, less so toward subtle noises. The night air was cold against his face as he swung one leg over the sill. The trellis groaned under his weight but held. Marcus descended as quickly as he dared, wooden lattice digging into his palms. Halfway down, his foot slipped. He grabbed desperately at the trellis, arresting his fall but creating enough noise to alert the wandering dead. Moans intensified as they changed direction, shambling toward his position. Marcus dropped the final 6 feet, landing hard. Pain shot through his ankle, but there was no time to address the damage. He limped toward the car as quickly as his injury allowed, the oversized clown shoes flopping grotesquely with each step. Behind him, the first zombies rounded the corner of the house. The car's headlights blinked as he unlocked it, the beep of the system obscenely loud in the rural silence. He threw himself into the driver's seat, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine turned over once, twice, then caught. A child-sized figure slammed against his window, milky eyes inches from his face, tiny teeth gnashing against the glass. Marcus jerked away, throwing the car into reverse. More hands pounded on the hood, the roof. He floored the accelerator, tires spinning on gravel before finding purchase. The car shot backwards, zombie bodies rolling off its hood. Marcus spun the wheel, executing a clumsy 3-point turn, then accelerating down the driveway. In the rearview mirror, he watched the farmhouse recede, the family of undead standing in eerie formation, watching his departure before turning back toward the house, drawn by some instinct to their former home. Tears streamed down Marcus's face as he drove, from relief, from horror, from the creeping realization that the world he'd known was gone. His ankle throbbed with each press of the accelerator, but the pain kept him focused, kept him present. The radio offered nothing new. The same emergency broadcast on repeat. Several more stations gone silent. The county fairgrounds remained his destination, his best hope for survival. 10 hours into the apocalypse, Marcus drove through a landscape transformed. Occasional fires dotted the countryside. Abandoned vehicles lined the roads, and the infected wandered aimlessly in the darkness, their silhouettes visible in his headlights seconds before he swerved to avoid them. Act 2. The Roadblock. The fuel gauge dipped below the quarter tank mark as Marcus approached a bend in the road. According to the last readable road sign, the fairgrounds should be less than 5 miles ahead. His hands had stopped shaking, replaced by a strange, detached calm, the kind that came from trauma too overwhelming to process. As he rounded the curve, headlights illuminated a scene that made him slam on the brakes. The road ahead was blocked, not by an accident or wandering zombies, but by a deliberate barricade. 2 military Humvees were positioned across both lanes, concertina wire strung between them. Floodlights mounted on vehicles cast harsh lights on the empty road. Marcus rolled to a stop 50 yards from the checkpoint, engine idling. No movement visible. No signs directing civilian traffic. Had the soldiers abandoned their post? Or were they watching from concealed positions? "Hello?" Marcus called out, lowering his window just enough to protect his voice. "Is anyone there? I'm not infected." Nothing. He weighed his options. Turning back meant certain death. His fuel wouldn't last, and the farmhouse was compromised. Going forward required passing the barricade. He could try to find a way around, perhaps driving across the adjacent field. But in the darkness, he risked becoming stuck or hitting obstacles he couldn't see. Approaching on foot seemed the only viable option. Marcus switched off the engine and stepped out, hands raised above his head. "I'm coming forward!" he shouted. "I'm human, not infected. I heard about the safe zone at the fairgrounds." His voice echoed back at him. The floodlights remained static, illuminating nothing but empty road. Marcus approached slowly, each step sending pain through his injured ankle. The oversized clown shoes made walking difficult, especially on the uneven asphalt. 20 yards from the barricade, he noticed dark stains on the road, blood spatter, still wet enough to reflect the floodlights. Shell casings littered the ground. Whatever had happened here was recent. 10 yards away, he saw the first body. A soldier slumped over the hood of one Humvee. his back a ruined mess of torn flesh. The second body lay beneath the vehicle, only the legs visible, standard issue boots pointed at odd angles. Marcus froze. Not an abandoned checkpoint, an overrun one. A subtle movement caught his eye, fingers twitching on the hand of the soldier draped across the Humvee. The man was turning. Before Marcus could retreat, a harsh voice cut through the night. "Don't move!" A figure rose from behind the second Humvee, another soldier, rifle aimed squarely at Marcus's chest. Blood streaked the left side of the woman's face, her uniform torn at the shoulder. "Hands where I can see them! Are you bit? Scratched?" No, Marcus said quickly, raising his hands higher. "I'm clean. I've been driving for hours, trying to reach the fairgrounds." The soldier's gaze flicked down to his shoes, then back to his face. "It's the clown shoes. I was performing at a birthday party when everything went to hell. These are all I have." A bitter laugh escaped the soldier. "A goddamn clown. Perfect." She lowered her rifle slightly. "Fairgrounds is gone. Overrun 3 hours ago. Command lost contact. Sent us to secure the road. Redirect civilians to the hospital." She gestured to her dead companions. "Worked out great." "The hospital? St. Mary's?" Marcus recalled the radio broadcast. "Is it still secure?" "As of an hour ago, but communications are spotty." She winced, pressing a hand to her shoulder. "I'm Sergeant Diaz. I need to get back there. My transport's done for." She nodded toward the bullet-riddled Humvee behind her. "You got room for a passenger in that Nissan?" Marcus nodded. "Barely a quarter tank of gas. Hospital's less than 15 miles northwest. We should make it." She moved around the barricade, rifle still partially raised. "If I see any sign you're turning, I won't hesitate." "Understood," Marcus said quietly. Together, they returned to his car. Diaz insisted he walk in front of her the entire way. Act 3. The Final Hour. 11 hours into the apocalypse, Marcus drove with a wounded soldier beside him, her rifle balanced on her lap, muzzle deliberately pointed in his direction. The rural landscape had given way to outer suburbs, where the situation deteriorated remarkably. Entire neighborhoods were ablaze. The horizon glowed orange against the sky. The infected were everywhere, wandering individually or clustered in disturbed groups, all drawn to the car's headlight as it passed. "What happened?" Marcus finally asked, breaking the tense silence. "How did it spread so fast?" Diaz kept her eyes on the road. "Don't know for sure. Reports came in around 0900 from multiple locations simultaneously. Major cities on both coasts. Some kind of engineered pathogen. Has to be. Natural diseases don't move like this." She checked the magazine in her rifle for the third time. By noon, the infected were overwhelming first responders. By 1500, we were deploying nationwide. "And losing," Marcus added quietly. Diaz didn't contradict him. They navigated around a multi-car pileup. The vehicle still smoldering. Bodies lay strewn across the road, some clearly dead, others moving feebly, reaching toward the car as it passed. Marcus swerved to avoid them, keenly aware of their dwindling fuel supply. 2 more miles, Diaz said, consulting a small GPS unit that still functioned. "Turn right at the next intersection." The hospital appeared in the distance, a 5-story building surrounded by hastily erected barricades. Floodlights illuminated the perimeter, where military personnel maintained defensive positions. Beyond their barriers, hundreds of infected pressed forward, a grotesque tide held back by gunfire and concrete. "Christ," Marcus whispered. "There's so many of them." "Military checkpoint is on the south approach," Diaz directed, "along the ambulance route." Marcus followed her instructions, circling wide to avoid the main horde. The car's engines coughed, fuel light glowing red on the dashboard. They wouldn't have made it much further. The southern approach to the hospital was marginally clearer, fortified with sandbags and razor wire. Armed soldiers checked vehicles at a checkpoint 50 yards from the main building. 3 Humvees blocked the road, their mounted guns trained outward. As they approached the checkpoint, Diaz lowered her window. Sergeant Isabel Diaz, 4th Infantry. Civilian survivor in tow. The soldiers waved them forward. Marcus felt the first stirring of hope. Safety, at last. Then everything went wrong. An explosion rocked the north side of the hospital, a ball of flame erupting from the 3rd floor. The concussive force rattled the car's windows. Gunfire intensified, punctuated by screams. They're inside, Diaz realized, horror in her voice. The hospital's compromised. The checkpoint erupted into chaos. Soldiers shouted orders, redirecting civilian vehicles. One of the Humvees peeled away, racing toward the explosion site. What do we do now? Marcus asked, his momentary hope collapsing. Diaz's face hardened. Get as close as you can. We make a run for it. Maybe they can still hold the lower floors. Get a medevac. A second explosion tore through the hospital's east wing. Through the flame and smoke, Marcus could see dark figures pouring from the building. Patients and medical staff fleeing the infected inside. Diaz swore, then reached a decision. Floor it. Get us to the helipad on the west side, now! Marcus accelerated toward the western edge of the hospital complex, where a concrete landing pad was visible, illuminated by perimeter lights. A Black Hawk helicopter sat in the pad, rotors already spinning. Personnel loading equipment and what looked like essential medical supplies. They're evacuating, Diaz said. Let's last transport out. The car sputtered, fuel finally exhausted, coasting the final 100 yards before rolling to a stop 30 yards from the helipad. Marcus and Diaz abandoned the vehicle, running toward the helicopter. Marcus's injured ankle sent spikes of agony up his leg with each step, the ridiculous clown shoes hampering his movement. Diaz pulled ahead, shouting and waving her military ID. The helicopter crew saw her, recognizing a fellow soldier. One crew member jumped down to help her aboard. Marcus struggled to keep up, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind him, the infected streamed around the hospital's building, drawn by the noise of the helicopter and the fleeing survivors. 20 yards from salvation, Marcus's ankle gave out completely. He collapsed at the pavement, crying out in pain. Ahead, Diaz turned back, saw him fall. Their eyes met across the distance. For a moment, he thought she might come back for him. Then a crew member shouted something in her ear, gesturing frantically at the approaching horde. Diaz's expression hardened. She turned away, climbing into the helicopter. Marcus tried to stand, failed. He began to crawl, dragging himself toward the helipad as the Black Hawk's engines increased in pitch. Wind from the rotors whipped dust and debris across the pavement, stinging his eyes. The helicopter lifted off, hovering momentarily before banking sharply away from the hospital. The last evacuation, carrying the last hope of organized resistance, disappearing into the night sky. And Marcus, still in his absurd clown shoes, lay abandoned on the pavement as the infected closed in from all sides. 12 hours into the apocalypse. Marcus giggles. Birthday clown. Survivor. Human being. Faced the end with a bitter smile that needed no makeup. He thought of all the children's parties, all the smiles he'd created, all the joy he'd brought into the world. None of it mattered now. The world had no place for laughter anymore. The first of the infected reached him, grabbing at his clothes, his limbs. Marcus didn't fight. What was the point? He closed his eyes, oddly calm in these final moments. His last thought, as teeth tore into his flesh and the pain exploded through his consciousness, was darkly ironic. He'd spent his life making people laugh, and now he was dying in a comedy of errors, a clown's final punchline in a world that had forgotten how to smile. The sun rose in a changed world. 12 hours had been enough to topple civilization. 12 hours had transformed humanity into monsters. And somewhere in the ruins of what had once been a hospital, a new infected shambled on oversized shoes, joining the countless others in their endless, mindless hunt. The last laugh silenced forever. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Matt Walters, 6834, was the guy who actually recommended we do a clown story, and honestly, it was just so different that I was like, you know what? I'm doing that. So, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Come back next time for some more zombie stories, and as always, remember to face your fears.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The coal dust never really leaves your lungs, but today it's mixing with something else. Fear. My headlamp catches glimpses of shadows dancing across the tunnel walls as I run deeper into the mine. The emergency lights flicker, casting an eerie red glow that makes the whole situation feel like some kind of nightmare. My name is Derek, and 12 hours ago, I was just starting my shift at the Blue Ridge coal mine, same as any other Tuesday. Now, I'm running for my life with 4 other miners, trying to find a safe place to hole up until whatever's happening topside blows over. It started with the radio chatter. First, the usual morning updates about weather and shift changes. Then the screaming. We thought it was a joke at first, some sick prank about people attacking each other, biting and clawing like animals. But when Tommy, our shift supervisor, got the call from his wife about their neighbor eating their mailman, we knew something was seriously wrong. "Keep moving!" Mike shouts from behind me, his voice echoing off the walls. The 5 of us, me, Mike, Sarah, Luis, and old man Frank, were all that's left from our section. The others tried to make it to the surface when the first reports came in. We haven't heard from them since. The mine feels different today. Usually it's a place of comfort for me, believe it or not. After 15 years underground, you get used to the darkness, the constant drip of water, the hum of machinery. But now, every sound makes us jump. Every shadow could be one of those things that got into the upper levels. We reached Junction 23, about 800 feet down. It's one of our designated emergency shelters, equipped with enough supplies to last a week. Frank's breathing hard, leaning against the wall. At 63, he's too stubborn to retire. But right now, I'm worried his stubbornness might get him killed. "We need to rest," Sarah says, her usually neat ponytail now a mess of coal dust and sweat. She's right. We've been running for what feels like hours. The shelter is basically a reinforced storage room with steel doors. Inside, there are crates of emergency rations, water, first aid supplies, and most importantly, a radio system independent from the main mine communications. Luis helps me seal the door while Mike starts fiddling with the radio. Static fills the room, broken occasionally by fragments of broadcasts. None of it's good. Words like quarantine, infection, and martial law cut through the white noise. "My kids," Frank whispers, pulling out his wallet with trembling hands. "My Mary's supposed to pick them up from school today." His voice cracks, and I put a hand on his shoulder. There's nothing I can say to make this better. The next few hours are a blur of trying to get reception on the radio, rationing our supplies, and jumping at every sound from beyond the steel door. We piece together what we can from the broadcasts. Something about a virus, about people turning violent, about the dead getting back up. It's Luis who spots it first. The blood on Frank's sleeve. He must have caught it on something while we were running, but none of us remember him saying anything about getting hurt. When he rolls up his sleeve, we all take a step back. The bite mark is unmistakable. Human teeth torn through flesh. "I didn't want to worry anyone," Frank says quietly. "Thought maybe it wasn't as bad as they were saying on the radio." We all know what this means. We've heard enough from the broadcasts. Frank knows too. He stands up, walks to the door, his head held high despite everything. "Frank, don't," Sarah pleads, but he shakes his head. "I've lived a good life," he says, managing a small smile. "Got to see my grandkids grow up a bit. That's more than some get." He looks at me. "Derek, you make sure these folks get out of here alive. You hear me?" Before any of us can stop him, Frank opens the door and steps out into the tunnel. The last thing we see is his headlamp disappearing into the darkness. The sound of the door sealing shut feels like a gunshot in the silence. 5 became 4, and we're only halfway through the first day of whatever this is. As I sit here writing this in my work log, trying to keep my hand steady, I can't help but wonder, how many of us will be left when the sun rises? The batteries in our headlamps won't last forever. That's the thought that keeps nagging at me as we sit in the emergency shelter, listening to the radio sputter out increasingly desperate reports from above ground. We've got the emergency lights in here, sure. But once we leave, and we'll have to leave eventually, we'll need our lamps. It's been about 4 hours since Frank left. None of us have said much since then, each lost in our own thoughts. The radio's getting worse. Fewer stations broadcasting, more panic in the voices we do hear. From what we can piece together, it's not just our town. It's everywhere. We need a plan, Luis says, breaking the silence. He's right. We can't stay here forever. But the thought of what's waiting for us up there makes my stomach turn. Sarah's been marking up one of the mind maps we keep in the shelter, circling potential routes to the surface. She's only been working here 3 years, but she's got a better head for the layout than most veterans. There's a ventilation shaft that comes out about a mile from the main entrance, she says, pointing to a spot on the map. It's got maintenance ladders all the way up. That's an 800-foot climb, Mike points out, rubbing his beard nervously. And we don't know what's waiting at the top. The sound of something scraping against metal makes us all freeze. It's coming from the door. We kill the lights immediately, years of safety drills kicking in. In the darkness, I can hear everyone's breathing. Too fast, too shallow. The scraping continues, followed by something that might be a moan, or might just be the wind in the ventilation system. We wait, hardly daring to breathe, for what feels like hours but is probably only minutes. Then we hear it. A voice, weak but unmistakable. "Help! Please!" "That's Frank," Mike whispers, already moving toward the door. I grab his arm. "Wait." My voice is harder than I mean it to be, but we can't afford mistakes. Frank left because he was bit. You heard the broadcasts. That's how it spreads. We can't just leave him out there, Sarah protests, but I can hear the uncertainty in her voice. The choice is taken from us when another sound joins Frank's voice. Shuffling footsteps, lots of them, and moans that definitely aren't the wind. Frank's cries turn to screams, then to something worse. We sit in the dark, hands pressed over our ears, until it stops. When we finally turn the lights back on, Luis is praying in Spanish, tears running down his face. Mike looks like he's aged 10 years in the last few minutes. Sarah's gripping her map so tight it's tearing. "We need to move," I say, surprised by how steady my voice sounds. "Those things that got Frank? They know we're down here now, and I'm betting they can smell us, just like they smelled him." We pack quickly. Water, emergency rations, first aid supplies. I find some flares in one of the storage bins and distribute them. Better than nothing if our lamps die. Sarah's route through the ventilation shaft is risky, but it's better than trying to fight our way up through the main tunnels. The sound of our boots on metal echoes through the tunnel as we make our way to the shaft access. Every echo sounds like footsteps following us, like moans in the dark. The mines always played tricks with sound, but now every trick feels deadly. We're almost to the access point when Mike's headlamp flickers and dies. He curses, fumbling for one of the flares. The scratch and hiss of it igniting seems impossibly loud, and the red light it casts makes the shadows dance like living things. That's when we see them, a group of miners, or what used to be miners, stumbling toward us from a side tunnel. Their headlamps are still on, bobbing with their shambling movements like some kind of demented light show. I recognize some of their faces, or what's left of them. They're the ones who tried to make it to the surface earlier. "Run!" I shout, but Luis is already moving, leading the way to the shaft access. Sarah's right behind him, then Mike. I bring up the rear, watching those bouncing headlamps getting closer, trying not to look at the faces beneath them. We reach the access door, and I help Luis wrench it open. The ventilation shaft stretches up into darkness, the maintenance ladder a skeleton of metal rungs disappearing into black. Behind us, the infected miners are getting closer, their moans echoing off the walls. "Up! Now!" I yell, pushing Sarah toward the ladder. She starts climbing, then Luis. Mike hesitates, looking back at the approaching horde. "Mike, come on!" He shakes his head, pulling out his remaining flares. "Someone's got to hold them back while you climb. Those things aren't too fast. I can keep them busy, then follow you up." "Don't be stupid," I start to say, but he cuts me off. "My lamp's dead anyway. I'll just slow you down in the dark. Now go." Before I can argue, he shoves me toward the ladder and slams the access door shut between us. Through the small window, I see him light another flare and start backing away from the door, drawing the attention of our former colleagues. 5 became 4. 4 became 3. And we're only 8 hours into this nightmare. I start climbing, trying to ignore the sounds below, trying not to think about how many more of us will be left when this is over. My arms are burning. 800 feet doesn't sound so bad when you're looking at it on a map, but climbing straight up in the dark? That's different. Our headlamps create small circles of light that barely pierce the darkness above us. Below. I try not to look below. We lost Mike's screams about 100 feet up. Nobody said anything since then. Just the sound of heavy breathing and metal rungs clanging under our boots. Luis is leading the way, then Sarah, then me. We're moving slower than I'd like, but after losing 2 of our group, nobody's taking chances. "Hold up," Sarah whispers, her voice echoing slightly in the shaft. "I need a minute." We all stop, clinging to the ladder in the darkness. The shaft is maybe 6 feet wide, just enough room for maintenance crews to work on the ventilation systems. Right now, it feels like a metal coffin standing on end. That's when we hear it. A clang from below. Then another. Something's on the ladder. "They can't climb," Luis says, but he doesn't sound convinced. "They're not coordinated enough to climb, right?" Another clang, closer this time. I shine my lamp down, past Sarah's feet. The beam catches something moving about 50 feet below us. A headlamp, bobbing up and down. Then another, and another. "They're climbing," I say, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "Luis, how much further?" 200 feet, maybe less." He's already moving again, faster now. Sarah follows, and I can hear the fear in her breathing. The clanging below us is getting louder, more frequent. I risk another look. The infected are slower on the ladder than we are, but they don't seem to tire, and they don't seem to care about falling. I watch one miss a rung and plummet into the darkness, only to be replaced by another one climbing up. "Luis?" Sarah's voice is tight with panic. "Luis! My lamp's flickering." No, not now. We've been running them too hard, too long. The batteries are dying. "Keep moving," I shout up. "We're almost there." Sarah's lamp dies first, plunging her into darkness between Luis and me. She lets out a small sob but keeps climbing, following the sound of Luis's movements above her. Then Luis's lamp starts to dim. "I see something," Luis calls down. "There's light above us. Daylight." Hope surges through me, giving my tired arms new strength. Then my own lamp flickers. Darkness. Light. Darkness. Light. We're close enough now that I can see it too. A gray square of daylight about 50 feet up. The exit. We're going to make it. My lamp dies. The darkness is complete, suffocating. I freeze for a moment, fighting panic. Below us, the clanging continues. The infected are getting closer. "Keep moving," I shout. "Don't stop." I hear Luis grunt above me, then the sound of metal groaning. A blast of fresh air hits my face. He must have gotten the exit hatch open. "Luis?" Sarah calls up. Silence. "Luis!" She tries again. The sound that comes back isn't Luis's voice. It's a moan, followed by the wet sound of tearing flesh and Sarah's scream. "They're up there," she shrieks. "Oh God, they were waiting at the top." I hear scuffling above me, feel the ladder shake. Something heavy falls past me in the darkness. I press myself against the rungs, heart pounding. "Sarah, we have to go back down," I yell. No response. "Sarah?" The only answer is the continued moaning from above and the steady clanging of the infected climbing up from below. I'm alone in the darkness, trapped between two groups of the dead. 5 became 4. 4 became 3. 3 became 1. And I'm only 9 hours into this nightmare. Darkness. Complete darkness. The kind that makes you wonder if your eyes are even open. I'm frozen in place on the ladder, listening to the sounds above and below me. The moans are getting closer from both directions. Think, Derek. Think. I've got 3 flares left in my pocket. No light source other than that. The ventilation shaft exit is maybe 20 feet above me, but there's no telling how many of those things are up there. Below? I don't even want to think about below. My hands are sweating inside my work gloves, making each rung feel slippery. I need to make a decision fast. Up or down? The infected coming from below are slower, having to climb. But there are more of them. The ones above are fewer, but they've got the high ground. I reach into my pocket with trembling fingers and pull out a flare. The scratch of the igniter seems deafening in the shaft. Red light explodes around me, throwing twisted shadows on the metal walls. In the bloody glow, I can see them above. 3, maybe 4 figures silhouetted against the gray square of daylight. Below, the shaft is filled with bobbing headlamps, too many to count. That's when I notice something. A maintenance alcove about 10 feet below me. These alcoves are built into the shaft every 100 feet or so, giving workers a place to rest or store equipment. This one still has its platform intact. I have maybe 5 minutes before the flare dies. 5 minutes to make this work. Carefully, I pull off my work boots and tie the laces together, hanging them around my neck. Then I take off my belt. The infected are getting closer, but I force myself to move slowly, deliberately. One mistake and I'm dead. I light the second flare and throw it up toward the exit. The infected at the top lurch toward it instinctively, drawn by the movement and light. Then I light my last flare and drop it below. The infected climbing up pause, their dead eyes tracking the falling light. Now comes the hard part. I climb down to the alcove platform as quietly as I can. It's barely big enough for one person to stand on, but it'll have to do. I thread my belt through the safety railing and buckle it as tight as it'll go. Above me, the first flare is dying. Below, the second flare is about to hit the bottom of the shaft. I hear it strike with a clatter, and the infected resume their climb with renewed vigor. I take a deep breath and start banging my boots against the metal wall of the shaft. The sound echoes like gunshots. "Hey!" I shout. "Over here!" The infected above and below turn toward me. Perfect. Now for the really crazy part. I press myself back against the wall of the alcove, gripping the safety railing. The first of the infected from above reaches my level. It lunges for me, but the platform is too small. It falls past, taking 2 more with it as they all grab for each other. They plummet into the mass of infected climbing up from below, creating a chain reaction of falling bodies. The sound is horrible. The crack of bones, the wet thud of flesh hitting flesh, inhuman screams echoing up the shaft. But I can't cover my ears. I need both hands to hold on, because now the shaft is raining infected. They're falling past me in waves, the ones from above knocking down the ones below like bloody dominoes. My belt creaks as the platform shakes, but it holds. I don't know how long it lasts. Minutes? Hours? I just hold on, eyes shut tight, listening to the sound of death falling past me in the darkness. When it finally stops, I'm afraid to move. The last flare died sometime during the chaos, and I'm back in total darkness. My whole body is shaking, partly from fear, partly from exhaustion. Slowly, carefully, I unbuckle my belt and feel for the ladder. My hands find the rungs, and I start climbing up. I don't know if any of the infected are left at the top, but I have to try. I've got no other choice. The gray square of daylight grows larger above me. 10 feet, 5 feet. I can feel fresh air on my face. I'm almost there. 11 hours into this nightmare, and I might actually make it. That's when I hear the scream from above. Not the moan of an infected, but a human scream. A child's scream. And I realize my nightmare isn't over yet. The scream comes again, closer this time. My arms are shaking as I pull myself up the final few rungs. The ventilation shaft exits into a small maintenance shed about a mile from the main mine entrance. As I peek over the edge, I see what's left of Louise sprawled across the shed floor. I look away quickly, focusing instead on the shed's open door. Another scream. It's coming from just outside. I haul myself up and crouch in the shadows, trying to get my bearings. The shed is small, maybe 10 by 10 feet. Tools scattered everywhere, probably from whatever happened to Louise. There's a hammer within arm's reach. I grab it, feeling slightly less helpless with a weapon in my hand. Through the door, I can see trees, glimpses of the access road that leads back to the main mine facility. The sun is high. It must be around noon. 12 hours since this all started. The screaming has stopped, replaced by the sound of shuffling feet and moans. I creep to the door and look out. What I see makes my blood run cold. There's a little girl, maybe 7 or 8, up in a tree about 30 feet from the shed. Below her, 5 infected are clawing at the trunk, trying to reach her. She's pressed against the main branch, hugging it tight, tears streaming down her face. One of the infected is wearing a Blue Ridge coal mine uniform. Another is dressed like a mailman. The other 3 are in civilian clothes. All of them are focused on the girl. I could run. The access road leads down to the highway. If I'm quiet, they might not even notice me. I could make it. The girl looks up and sees me. Her eyes go wide, but she doesn't make a sound. Smart kid. She just stares at me, and in her eyes I see Frank's grandkids, who he'll never see grow up. I see Mike's sacrifice to give us a chance. I see Luis and Sarah, who almost made it. Damn it, I mutter, gripping the hammer tighter. I step out of the shed and whistle sharply. All 5 infected turn toward the sound. Up in the tree, the girl's eyes get even wider. Hey! I shout, banging the hammer against the shed's metal wall. Over here! The infected start shambling toward me. Good. But now what? I've got a hammer against 5 of them. The shed's too small to fight in, and I'm too exhausted to outrun them for long. That's when I notice the mining cart. It's sitting on the tracks that lead from the ventilation shaft back to the main facility, probably used for hauling maintenance equipment. More importantly, the tracks run downhill. When I tell you to, I call up to the girl, trying to keep my voice steady. I want you to climb down and run to the shed. Can you do that? She nods, her knuckles white where she's gripping the branch. The infected are about halfway to me now. I back up slowly toward the cart, keeping the hammer raised. The cart is old, rusty, but when I give it an experimental push, it moves. The brake lever is within reach. Okay, kid, I say, climbing into the cart. Now! She scrambles down the tree with the agility only a kid can manage. The infected turn at the sound, but she's already running. Smart kid. Fast too. She makes it to the shed just as the infected reach the cart. I wait until the first one gets close enough to grab for me. Then I swing the hammer. The impact sends it staggering back into the others. Before they can recover, I grab the brake lever and pull. The cart starts rolling. Slowly at first, then picking up speed. The infected lurch after it, but the slope is getting steeper. Soon they're falling behind. Jump! I shout to the girl as the cart passes the shed. She takes a running leap and I catch her, pulling her into the cart. She's shaking, but she's alive. The cart is really moving now, the wind whipping past us. Behind us, the infected are just shapes in the distance. Ahead, I can see the main facility. I'm Amy, she says, her voice barely audible over the rushing wind. My dad worked at the mine. He told me to run when he... I'm Derek, I tell her, putting an arm around her shoulders. And we're going to be okay. I don't know if it's true. The cart is heading straight for the main facility, where there are probably more infected. We've got no food, no supplies, and no real plan. But we're alive, and we're moving, and sometimes that's enough. The sun is directly overhead now. 12 hours since this all started. I began this morning as one of 5 miners just trying to survive. Now I'm one man with a hammer, a mining cart, and a kid to protect. But you know what? For the first time since this nightmare began, I'm not just running away from something. I'm running towards something, and that makes all the difference. The cart rattles down the tracks toward whatever comes next, and I hold on tight, ready for whatever this new world throws at us. Because sometimes, survival isn't about being the strongest or the smartest. Sometimes, it's just about being the one who doesn't give up. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed that story as much as I did. Come back next time for some more scary stories. And as always, remember to face your fears.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The Last Signal, Part 1. Petty Officer Sam Wilson gripped the railing of the Coast Guard cutter as it approached the listing cargo vessel through the pre-dawn gloom. The ship's SOS had been broadcasting for the past hour, a mechanical repetition that felt wrong against the absolute silence of the radio channels. No response to their hails, no chatter from other vessels, nothing but that single, automated distress call cutting through the dark. "Something's not right," he muttered, adjusting his tactical vest. The morning air carried an unfamiliar metallic smell that made his nose wrinkle. Through his binoculars, he could make out the vessel's name, Oriental Dawn. The massive container ship was sitting low in the water, its port side dipping ominously toward the steel-gray waves. "Multiple heat signatures detected on the main deck," called out Torres from the thermal imaging station. "They're moving erratically." The first hints of sunrise painted the eastern horizon in sick yellows and reds as they drew alongside. Water was already washing over the Oriental Dawn's port rails, and the groaning of the overstressed metal echoed across the water. Standard procedure was to board and assess, but everything about this felt wrong. Sam led the 4-person boarding team up the pilot's ladder, his boots finding purchase on the wet rungs. The ship's deck tilted at an uncomfortable angle beneath them as they climbed aboard. Empty shipping containers created a maze of towering steel walls, many having broken free of their moorings to crash against each other. "Hello?" Sam called out, his voice seeming to die in the heavy air. "U.S. Coast Guard! Is anyone—" A scream cut through the morning stillness, raw and animalistic. It came from behind a toppled container about 30 yards ahead. Sam signaled his team to advance, their boots splashing through the ankle-deep water that was steadily rising across the deck. The screaming stopped abruptly, replaced by wet, tearing sounds that made Sam's skin crawl. As they rounded the corner of the container, he saw them. 3 figures crouched over something that had been human. They turned at the sound of the approaching footsteps, revealing faces streaked with blood and eyes that held nothing human. "Jesus Christ," whispered Rodriguez behind him. The creatures, Sam refused to name what they looked like, lurched to their feet with unnatural speed. Their clothes were soaked in blood and seawater, their movements jerky yet purposeful. As they stumbled forward, more shapes emerged from between the containers, drawn by the commotion. "Back to the ladder!" Sam ordered, raising his sidearm. "Now!" But when they turned, they saw more of them blocking the retreat, having somehow circled behind them silently. The deck shifted again, another few degrees towards disaster, and Sam realized with growing horror that they were trapped between the rising water, the zombies, and the endless maze of containers on a ship that was slowly becoming their tomb. "New plan," he said, forcing his voice to remain steady as he counted their dwindling options. "We make for the bridge. Move!" As they ran, the ship groaned beneath them, like a dying thing, and the sounds of pursuit echoed off the steel walls of their container maze. Somewhere in the distance, emergency sirens began to wail across the coast, and Sam knew with terrible certainty that whatever was happening on this ship was only the beginning. Part 2. The bridge tower loomed ahead like a fortress, but reaching it meant crossing an expanse of open deck space. Sam led his team through the container maze, choosing their path carefully as the ship's list grew worse. Every few minutes, a container would break free of its restraints and crash against the deck, the sound echoing like thunder. "Wilson!" Torres grabbed his sleeve, pointing toward movement between two containers. A figure in a crew uniform stumbled into view, its neck bent at an impossible angle. Behind it came three more, including one in a captain's uniform, its white jaw now stained crimson. "Keep moving," Sam ordered, his voice barely above a whisper. The rising water had reached their knees, making each step a battle against both the current and their own exhaustion. The morning sun now illuminated the horror around them in stark detail. Bloody handprints on containers, scattered personal effects floating in the water, and dark shapes moving beneath the surface. They reached the stairs leading to the bridge, only to find them partially submerged. Rodriguez took point, his rifle trained on the doorway above. The stairwell was clear, but as they climbed, the metallic stench grew stronger. "Check those magazines," Sam commanded, using his sleeve to wipe spray from his face. "We might need every round." He tried his radio again, but only static answered. Whatever was happening here, they were on their own. The bridge door was ajar, swaying with the ship's movement. Inside, screams still flickered with life, casting an eerie blue glow across the scattered papers and overturned chairs. A trail of blood led to the radio room. "Holy shit," breathed Martinez, the newest member of their team. "Look at the radar." The screen showed dozens of vessels in the surrounding waters, but many were moving erratically or not at all. Some were clearly adrift, while others seemed to be deliberately running themselves aground along the coast. A gurgling sound from the radio room snapped their attention back to the immediate threat. Sam raised his hand, signaling the team to hold position. He edged forward, weapon ready, and peered around the doorframe. The radio operator was still there, or what remained of him. His hands were cuffed to the radio equipment, his final transmission still repeating on the emergency channel. A bullet wound at his temple told Sam all he needed to know. The man had chosen his own way out. "We need to get off this ship," Torres said, voicing what they all knew. "But the ladder is probably underwater by now." Sam moved to the windows, studying the vessel's angle. They had maybe 20 minutes before the list became critical. "There," he pointed to a lifeboat station on the starboard side. "If we can reach that." The door behind them burst open. What had once been the ship's first officer lurched through, followed by more of the crew. Their skin had taken on a grayish tinge, and their movements were more coordinated than before, as if they were learning. Martinez opened fire first, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. The creatures jerked as rounds struck them but didn't fall. Sam grabbed a fire axe from the wall and swung it in a desperate arc, buying them seconds to retreat. "The deck!" he shouted. "Go!" They burst out onto the exterior walkway, only to find themselves caught between the growing horde behind them and a 30-foot drop to the water-covered deck below. The ship groaned again, shifting another few degrees. Sam looked at his team, then at the lifeboat station across the expanse of tilted deck. They had one shot at this, and the odds were getting worse with the second. "When I say run," he said, gripping the axe tighter as shadows filled the door behind them, "don't stop for anything." Part 3. "Run!" Sam's voice cut through the chaos as he swung the fire axe on the nearest zombie, creating a momentary gap in the doorway. The team sprinted along the exterior walkway, boots clanging on the metal grating. Behind them, the infected crew members poured out on the bridge like a nightmare tide. The ship's increasing tilt worked both for and against them. It slowed their pursuers but made every step treacherous. Torres lost his footing and slammed into the railing, his rifle clattering away into the containers below. "There!" Rodriguez pointed to a maintenance ladder descending to the main deck. It was their only chance of reaching the lifeboat station. Sam did a quick head count. All 4 still alive. All still moving. For now. Martinez went down first. Then Torres. Sam could hear the zombies getting closer, their unnatural movements producing a cacophony of scraping sounds against the metal walkway. He glanced back and immediately wished he hadn't. The infected crew's face was contorted into permanent snarls, their clothes now soaked with both seawater and the blood of their victims. Go! Sam pushed Rodriguez toward the ladder. A zombie lunged for them, its fingers grazing Rodriguez's tactical vest before Sam buried the axe into its chest. The creature stumbled but didn't fall, its dead eyes fixed on them with terrible focus. Sam swung himself onto the ladder, just as more zombies reached their position. He descended as fast as he dared, the metal rungs slick with spray and whatever dark fluid dripped from the creatures above. The main deck was now a deadly obstacle course. Containers continued to shift and slide as the ship's list worsened, creating new dangers with each passing minute. Waist-deep water churned between the steel canyons, and somewhere in that murky depth, Sam knew more of the infected waited. "We've got movement in the water!" Torres called out, his voice tight with fear. Dark shapes moved beneath the surface, circling their position like sharks. "Stay together!" Sam ordered. "Martinez, watch our 6. Rodriguez, find us a path to that lifeboat." They moved as one unit, watching each other's blind spots as they waded through the rising water. The lifeboat station was maybe 50 yards away, but it might as well have been 50 miles. Every few steps, a container would shift a thunderous groan, forcing them to change course. A hand shot up from the water, grabbing Martinez's leg. The young guardsman screamed and opened fire into the depths, the muzzle flash illuminating more infected bodies moving beneath the surface. The water around them began to churn as more zombies rose from the depths. "Break it up!" Sam shouted. They abandoned any pretense of stealth and ran, splashing through the flood as fast as they could manage. Behind them, the bridge tower where they'd been minutes ago finally succumbed to the list, glass shattering as it met the water. The ship gave an almighty shudder, and Sam knew they were out of time. The entire vessel was about to roll. Containers began to slide en masse, creating a domino effect of steel and death. The water level rose rapidly as the ship's roll accelerated. They reached the lifeboat station just as a wave of infected crested the water behind them. Sam slammed his hand on the release mechanism, praying it still worked despite the ship's angle. The davits creaked in protest as the lifeboat began to move, but something was wrong. The mechanism was jamming, the boat only partially deploying, and now they were surrounded, infected crew members approaching from all sides, more rising from the water, and the ship itself trying to kill them with every passing second. Sam looked at his team's face, saw the same desperate determination in their eyes, and made a decision that would either save them or doom them all. Part 4. Torres, Rodriguez, get that winch moving manually. Martinez, give me your belt. Sam shouted over the groaning metal. The ship was rolling faster now, the deck angle approaching 45 degrees. He looped Martinez's belt through the lifeboat's stuck mechanism, creating a makeshift lever. The infected were closing in from all sides. A female crew member in a shredded uniform lunged at Martinez, who barely managed to kick her back into the churning water. More zombies climbed over the railings, their movements becoming more coordinated with each passing minute. "On 3!" Sam braced himself against the railing. 1, 2, 3! He and Martinez threw their full weight against the belt while Torres and Rodriguez cranked the manual winch. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, with a shriek of protesting metal, the mechanism broke free. The lifeboat swung out over the tilting deck, now their only escape route. "Inside! Move!" Sam provided covering fire as his team scrambled into the lifeboat. The ship's roll had become critical. Containers were breaking free of their moorings and waves now, creating a domino effect of sliding steel that crushed everything in its path, including the infected. A massive wave crashed across the deck as the ship continued its death roll. Sam felt his feet losing purchase on the slick metal. Behind him, a wall of zombies advanced, unconcerned by the chaos around them. He backed toward the lifeboat, counting his remaining ammunition. 4 rounds. Not nearly enough. "Wilson, jump!" Torres reached out from the lifeboat, which swung wildly on its davits. The distance had grown nearly 10 feet with the ship's increasing tilt. Sam took 2 steps back, knowing he'd have one chance at this. The nearest zombie, a massive engineer with half his face missing, grabbed for Sam's tactical vest. Sam ducked under the grasping hands and sprinted forward, using a fallen pipe as a springboard. For a moment, he was airborne over the rolling water, the dawn sky wheeling above him. His fingers caught the lifeboat's edge. Torres and Rodriguez hauled him in just as the ship gave a final thunderous groan. The Oriental Dawn was going down, and it was taking its infected crew with it. "Cut the lines!" Sam scrambled to his feet. "Cut them now!" Martinez hacked at the rear cable with his combat knife while Rodriguez worked on the forward one. The lifeboat tilted dangerously as the ship began its final plunge. Infected crew members reached for them from the water, their gray hands slapping against the hull. The forward line snapped with a whip-crack report. The boat swung violently, now held by only the rear cable. Water churned around them as the massive ship's hull created a whirlpool effect. They were being pulled down with it. Sam grabbed Martinez's knife and slashed at the remaining line, his arms burning with the effort. The cable frayed, individual strands snapping one by one. A zombie managed to get its arm over the gunwale, and Torres smashed it back with an oar. The last strand of the cable parted. Their lifeboat shot backward, carried by the wave of the sinking ship's displacement. They were thrown about like rag dolls as the boat spun in the turbulent water. Through the spray, Sam watched the Oriental Dawn's final moments as it slipped beneath the waves, taking its horrific cargo to the depths. But their relief was short-lived. As the water settled and dawn fully broke over the horizon, they saw what awaited them. The coastline was visible several miles away, and even from this distance, they could see multiple fires burning. More ships drifted aimlessly in the waters around them, some listing, others already beginning to sink. Emergency sirens wailed across the water, their sound carrying an unmistakable message. This was only the beginning. Part 5. The morning sun climbed higher as their lifeboat drifted in the gentle swells, the chaos of their escape now replaced by an eerie calm. Sam watched the last air bubbles from the Oriental Dawn break the surface while his team tended to the injuries. Mostly cuts and bruises, though Martinez had a nasty gash in his forearm from their frantic escape. "Anyone got a radio?" Sam asked, but he already knew the answer. Their equipment was waterlogged, and the strange static that had played their communications earlier still filled every channel they tried. "Look!" Torres pointed toward the coast. Through the morning haze, they could see more clearly now what they'd only glimpsed before. Multiple vessels had run aground along the shoreline. Smoke rose from at least 3 different locations in the city, and even from this distance, they could see unusual movement patterns in the streets, crowds flowing like spilled water between buildings. "Those car alarms," Rodriguez said quietly. "They're getting more frequent." He was right. The distant wail of sirens had been joined by a growing chorus of car alarms, creating a symphony of chaos that carried across the water. Helicopters, both military and civilian, crisscrossed the sky over the city, and occasionally they could hear what sounded like gunfire. "Okay, we need to make a decision," Sam said, checking his supplies. The lifeboat was well stocked. Flares, fresh water, emergency rations. But he knew staying at sea wasn't an option. The Coast Guard base or the marina? A massive explosion bloomed over the commercial district downtown, sending a mushroom cloud of smoke into the sky. The shockwave reached them seconds later, rippling across the water. "Marina," they all said in unison. The Coast Guard base was close to the city center, where things were clearly deteriorating rapidly. Sam and Torres took the oars while Rodriguez kept watch and Martinez tended his wound. As they rowed, they passed in other vessels, some abandoned, others with desperate faces peering from behind locked doors. A yacht burned in the distance, its hull already slipping beneath the waves. They saw things moving in the water occasionally, but kept their eyes fixed on their destination. The marina came into view, its usually bustling docks eerily still. Most of the pleasure craft were still moored, their owners presumably caught inland when whatever this was began. Cars filled the parking lot, many with doors left open in haste. "Over there!" Sam pointed to a secluded service dock partially hidden by a repair shed. "We'll be less exposed." As they approached, a familiar sound carried across the water, the wet, guttural moaning they'd heard on the ship. Two figures shambled along the main dock, their movements leaving no doubt about their condition. Sam raised his hand for silence as they glided past, using the current to drift toward their chosen landing spot. They secured the lifeboat quietly, each of them scanning the marina for movement. The infected they'd seen wandered out of view, but somewhere in the distance, someone screamed. "We hole up in the repair shop," Sam whispered, checking his weapon low on last time. "Get our bearings, try to raise any one of the emergency frequencies. Then we figure out our next move." "And if we can't raise anyone?" Martinez asked, his young face showing the strain of everything they'd witnessed. Sam looked at his team. These men he'd led into hell and somehow gotten back out, then turned to the chaos consuming the shoreline. The infection was spreading. They'd seen enough to know that. But they were Coast Guard. They had a duty. "Then we do what we're trained to do," he said firmly. "We help who we can. We fight what we must, and we don't stop until we find somewhere safe or..." He left the alternative unspoken. They moved toward the shed in formation, weapons ready, as more explosions illuminated the city behind them. The Oriental dawn had been just the beginning, Sam realized. The real test of survival was just about to begin. "Stay sharp," he whispered as they reached the shed's door. "And stay together. Whatever's coming next, we face it as a team." Torres picked the lock while the others provided cover. As the door swung open, revealing the darkness within, Sam took one last look at the burning horizon. Somewhere out there, other Coast Guard units were facing the same nightmare. He silently wished them luck. Then he stepped inside with his team, ready to face whatever this new world had in store for them. Well, I hope you enjoyed that one. I don't know if I've heard many stories about the Coast Guard during a zombie apocalypse. I know there would be a ton of people that would basically just run for the water as soon as any kind of like zombie related things happen. There's a bunch of stories where they show how crazy that gets, where pretty much anybody's just trying to get on some kind of life raft off the mainland and into the water. So I thought it'd be kind of interesting to have a story where there's some Coast Guardmen that try to go help a vessel for an SOS and it goes to shit like this. So I hope you enjoy that story. Come back next time for some more scary stories. And as always, remember to face your fears.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The morning sun glinted off the steel beams 40 stories above Chicago as Adam tightened his safety harness. Just another Tuesday in May, he thought, watching his breath fog in the crisp morning air. The banging of hammers and whine of power tools had already started up, a symphony he'd grown used to over 15 years of high-rise construction. "Hey, Adam," Joey, the new kid, called from the floor below. "You see that shit on the news this morning? About that weird virus?" Adam hadn't. He'd been too busy getting his daughter back to school on time after she'd missed her bus again. "Nah, what virus?" "Some kind of rage thing. People going crazy in the suburbs. They got the National Guard out there and everything." Mike rolled his eyes. Media always blowing things out of proportion. He focused on securing the steel beam in front of him, but Joey wouldn't let it go. "I'm serious, man. My sister works at Northwestern Memorial. Says they got like 30 people in quarantine. Talking about some kind of bite infections." A scream from street level cut through the mechanical noise of the construction site. Mike peered over the ledge, expecting to see a fender bender or maybe a bicycle accident. Instead, He watched in horror as a crowd of people sprinted down Michigan Ave. Behind them, moving with unnatural jerky movements, came another group. Even from 40 stories up, Mike could tell something was wrong with them. The way they moved, the way they attacked anyone they caught. "Holy shit," Joey whispered, now standing beside Mike. "Is this for real?" Mike's phone buzzed in his pocket. Sarah's school. "Mr. Torres." The voice on the other end was tight with panic. "There's been an incident. We're evacuating the school. You need to come get Beth immediately." The line went dead before he could respond. More screams rose from below as sirens began wailing across the city. Mike looked at his safety harness, then at the emergency stairwell door. It would take at least 15 minutes to get down properly. His daughter needed him now. "Joey," Mike said, already unclipping his harness. "Tell Foreman Martinez I had a family emergency." He headed for the stairs, his tool belt clanking against his hip. "And Joey, get the hell out of here. Something's not right." As Mike yanked open the stairwell door, he had no way of knowing that his decision to leave would be the first of many choices determining whether he and Beth would survive what was coming. The door clanged shut behind him as he began his descent, and somewhere in the distance, a military helicopter thundered past the skeletal framework of the unfinished skyscraper. Adam's boots thundered down the metal stairs, each flight bringing him closer to the growing chaos below. 38 floors to go. His tool belt slapped against his thigh with each step, the familiar weight now a burden. He should have ditched it, but some part of his brain wouldn't let go of the routine of 15 years. You don't abandon your tools. The sound of breaking glass echoed up the stairwell, followed by screams. Adam paused, his breath coming in sharp bursts. 2 construction workers burst through the door 3 doors down, nearly falling over the railing in their panic. "Hey!" Adam shouted. "What's happening down there?" One of them looked up, eyes wide with terror. "Stay up there! They're in the lobby! Jerry! They got Jerry!" The men disappeared through another door before Adam could respond. 35 floors remaining. His phone buzzed again. A text from Beth's school. "Emergency alert. School in lockdown. Do not attempt pickup until authorities..." "Like hell," Adam muttered, shoving the phone back in his pocket. The distant sound of helicopter rotors grew louder, and through the narrow windows of the stairwell, he caught glimpses of military aircraft moving between buildings. A crash from above made him jump. Someone else in the stairwell, their footsteps erratic and stumbling. Adam quickened his pace, the rhythmic clang of his boots on metal drowning out everything except his ragged breathing and racing thoughts of Beth. The door to the 30th floor exploded open as he passed. A figure lurched out. Bill from accounting. Adam recognized the blue dress shirt, now stained dark with blood. But Bill's face, his movements. Adam didn't hesitate. 15 years of construction work had taught him to react fast or die. He swung his tool belt hard, catching Bill in the face with his heavy hammer. The infected man staggered back, giving Adam the space to continue his descent. "Sorry, Bill," he gasped, taking the stairs 2 at a time now. 25 floors to go. The sounds from below were getting worse. Screams, breaking glass, and a new sound that turned his stomach. A wet, tearing noise followed by horrible, animal-like feeding sounds. Adam's phone buzzed one final time. The screen showed a message from an unknown number. "CDC emergency alert. Shelter in place. Do not..." He turned the phone off. Nothing would stop him from reaching Beth. But as the chaos below grew louder and the stairwell darker, Adam realized this might be the longest descent of his life, if he survived it at all. The lobby's glass doors had been shattered, leaving a glittering carpet of broken safety glass that crunched under Adam's boots. Blood streaked the marble floor. The security desk was empty, monitors still flickering with CCTV feeds of the chaos outside. He gripped his hammer tightly, the rest of his tool belt now wrapped around his forearm as a makeshift armor. "Carl?" he called out softly to the usually cheerful security guard. A wet, gurgling sound from behind the desk answered him. Adam moved past quickly, not wanting to discover what remained of Carl. The revolving door was jammed with an overturned mail cart. Through the glass, He could see Michigan Avenue had become a war zone. Abandoned cars blocked the intersections. Paper and debris drifted like urban tumbleweeds. A fire hydrant sprayed unchecked, the water turning pink as it mixed with blood on the asphalt. A woman in jogger's clothes sprinted past, her ponytail bobbing. 3 infected lurched after her with that distinctive, broken puppet gait. Adam's stomach churned as he noticed one wore a hard hat. Someone from his crew. He needed wheels. Beth's school was 4 miles away, and every second counted. A familiar sight caught his eye. Joey's motorcycle. Tipped over but seemingly intact in the building's parking area. The kid was always bragging about that Kawasaki. "Sorry, Joey," Adam muttered, dragging the bike upright. "I'll bring it back if we survive this." The key was still in the ignition. Adam had never ridden a motorcycle before, but he'd watched Joey enough times. Clutch, gear shift, throttle. How hard could it be? The infected were simple. They chased movement and noise. The bike would attract them, but it was his only chance to reach Beth in time. The engine roared to life, drawing immediate attention from the nearby infected. Adam's first attempt to drive sent him lurching forward, nearly tipping over. The second try was better. By the third, he was moving, weaving between abandoned vehicles as figures began shambling toward the noise. He aimed for the sidewalk to avoid the worst traffic jams, grimacing as he bumped over curbs. The GPS on his phone showed the fastest route to Beth's school, but already he could see problems. The main roads were clogged with cars. Smoke rose from multiple buildings. Military helicopters circled overhead, and in the distance, he heard gunfire. The bike's engine screamed as Adam opened the throttle, wind whipping at his face. Behind him, the unfinished skyscraper stood like a skeletal monument to the world that had existed just hours ago. Ahead lay 4 miles of urban hell between him and Beth. A military blockade was visible in the distance, and beyond it, sirens wailed. Adam leaned forward on the bike, his construction helmet rattling against the wind. He had no idea what he'd do when he reached Beth's school, or where they'd go after. But first, he had to get there. And in this new world of infected humans and societal collapse, even 4 miles might as well be 400. The military blockade loomed closer. 2 Humvees and a row of sawhorses manned by soldiers in full combat gear. Adam cut the motorcycle's engine 50 yards out, letting momentum carry him toward the shadow of an overturned delivery truck. He'd seen how the soldiers were handling this, shooting anything that moved too quickly or too slowly. The crack of rifle fire punctuated his thoughts. Through the truck's broken windows, he watched the soldier drop something shambling in a business suit. The infected fell, but 3 more appeared from a nearby alley. The soldiers were too busy to notice one construction worker sneaking past. Adam abandoned the motorcycle and moved from car to car, the weight of his hammer reassuring in his grip. Beth's school was just 6 blocks away. He could see the American flag still flying above the brick building, oddly normal in a world gone mad. A scream made him freeze. A woman ran from a corner pharmacy, clutching something to her chest. Behind her, infected poured from the broken storefront. The soldiers opened fire, but in the chaos, Adam saw his chance. He sprinted across the street while their attention was divided. The school's playground came into view, its cheerful primary colors a stark contrast to the blood splashed across the monkey bars. A child's backpack lay abandoned by the swing set, its contents scattered. Adam's heart pounded as he approached the building. The front door was chained shut, a hastily sprayed painted message across them. Infected inside. Survivors evacuated to St. Michael's Church. No, no, no! Adam pressed his face against the glass, cupping his hands around his eyes. Movement inside. Shapes shuffling through the darkening hallways. None of them moved like children. St. Michael's was 15 blocks away. A military jet screamed overhead, so low it rattled the windows. More gunfire erupted behind him. The blockade was being overrun. Adam started running again, his boots heavy on the pavement. 15 blocks. He could make it. He had to make it. The streets here were worse than downtown. Cars had crashed into houses and storefronts. Fires burned unchecked. The infected seemed to be everywhere, drawn to the noise of collapse. Adam was forced to backtrack and detour multiple times, each minute feeling like an hour stolen from Beth's chances. He rounded a corner and stopped dead. St. Michael's rose before him. Its stone walls and stained glass windows glowed in the late morning sun. The church's heavy wooden doors stood open. Inside, voices echoed. Human voices, speaking in urgent but controlled tones. Adam took a step forward, hope rising in his chest. Then he heard it. The distinctive wop-wop-wop of helicopter rotors, growing louder. A shadow passed overhead as a military chopper descended toward the church rear parking lot. They were evacuating the survivors. "Please," he whispered, breaking into a run. "Please wait. I'm coming, Beth. Dad's coming." The helicopter touched down as Adam reached the church step. He could see figures being loaded aboard. A child with a pink backpack was helped up by a soldier. Beth's backpack was pink. He was going to make it. He didn't see the infected businessman lurking in the shadows of a dumpster. Didn't notice it until teeth sank into his calf. Adam's hammer found the businessman's skull before the infected could tear away more flesh. But he knew it was too late. The bite burned like fire, hot blood running down his boot. He'd seen how fast the infection spread. 20 minutes, maybe less. Just enough time. He limped up the church steps, using his hammer as a crutch. Inside, soldiers were organizing the final evacuation, herding survivors toward the back exit. A woman in a blood-spattered teacher's aide uniform was checking names off a list. "Beth!" he called out. "I'm looking for Beth!" The woman looked up, recognition flashing across her face. "Mr. Torres? Beth's been asking about you. She's in the next group." "Don't tell her I was here." Adam's voice shook as fever began to creep through his body. He could feel the infection spreading, racing through his veins. "Please, just tell her I loved her. Tell her I tried to come." The aide's eyes widened as she noticed his leg, the blood, the way he gripped the wall for support. "Oh God, you're running out of time. Yeah." Adam managed a weak smile. "But I can still help." He could see them now, infected streaming from the surrounding streets, drawn by the helicopter's noise. The soldiers at the doors were too busy with the evacuation to notice the full extent of the threat. There were too many. They'd be overwhelmed before the last group could board. Unless someone created a diversion. Adam touched the hammer at his belt one last time, then let it fall. His tools had served him well, but for his final act, he needed something louder. His eyes fell on a construction site across the street, one last unfinished building reaching toward the sky, and parked beside it, unnoticed in the chaos, an air horn mounted on a pole. They used them to signal emergencies on construction sites. One blast meant everyone clear the area. 3 meant immediate evacuation. The fever was worse now. His vision blurred at the edges, and his thoughts came through a haze of rising hunger. But he could do this. One last climb. "When I sound the horn," he told the aide, his words slurring slightly, "you get the kids on that helicopter. You get my Beth out of here." He waited for the response, pushing away from the wall. Adam forced his injured leg to move. The infected were closing in on the church from all sides, but they turned at the sound of his shouts, his awkward run toward the construction site. Some followed. Others would come. The pole wasn't high, maybe 20 feet. He'd climbed 10 times that just this morning, in another lifetime. But as he pulled himself up, each move was agony. The infection burned through him, trying to steal his humanity before he could complete his one last task. Below, infected gathered, clawing at the pole's base. Above, the horn waited. Behind him, he heard the helicopter's engines spooling up. Adam reached the horn as his fingers began to twitch with the onset of the turning. His vision swam red. The hunger was overwhelming now. The desire to turn around, to hunt, to feed. He grabbed the horn's handle. The sound was deafening. One long blast, then another, and another. Every infected for blocks turned toward the noise. They came in a wave, leaving the church entrance clear. Through eyes that were quickly losing their humanity, Adam watched the last group of survivors rush to the helicopter. A flash of pink, Beth's backpack, disappeared inside. The infected reached the pole as the helicopter lifted up. Adam saw Beth's face pressed against the window, searching the chaos below. But she was too far away to recognize the figure on the pole. Too far to see her father's last smile as his fingers finally lost their grip. Adam fell into the crowd below. His final thought not of the hunger, not of the infection, but of Beth, safe, flying away toward whatever sanctuary remained in this broken world. The hammer lay where he'd dropped it in the church, its worn handle bearing 15 years of his fingerprints. Like the unfinished building where his day began, it was a relic of a world that had ended. But his last act belonged to the new world. A father's love surviving even as humanity fell. One final sacrifice, lifting his daughter toward hope and morning light. Well, I hope you enjoyed that story. If you can't tell, a lot of my stories are about a mom or a dad or somebody like that. I have a bunch of kids, so a lot of these stories speak to me, and I'm assuming that some of you have kids as well, and these will really kind of like hit home for you. But even if you don't, you could sub in anything in that position. It could be your dog, it could be your spouse, it could be your whatever, your best friend, anybody. It doesn't matter. It's cool in these like weird end of the world scenarios where you can see someone's true nature really come out. And at least for fathers, I think that's what would come out the most, is just their willingness to completely sacrifice themselves for their children. But I hope you enjoyed that one. Come back next time for some more scary stories. And as always, remember to face your fears.
What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The pipe was still warm in my hand when I first heard the screams. Sitting on my torn mattress in that abandoned building off Canal Street, I almost mistook them for the usual sounds of the city. New York's always screaming about something, right? But this was different. These weren't angry cab driver screams or drunk tourist screams. These were the kind that make your blood turn to ice. I took another hit, trying to convince myself it was just the crack playing tricks on my mind. The familiar rush hit me, but the screams didn't stop. They got closer, more desperate. "Shut the fuck up!" I yelled, stumbling to the window. That's when I saw Sarah, the homeless woman who usually camped in the alley below. She was running, actually running, which I'd never seen her do in the 3 years I'd known her. Behind her was... Jesus Christ. The thing chasing her used to be a businessman, I think. His suit was torn and bloody, but that wasn't the worst part. Half his face was missing, and he was moving like a puppet with cut strings, all jerky and wrong. Sarah tripped on a garbage bag. I wanted to help her, I really did, but the crack and the fear had me frozen in place. I watched as the thing fell on her. Her screams stopped too quickly. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," I muttered, backing away from the window. My pipe slipped from my trembling fingers, shattering on the floor. The sound echoed through my empty room like a gunshot. The thing in the suit looked up. Our eyes met. His were milky white, dead, but somehow still hungry. He started moving toward my building, leaving Sarah's body behind. I had about 5 minutes before he made it up here, assuming he could figure out the stairs. 5 minutes to decide, stay and hide, or run into whatever chaos was happening outside. The last of my crack was scattered among the broken glass at my feet. The decision was made for me when I heard more screams, this time from inside the building. Multiple sets of uneven footsteps started climbing the stairs. There was only one way out now, the fire escape. I grabbed my lighter, my knife, and the half-empty water bottle by my bed. As I climbed out the window, I could hear them in the hallway. The businessman wasn't alone anymore. The metal of the fire escape was cold under my bare feet. I hadn't worn shoes in days. 4 stories down, the alley looked clear except for Sarah's body. She wasn't moving anymore, but I knew she would be soon. I'd seen enough horror movies to know how this worked. I made it down 3 flights before my shaking hands slipped. The last 10 feet I fell, landing hard on my side. Pain shot through my ribs, but the crack dulled it enough for me to get up and run. As I staggered out of the alley, I realized this wasn't just my building. The streets of Chinatown were in chaos. Cars crashed into storefronts, people running and screaming. More of those things stumbling after them. I needed to find somewhere safe to ride out whatever this was. Somewhere to clear my head and figure out what to do next. But as sirens wailed in the distance and helicopters thundered overhead, one thought kept circling in my mind. For the first time in years, getting my next fix wasn't my biggest problem. The sun was just starting to rise over Manhattan, painting the sky a sickly orange. Hour 1 of whatever this was had just begun, and I was already running out of time. The withdrawal was already starting to hit. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and every shadow looked like it was moving. But I couldn't tell if that was from the crack wearing off or the fact that half of those shadows actually were moving. I'd been running for what felt like hours, though the sun had barely cleared the buildings. The streets of Chinatown had become a maze of death. Every time I thought I'd found a clear path, more of those things would appear, forcing me to double back or duck into buildings. That's how I ended up in Mr. Chen's convenience store. The old man had always kicked me out before, calling the cops if I lingered too long near his doorway. Now his store was empty, the front window shattered, and blood smeared across the lottery ticket display. "Mr. Chen," I called out softly, more out of habit than hope. Something crashed in the back room. "Who's there?" A woman's voice, young and terrified. I moved toward the storage room, stepping over broken glass and scattered cans. "Just looking for somewhere to hide," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Not one of them." A face appeared in the doorway. Asian, maybe early 20s. She had Mr. Chen's eyes. "You're bleeding," she said. I looked down. My feet were cut up from running barefoot through the glass-strewn streets. I hadn't even felt it. "Yeah," I said. "Got any Band-Aids?" She almost smiled. "I'm Lisa. Mr. Chen was my father." Was. I noticed the past tense. "John," I replied. "I'm sorry about..." A scream from outside cut me off. We both ducked down behind the counter as someone ran past the broken window, followed by the wet sounds of shuffling feet and inhuman groaning. "We can't stay here," Lisa whispered. "They'll find us eventually. I have my father's car in the back alley. Keys, too." My head was pounding. The need for another hit was getting worse, making it hard to think. But she was right. We needed to move. "Where are we heading?" "My aunt's place in Queens. It's in one of those new high-rises with security gates. We might be safer there." She pulled out a set of keys. "Can you drive?" I hadn't driven in years, not since I lost my license, but I nodded anyway. "Yeah, I can drive." Lisa disappeared into the back room and returned with a backpack full of supplies and, thank whatever God was still listening, a first aid kit. As she bandaged my feet, I grabbed what I could from the shelves: water, energy drinks, some beef jerky. "Ready?" she asked, handing me a pair of her father's old sneakers. They were too small, but better than nothing. That's when we heard it. A wet, gurgling sound from the back room, the same room Lisa had just been in. the same room where I hadn't asked what had happened to Mr. Chen. "Dad?" Lisa's voice cracked. "Lisa, don't..." But she was already moving toward the storage room. I grabbed her arm, pulling her back just as Mr. Chen's body stumbled through the doorway. His throat was torn open, and his eyes were that same milky white as the businessman from earlier. Lisa screamed. The sound drew more attention from outside. We had seconds to decide, back door through Mr. Chen, or front door into whatever was drawn by Lisa's scream. I looked at Lisa. She was frozen, staring at what used to be her father. The decision was mine, and the wrong choice would get us both killed. The withdrawals would have to wait. First, we had to survive the next 5 minutes. I made my choice. Grabbing a mop from behind the counter, I snapped the handle against my knee. Not the best weapon, but better than nothing. "Back door," I whispered to Lisa. "On my count. 1, 2. I never got to 3. Mr. Chen lunged forward with surprising speed. I shoved Lisa aside and swung the mop handle, catching him in the face. It barely slowed him down. His hands clawed at my shirt, his bloody mouth snapping inches from my face. The smell, rot and something worse, made me gag. Lisa screamed again, but this time it was different. Angry. She grabbed a bottle from a shelf and smashed it against her father's head. Glass and cheap vodka went everywhere. Mr. Chen stumbled, giving me the opening I needed. I drove the jagged end of the mop handle through his eye socket. He dropped like a puppet with cut strings. Lisa threw up in the corner while I searched Mr. Chen's pockets for the back door key. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold it. The withdrawal symptoms were getting worse. Sweating, nausea, that crawling feeling under my skin. "I'm sorry," I told Lisa. "About your dad. But we gotta move." She wiped her mouth and nodded, her face hard. The car's a blue Honda Civic. The back door opened into an alley cluttered with dumpsters and dead bodies. The Honda was there, blocked in by a delivery truck. A woman in a FedEx uniform was slumped against the truck's wheel, her throat torn out. Her fingers twitched as we passed. "Don't look," I said, but Lisa was already staring. "I know her. Jenny. She delivered to my father's store every Tuesday." The Honda's engine seemed impossibly loud in the quiet alley. I pulled out as carefully as I could, scraping paint off both vehicles. The street beyond was chaos. Abandoned cars, broken glass, bloody handprints on walls, but surprisingly empty of the living dead. "They must be following the noise," Lisa said, pointing toward downtown where sirens and gunshots echoed. "The armies set up blockades on Canal Street." My stomach lurched. Not from withdrawal this time, but memory. "Sarah," I muttered. "Who?" "Nothing. Just someone I left behind." The shakes were getting worse. I could barely hold the steering wheel straight. "Listen, I need to tell you something. I'm a crack addict. Been using for years. I'm going into withdrawal and it's going to get bad, real bad." Lisa was quiet for a long moment. "There's a pharmacy 3 blocks from here. My friend Mike works there. Your friend might be dead." "Maybe. But you're no good to either of us if you're too sick to drive. We need supplies anyway." She pulled out her phone. "No signal. But Mike's always there on Thursdays. He practically lives in that place." I wanted to argue, but another wave of nausea hit me. She was right. I needed something to take the edge off, or I'd be worse than useless. "Okay, but we get in, we get out. No waiting around for your friend." We turned onto Mott Street. The pharmacy's sign was still lit, casting a fluorescent glow over the carnage outside. The front door was intact, locked. Lisa knocked. 3 quick taps, too slow. A shadow moved inside. A face appeared in the window. "Mike?" Lisa called softly. The door opened just enough for us to squeeze through. Mike was young, probably Lisa's age, with thick glasses and blood on his white pharmacist's coat. "Jesus, Lisa, I thought you were dead." "Not yet," she said. "We need supplies, and..." She glanced at me. "Methadone," I said, "or anything else that'll help with crack withdrawal." Mike's eyes narrowed. "Who is this guy?" Before Lisa could answer, a military helicopter roared overhead, so close it rattled the windows. We all ducked instinctively. "They're bombing downtown," Mike said, trying to contain it. "But it's not working. Nothing's working." The helicopter's spotlight swept past the pharmacy windows. In its beam, I saw dozens of shadows shambling toward the noise, toward us. We'd just walked into a trap. The helicopter's spotlight swept past again, and I counted at least 30 of them outside. My hands were shaking so bad, I could barely help Mike and Lisa push a heavy metal shelf against the door. "Back room," Mike said, leading us past aisles of Band-Aids and baby formula. "There's a delivery entrance." The pounding started before we made it halfway. The front windows rattled with each impact. Mike fumbled with his keys, dropping them twice before getting the back room door open. "Hurry," Lisa whispered, but I was already doubled over, dry heaving. The withdrawal was hitting harder now. My skin felt like it was trying to crawl off my bones. Mike looked at me, then at Lisa. "He's using..." "Was," I managed to say between heaves. "Need something... anything..." The sound of breaking glass from the front of the store decided things. Mike ran to a locked cabinet, his keys jingling frantically. "This is all I can give you safely," he said, pulling out some pills. "It won't stop the withdrawal, but it'll take the edge off." I swallowed them dry as the first zombies stumbled into the store. Their shadows stretched across the floor toward us, twisted and wrong in the emergency lighting. The delivery entrance was blocked. Someone had backed a box truck against it, probably trying to secure the building earlier. We were trapped. "Up," Mike said, pointing to a hatch in the ceiling. "There's roof access through the storage attic. We use it for the HVAC maintenance." Lisa went first, then Mike. I could barely grip the ladder, but adrenaline and fear got me moving. The pills were starting to help, just enough to keep me functioning. The attic was hot and cramped, full of old cardboard boxes and dead pigeons. Below us, the sounds of the pharmacy being torn apart grew louder. "Now what?" Lisa asked. Mike crawled to a small window. "The Chinese restaurant next door has a lower roof. If we can make it across..." "If?" I laughed, but it came out more like a sob. "Man, I can barely stand." "You can," Lisa said firmly. "You got me out of my father's store. You're getting out of here too." The window was stuck. Mike and I pushed together, rust flaking off the old hinges. When it finally opened, the screech of metal seemed to echo across the whole city. The gap to the next roof was about 8 feet. 8 feet of empty space, with a 4-story drop to a street full of zombies. "I'll go first," Mike said. "Test if it'll hold weight." He took off his white coat, now more red than white. If I don't make it, Lisa, tell my sister." "Tell her yourself," Lisa snapped. "Go." Mike backed up as far as he could in the cramped space, took a breath, and ran. He made the jump barely, scrambling onto the restaurant's roof on his hands and knees. Lisa went next, more graceful than Mike, landing solidly. Then it was my turn. The pills had taken enough edge off that I could think, but my body still felt like it was being torn apart from the inside. Below, something large crashed in the pharmacy. "Come on, John," Lisa called softly. You can do this. I backed up, my shoes scraping against the wooden attic floor. The distance seemed to grow with each second. 8 feet might as well have been 8 miles. The attic hatch burst open behind me. I didn't think, didn't look, just ran and jumped. I wasn't going to make it. Time slowed down mid-jump. I could see Lisa's outstretched hand, Mike's terrified face, and the long drop to the street below. My body wasn't going to make it, but my arms might. I slammed into the side of the building, my fingers catching the roof's edge. Pain shot through my shoulders as Lisa and Mike grabbed my arms, pulling me up. Behind us, pale faces appeared in the attic window. Pharmacy customers who'd come back for one final prescription. Fire escape, Mike pointed. We can make it to my car. It's in the alley. We scrambled down the metal stairs, rust flaking under our feet. The alley looked clear, but that didn't mean anything anymore. Mike's car was there, an old Subaru wagon covered in bumper stickers. Keys? Lisa asked. Mike's face went pale. In my coat, the one I left up there. I laughed. Actually laughed. Maybe it was the pills kicking in, or maybe I'd finally lost it. I got this, I said, pulling a thin piece of metal from my sock. Some habits die hard. The car alarm blared as I broke in, echoing off the alley walls. I had the wires exposed when the first zombie appeared at the alley's entrance. Then another, and another. Hurry, Lisa whispered, but I couldn't rush this. My hands were shaking too bad. Mike grabbed a trash can lid, holding it like a shield. I'll buy you time. Mike, don't, Lisa started. The engine roared to life. Get in! We piled in as the dead filled the alley. I reversed hard, crushing several of them against the wall. The car fishtailed onto the street, and I fought for control. Where now? I asked. Queens, Lisa said, like we planned. Take the Manhattan Bridge. The bridge was chaos. Abandoned cars, military vehicles, bodies. But most of the dead were following the helicopter downtown. We weaved through the wreckage, the sun now high overhead. It had been 12 hours since I'd heard those first screams. Look, Mike pointed. The Manhattan skyline behind us was burning. Black smoke rose from downtown, and more helicopters circled like angry wasps. My father, Lisa said quietly. He always said this city would kill itself someday. The withdrawal was still there, clawing at me, but different now. For the first time in years, my head felt clear. Your aunt's place, I said. You sure it's safe? No, Lisa admitted. But nowhere is. At least there we have a chance. Mike was checking his phone. Still no signal. The whole grid might be down. I thought about Sarah, about Mr. Chen, about all the others who didn't make it these 12 hours. The craving hit me again, hard, but I pushed it down. We're alive, I said. That's what matters right now. We crossed into Queens as fighter jets screamed overhead. The city behind us was dying, but we weren't dead yet. And for the first time since this started, I wanted to stay that way. The pills would wear off soon. The withdrawal would get worse before it got better. But that was tomorrow's problem. Right now, we had to survive the next hour, then the next. 1 hour at a time, just like they taught in the rehab I never finished. Lisa put her hand on my shoulder. Thank you for helping me get out. I nodded, keeping my eyes on the road. The craving was still there, probably always would be. But for now, staying alive was the only high I needed. Your aunt's place, I said. How far? 10 minutes, Lisa answered, if the roads are clear. They wouldn't be. Nothing was clear anymore. But we'd made it 12 hours. We could make it 12 more. Behind us, Manhattan continued to burn. Ahead, the sun climbed higher, lighting up a world that had changed forever. The withdrawal shakes were coming back, but my grip on the steering wheel was steady. For the first time in years, I knew exactly who I was and what I needed to do. Keep these people alive, keep myself alive, and face whatever came next with clear eyes and a clear head. The apocalypse, it turned out, was one hell of a wake-up call.
Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed that story as much as I did. Come back next time for some more scary stories. And as always, remember to face your fears.